Okay, good morning and welcome to the January 9th Board of Supervisors meeting for the County of Lake. We'll call our meeting to order and start with a moment of silence. I would like to dedicate a moment of silence, and I know we have more than one, to Michael Linnell. He was a longtime Kelseyville resident and business owner, very active with the Kelseyville Business Association, and was spoken highly of last night at the KBA meeting. And I know Supervisor Crandall has a few.
I have two. John Tompkins, age 89. You might know John. He was the Board of Trustee for the North Shore area of Lake County for quite some time. He passed on Monday, December 25th. He was of New York, graduated Scotia High School, joined the Selective Service in 1953, and continued his studies to Syracuse University, earning a BS in accounting. Shortly after that, John moved to Houston. He met and married the mother of his three daughters, Sarah Jane Ferris. In '68, the family moved to Orange County. He worked with the YMCA. The family moved to Lake County in 1974. He purchased a local income tax preparation business. His service to the community was vast, including Board of Trustee for Upper Lake Schools, Mendocino College, Lake Family Resource Center, North Shore Business Association, Sutter Lakeside Hospital, and other advisory positions. He loved people, enjoyed seeing them flourish. He supported many organizations, including 4-H Auction, Student Sports, Theater Productions, and his church. He is predeceased by his parents, brother Keith Tompkins, his sister Sheila Lindsay. He is survived by his partner Meredith Wilson, sister Gwen Cardelli, and his daughters Alice Tompkins, Diane Tompkins Plant, and Laura Plant. They would like to express their appreciation to Oakmont of Carmichael Assisted Living for the excellent care provided to John in his last few months along his hospice services from Latreia Healthcare. A celebration of life will be held at 1 p.m. on Saturday, February 3rd, 2024 at Upper Lake Methodist Church. In John's memory, friends may make a memorial contribution to the Upper Lake Methodist Church or Lake County Family Resource Center. And the other moment of silence I have is for Paul Kolb. He was a dear friend whose staunch advocacy for the restoration of Old Clover Creek was presented to the West Region Town Hall many months ago. His proposal included the protection of our town from flooding due to the lake level rising and sending excess waters through the passage of Middle Creek Diversion on the south side of Highway 20. His home was located on the Bridge Arbor Way with creek frontage that he meticulously cared for. Working with the fish and wildlife biologist Ben Ewing, who supports the restoration, which feeds into Rodman Slough for the protection of native hitch and the restoration of new Clover Creek diversion channel near Pitney Lane. Paul created a detailed plan that will enhance Upper Lake's environmental preservation and revive the beauty of our town without endangering its fragile ecosystem. His dedication to our county, serving 3 tours of duty as a helicopter pilot in the Vietnam War, and our Constitution was unwavering, a gentler, fiercer soul that we've never known.
Vice Chair Simon, would you like to lead us in the pledge?
With allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Do we have any items on the consent agenda? Or, I'm sorry, do we have any extra items that need to be considered? Nope.
No.
And we'll move on to the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have any items that need to be pulled? Supervisor Sabatier?
Madam Chair, I'd like to pull items 5.9 and 5.18 for further discussion.
Anyone else? Anyone from the public have any items that need to be pulled?
I have one.
Yes.
5.11, we would like to continue it to 2.6. We'll put it back on.
Continue. All right, then I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of 5.9 and 5.11 and 5.18.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we'll move on to our timed item, 6.1, 9:01 a.m. Item, election of Chair of the Board of Supervisors and Vice Chair of the Board of Supervisors for 2024. Do we have any nominations?
No, I guess a comment here. I know the usual rotation moves through for this year. I'm not going to seek the chair position this year. What I'd like to do is make a recommendation that the vice chair be made the chair and then move it up from there. So,
The Vice Chair be made the Chair?
yeah, which would be, I think the
Oh,
succession would be,
yes, so you would like
I'm going to pass on the chair. this
District
year.
3?
Yes.
I'm sorry, District
District
2 be the Chair, District 3 be Vice
Be the
Chair.
vice chair, yep.
Okay. Any other comments?
I don't know if you're ready for that, Bruno, or how you feel about it, but
I'm always ready to step up when I need to step up.
excellent, perfect.
Just a note, and when the new District 4 supervisor comes on, by that time, will be a chair like the year of the election or vice chair. Just letting you know, they're coming into the hot seat right off the get. That makes sense?
In our policy, though, don't you have to serve for 2 years before you can be chair?
I think they become the vice chair right away, if anything.
I don't know.
Yeah.
We don't have to figure that out today, we can
Just
just,
letting you know.
yeah,
I know that if I was in that spot, I'd be like,
yeah.
yeah.
It would be the vice chair right away. I think that there's a time requirement.
Can I make another comment?
Sure.
Yeah, when I came on board, I was in that situation. I was
You
not
were?
made the chair.
Okay.
When I came on board, waited another year or so, it's happened before, obviously, so.
And we're all right. I was just noting
No,
that.
there's not in the policy? I thought I had read that somewhere.
So far, it is silent, but not to say that there may be somewhere else
Oh,
in the policy.
okay.
So it is something I can look into.
Maybe I read it in a different policy board. Okay, so any comments from the public? And I'll bring it back to the board for action.
Yeah,
Supervisor.
just an additional comment. So I don't know if there is a procedure, we'll look it up, but we don't have to do it today. But because my predecessor departed midterm, and then I'm obviously on my way out now, so District 4 kind of lost its, if there's a rotation, District 4 kind of lost its spot in that rotation. Yeah, whoever lands in the hot seat next, yeah, I don't want them to land in the hot seat, but neither do I want that. If there is a rotation, I want us to respect it so that District 4 soup plugs in at the soonest appropriate time. We don't have to settle that today. My process question is, if there's a nomination for chair and vice chair, do we handle that in a group, or are those two separate nominations and votes?
They're two separate, right?
All right.
Oh, wait, no, they're
What's
both,
the
they're
recommend?
both the same.
Yeah, I think it's the same.
And we will take care of whoever lands in District 4.
Yeah, we'll
Oh, I'm
figure
sure.
that out.
Does that take a formal nomination then, to nominate Bruno Sabatier as chair for 2024 and E.J. Crandall as vice chair for 2024? And if so, I'll make that nomination.
And I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes.
Take a break, or just go right to it.
Moving.
I'll have to move.
I want my chair.
Can I still sit here?
Sorry for the mess in the drawer. Clean that up.
Yeah, I'd rather sit here. I like it.
And for those just tuning in, this is what a peaceful transfer of power looks like.
So I go back to the scene.
There you go.
You want to move?
No, I just need to give him my nameplate.
Keep
That
the
one goes
vice
to
chair back
EJ.
in.
There we go.
All right.
Hey, here's your vote chair.
Want to just slide that under? All right.
That's why there's a break.
Nobody got hurt?
Are your legs?
All right, thank you very much. And we will move on to our 6.2 item, 9:02 a.m. And actually, before we move on, I do want to thank the broken thing. I do want to thank Supervisor Pyska for her leadership in leading the board in the past year. Thank you very much for your efforts and your successes. And let's move on to item 6.2, 9:02 a.m., sitting as the Lake County Board of Equalization, election of chair and vice chair of the Lake County Local Board of Equalization for 2024.
Basically the same, right?
Supervisor
Not-
Pyska?
Yep, I nominate the chair and vice chair of the Board of Supervisors to sit as the chair and vice chair of the Board of Equalization.
Okay, any further conversation before I open it up for the public? Open it up for the public. Any comments, questions? And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back. And we have a nomination, looking
And
for
a
a second.
second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. 6.3, 9:03 a.m., sitting as the Lake County In-Home Supportive Services, election of chair and vice chair of the Lake County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Board of Directors for 2024. I'll open it up for the public or nominations.
Let's do this again. I nominate the chair and the vice chair of the Board of Supes to sit as the chair and vice chair of the Lake County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority Board of Directors for 2024.
Okay, and no further comments. Open it up for the public. Any comments or questions? Seeing none in either room, bringing it back, we have a motion
Second.
and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, thank you very much. Item 6.4, 9:06 a.m. item, public input, where you have 3 minutes to express yourself. We will not be able to respond, and if it's anything related to an agenda item on our agenda, you will have to wait for that item to come up. Anybody have a public input today? Please step up to the microphone. And seeing none, none on Zoom as well. Let's go ahead and move on to item 6.5, our 9:07 a.m. item, Pet of the Week, which was making quite the conversation outside.
Good morning, happy Tuesday. I am Lake County Animal Control Officer Sadie Egan, and with me today we have Lexi. She is a 3-year-old bully breed who came to us, we contained on December 7th. She has been with us since then. She has been very sweet. She was contained on Siegler Canyon in the middle of the road with the help of a sheriff's deputy. She was microchipped out of Willows, California. Her microchipped owner has not came for her. She's been with us for a little over a month now. She is available for adoption, and we have many other pets available for adoption at Lake County Animal Care and Control. If you would like to see any of our other animals, we are located at 4949 Hellbush Drive in Lakeport. Our phone number is 263-0278. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Such a good dog.
Come on, Lexi.
Thank you so much. Moving on to item 6.6, 9:15 a.m., presentation of proclamation designated the month of January. Did we get the proclamation? I will sign that. Anybody want to take this? I'll take it. So I know we have a large group of folks here that help out in our community regarding human trafficking, so please come on up
Hey, stand up here. Take a step. Take a step. Yeah, come on up. Come on up.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. So today, proclamation designating the month of January 2024 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Lake County. Whereas human trafficking is a serious crime that affects people of all races, age, and gender. And whereas human trafficking is a borderless crime against individuals that violates the most basic human rights and deprives victims of human dignity and denies freedom to 32 million people around the world. Whereas human trafficking is the fastest growing criminal industry globally. And whereas California ranks first among the states in the number of potential reports of human trafficking. And whereas a serious form of human trafficking involves the exploitation of children and youth for commercial sex acts, it is imperative that our young people and their families learn how to recognize risks and resist predators who use coercion and threats to manipulate children and young adults into sex and labor trafficking. And whereas Lake Family Resource Center is instrumental in leading the way in the County of Lake in addressing human trafficking by providing 24-hour hotline services and continuing support, advocacy, and accompaniment to survivors. And whereas preventing human trafficking in Lake County must include active public and private efforts to help recognize and acknowledge existence. And it is time to start conversations, take appropriate action, and support one another to create a safer environment for all residents. And whereas many organizations such as the District Attorney's Office, Sheriff's Office, Lakeport Police Department, Clear Lake Police Department, and Lake Family Resource Center are committed to ending human trafficking in Lake County and provide essential crisis intervention and prevention services to all members of our community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the month of January 2024 is designated as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Lake County, and our community is urged to support the efforts of the agencies listed, assisting victims of human trafficking, and urges all local governments, schools, businesses, and community members to be aware and report any suspicious activity to local police departments and help shine the light on trafficking. Passed and adopted this 9th day of January 2024.
I'm a little tall, so I might pull it out here. Hi, I am Kara Roberts, and I'm the program coordinator of the Human Trafficking Program with Lake Family Resource Center. Lake Family Resource Center, if you don't know a lot about it, has been strengthening families in our community for 28 years now. The Human Trafficking Program itself has been going for 4 years. During those 4 years, we have helped 68 community members, people in this community, 68 individual victims of human trafficking, and offered them over 4,000 services for those 68 people. We're very proud of the work we do. We're a huge agency. This isn't even like half of who we have. We want to thank Victim Witness for coming out today to support us, Katie with Scotts Valley Band of Pomos for the support, and all of you. And if you have any questions, please reach out, and we can assist. Thank you so much.
Anyone else?
Yeah, anybody?
Anyone from the board?
Can we get a picture?
Please. Yeah, we will get a picture. You are not leaving.
Just want to make a comment of the great work that Lake Family Resource does in the community. In the most vulnerable times, there's someone there to reach out. You know, and I know you do a lot of different things today. We're talking about human trafficking, domestic violence, all the other work that's done. So as a community, supporting you guys is very important. If you have an opportunity to do that, I just recommend that you do. So thank you for all the hard work that you do protecting our most vulnerable folks. So thank you.
Thank you.
I'll make one comment. I don't know the number of years when this happened, but there was a show at the Supervisors show. I believe it was a play or something along those lines that was done by Lake Family Resource Center, And just because that conversation occurred, somebody in the audience approached our district attorney at the time and expressed their experience of going through human trafficking. And so sometimes just having that conversation sets the pathway for helping those that are experiencing these things. And it is happening in our communities. I went to college with somebody that ended up being arrested for human trafficking, had no idea. These are people within our communities. It is happening, and we need to do what we can to ensure that people feel safe to have the conversation with us, to open up and express it, and continuing to support the agencies that provide that pathway for helping those people. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. I think we all want some pins.
Oh, yeah, we did bring pins for you guys.
Thank you.
So the blue is the awareness color on the heart, and the hand is for Stop Human Trafficking, just so you guys know.
Thank you so much. Okay, our next item is not until 9:45, so let's see who we have in the audience. I see we have... That was actually where I was going, so perfect, we're on the same page. Let's open up item 7.2, consideration of letter of commitment to CAL FIRE for a grant application to provide funding for the LiDAR derivatives from the recent North Coast LiDAR acquisition project, and authorize the chair to sign. And Ms. Logsdon is coming up.
Good morning, Chair and Board.
Supervisor Pyska, would you like to take this?
Yes, thank you. So this is a project we've been working on for a long time. The LiDAR mapping of our county was something that we were raising funds for, and we wrote grants for, I think it was 2022. And the project ended up being funded by USGS and the Department of Conservation. And since then, we have written another grant for the derivatives. So this is another shot at it. The LiDAR data was collected and finished last fall and winter, beginning of winter. And it's going to be, the next year, they're going to be compiling that data. What this next step is making sure that we can use that data, the public can use that data, everyone will have access to it. So it's the next step in the plan. And again, we've been hustling as hard as we can to make sure that it's funded all along the way without having to. At one point, we did ask for some board help for contingency funding, but we were able to get that covered. So this is just another grant that we're working on to make sure that we can get this critical resource and data out to our public.
Exactly. And we're excited about it because it's great to have the LiDAR, but if you don't have the useful derivatives that are made available to the public, then it's kind of a moot point. And so the RCD is taking the lead on this grant application, and we want your support in committing to do the work so that we have the derivatives.
I forget, who's funding this grant writing?
Oh, they're writing.
RCD is
RCD,
funding
yeah.
the grant, yeah.
So all we're doing is a letter of commitment. We're not submitting the grant, but we'll get the goods.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the board? So I know I did have a conversation with you, not sure if that's needed to be changed or not, but the word underserved in the letter on, I believe it was paragraph 2 or paragraph 3, I'm opening up the letter right now.
Yeah.
And we kind of spoke about it, and I believe you said it should probably be under-resourced.
Yeah, it's funny, since our conversation about that, I looked on through a lot of the agencies, and what they say is California defines underserved communities as having a median household income that is less than 80% of the statewide annual income. And it's also used to describe under-resourced, so they're interchangeable.
Gotcha.
But when you read it, it means something different to you.
Yeah, I'm so many different committees that we're on, whether it's disadvantaged communities or underserved, it's always a play on words, and I just wanted to make sure we had the right words to get the right effect on it. So it sounds like it doesn't need to be changed. All right, opening it up for the public. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the letter of commitment to CAL FIRE for grant application to provide funding for the LiDAR derivatives from the recent North Coast LiDAR acquisition project and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take up 5.18. Mr. Quintabano, are we ready for that one?
Yes, and we have Director De Leon from
Yeah.
Public Works.
Good morning.
You got to read it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, A, approve the purchase and sale agreement with Christine Reck for property within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project in the amount of $650,000. And B, authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign the purchase and sale agreement. Mr. De Leon.
Good morning, Board. Scott De Leon, Public Works and Water Resources Director. I apologize for having to pull this. When you copy and paste, occasionally you run into issues, and this is a perfect example of that. Everything in your board memo, all the attachments, everything is correct with the exception of the title that you just read, and the purchase, the owners of the property are Shushan Vetsmadian and Greg Sharon, not Christine Reck. So if you recall, Christine Reck's property was purchased a few months ago, and so again, we have a little copy-paste error, so I apologize for that. What needs to be corrected is as I just mentioned, the names of the property owners, Christine Reck in the subject and also in the recommended action needs to be replaced with Shushan Vetsmadian and Greg Sharon. And I would also suggest that in paragraph 1 of the executive summary, we add Greg Sharon's name in the first sentence where it says the parcel is owned by Shushan Vetsmadian. We need to add Greg Sharon to that as well. So with those minor modifications, I'm hopeful that your board can support approval of this item.
All right, thank you very much for that. Mr. Quintabano, are there any other points that need to be made before moving forward, or are we good at this point?
Yes, we are, and so the recommended action would just need to be
As stated.
revised as stated by Director De Leon.
All right, thank you very much. Any comments or questions on this item? And seeing none, looking for public comment on this item? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, sitting as the Board of Directors for the Lake County Watershed Protection District, I motion to approve the purchase and sale agreement with Shushan Vetsmadian for property within the Middle Creek Flood Damage Reduction and Ecosystem Restoration Project in the amount of $650,000, and authorize the Chair of the Board of Directors to sign and purchase the sale agreement
And you want to add Greg Sharon?
and add Greg Sharon, and then with also the additional amendments in the document, right?
Yes, so just to clarify, with that motion, the purchase and sale agreement itself would not be amended, but with the added clarification stated by Director De Leon with regards to the board memo and this recommended action under the
So
board.
moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. And then, let's keep going. We do have behavioral health in the back, Director Jones. Let's go ahead and do item 5.9, adopt resolution of the Lake County Board of Supervisors deferring implementation of the changes made to Welfare and Institutions Code Section 5008 by Senate Bill 43, 2023-24, regular session. Welcome.
Hello. All right. Thank you so much. Appreciate your pulling this item for discussion. It is definitely something to discuss. So to date, I believe that only 2 counties in California have not delayed implementation, one of them being San Francisco. Every other county has asked to defer and has been granted that by their county board of supervisors. Some other things that are happening is that there are legal challenges to SB 43 because it actually did not amend the Lanterman-Petrus Short Act itself, which contains the conservatorship laws. And so I was actually in a call yesterday with other county behavioral health directors, and there are some issues that arise from conflicts between LPS law and SB 43, and also in conversations with our patients' rights advocates, other patients' rights entities, and perhaps even beyond that, maybe raising concerns around SB 43. That being said, until all of that rolls out, Lake County will develop plans in partnership with the state to enact this, I guess you could call it, benefit. But presently, the biggest barrier is the fact that there are no American Society of Addiction licensed facilities that are locked and could accommodate people who are conserved under SB 43.
Thank you very much. One of the reasons I pulled this was I understand the reason for deferral. To put all the pieces together to make this happen is not a simple task to have that going by January 1st, but was hoping to make a request with the consensus of the board to come back maybe 6 months from now, maybe even longer, to give you the time to create a plan and let us know what that plan is and what level of support is needed from the Board of Supervisors to make this happen. One of the reasons that I wanted to bring it so that we can make that request, there is, in my opinion, could be some value to this. I don't think this would be used in a broad stroke. I think this would be very narrow and very specific as to who would fit in the category of SB 43. But we do know that in late December over at Hope Center, there was an event to commemorate, to remember those that were lost, that lived outdoors in the elements. We do know that we are on a national list for having a very high per capita rate of overdose deaths. And so to me, there's the potential of saving lives as long as we don't abuse this and use this in a very broad way. But there's the potential. And so I'm interested in seeing the process and understanding the plan and looking to see if the board approves of coming back to continue this discussion, to see what the plan might be. And opening up for comments and questions. Supervisor Pyska.
Yeah, this is important work. These are also unfunded mandates. So we've got to consider that as we move forward. We do have a meeting with Senator McGuire next week, and as the new chair, you're going to be coming to that. I'm sure you guys talked about it. So I think this is all, it's all in play, and it's all a process that we're going to do our best to get through. But you know, when we're asked to put out so much funding for projects without the financial support from the state, that's really difficult.
Absolutely. And the lack of beds and lack of facilities, all of those things. It's great to say we're going to do something, but where are we going to do something?
You get me.
Yeah. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you for bringing this item. So a couple process questions, quick. It seems like we just had an item last month where we kind of deferred implementation. So the proposed action today is a resolution, and I don't know that we need to do a resolution to satisfy the law. It was worded interestingly because it's retroactively dated to January 1st. I don't know if there was a hard deadline in that. So just a process question about whether the resolution is needed and if we can actually retroactively date one, and if we need to do that. Second question as to your request that we kind of kick the tires on this. Absolutely, but this is a much broader issue than just behavioral health. The Superior Court's going to be involved in this. Social Services is going to be involved in this through the conservatorship process, and it's very tricky. So I don't know. I think we already had some kind of a care court task force or something like that was bringing these various agencies together, or not. And if we haven't taken that additional step, that definitely don't want to just dump this all on BH's lap, because this law is complicated and it invokes multiple agencies in the county side and then also the Superior Court.
So first, I will say that SB 43 does indicate that a county must pass a resolution authorizing deferment. That's for sure. I'm not familiar with what you're referring to that may have been deferred last year, so without further information, I couldn't speak to that. I don't have a Rolodex.
I forget, was it a letter of opposition or something like that? We already opted out, I thought, so I was surprised to see another opt-out.
I think that was
I don't think that
probation.
Regardless, I would just say from a state level, there's a lot of moving pieces here, and Governor Newsom's administration is moving a lot of these items forward. This particular bill was written by Eggman, which many others have been, and so the golden thread to me, and in corroboration with other directors across the state of California, is that SB 43, Care Court, Prop 1, which is the reformation of the MHSA into the Behavioral Health Services Act, are all aimed at targeting homelessness and framing homelessness as a mental health or behavioral health issue. And so there's a lot to unpack there, but that's the golden thread that's tying these initiatives together. But truly it comes down to it's a capacity issue. Now, with regard to the question of whether or not you can retroactively date a resolution, I'm hoping to defer to council.
Yes, so I would, the suggestion here would be on number 2 of the resolution, section 2 of the resolution, just an additional statement that the board hereby ratifies the effect of this resolution between January 1, 2024 and January 9th, 2024, with that added statement under section 2. So essentially it would be a ratification of what took place upon that a retroactive effective date. So with that, and then offer the resolution as amended.
Thank you.
Agree
Supervisor
with
Simon?
bringing it back in the 6-month timeframe. These things are supposed to be rolled out. I know in the early conversations, I think we were supposed to have some meetings in July, or it didn't happen. So I think it's still being figured out. So I completely agree with bringing it back in 6 months as we see it. Work through the courts if that's what happens, but also just work to be prepared with the support coming down from the state. So I agree.
I'm sure things will change when there's 56 of 58 that are going in the same direction as we are trying to figure this out, is basically what we're all doing. Any further comments or questions?
I'm confident, Director Jones, you'll bring it back when it needs to come back, whether it be 6, 9, 8, 5, if you have something sooner. I know you're capable of bringing it when you feel it's necessary, so I'm not partial to any date. I have the confidence in the director to bring it when is needed.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions from the public regarding this item? And seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I offer the resolution as amended.
Resolution has been offered.
All right. Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that takes care of all of our consent agenda items, and we have about 6 more minutes until 6:07. See what's next here. This one shouldn't take too long. Item 7.5, consideration of a letter of support for AB 817 Pacheco, which proposes changes to the Ralph M. Brown Act to enable indefinite use of two-way teleconferencing by members of non-decision-making advisory bodies. I was contacted, and maybe we were all contacted by CSAC requesting our support for this. We are all on committees that at times will have issues of meeting quorum due to people unable to leave their work or leave their geographical area to make it to specific meetings. This is not an effective change to our board meetings, but it will be effective change to advisory boards and others. And I think that this really helps us to be able to open up the access to those types of meetings and who can represent at those meetings, and making sure that those meetings can occur and that things can keep moving along. So opening it up, I believe Vice Chair Crandall, no? Supervisor?
She was first.
Supervisor Pyska.
I'm really glad you brought this. This is something that we've been pushing for our advocates all year on, and our state electeds. It's difficult when we have a large lake in the middle of our county, and we really need community involvement and engagement. And this will really help and hopefully stop those meetings that have to be continued when we don't have a quorum. But just for clarity, so that we have consistent understanding, what does the non-decision committee mean for the public?
Municipal advisory committees.
So municipal advisory committees,
So not JPAs.
not JPAs.
Typically, we label them as advisory
Right.
committees, and maybe we'll have to review what our naming scheme is to help each one of our committees and advisory boards to understand where they fit within this new law when that law comes into effect.
Right. So I think absolutely the new law goes into effect. We're very clear with all of our committees who qualifies, who doesn't, and what are the restrictions going forward.
Yeah. This will be helpful. Vice Chair Crandall?
Ditto. But also, I will be going to Sacramento tomorrow to testify at 1:30. RCRC invited me to go, so I'll be going over to explain why this is important. I have 3 MACs, as you know, in my municipal advisory committees, Worth, Earth, and SERTH. So it's very important because in 2 of the different municipal advisory committees, there is in one, they've had 4 town council members for the past 4 or 5 years. So if there is somebody that would like to join one of these, they would be able to tune in on Zoom and vote and be a part of it. The others so far have been doing well, but sometimes, like the Worth, they have 7 members, so they need a quorum at times, and it would just really help in that capacity. So I am going to go ahead and give my testimony to the state tomorrow and emphasize why that's important.
Appreciate you doing so. And I do want to thank Matthew Rothstein for helping me put this together. Really appreciated his help on this. And Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I know this letter will go today. I'm just going to register my vote of opposition. I think the pendulum swung a little too far on this. Clearly want to offer some flexibility. It seems like we're going all in all the time on teleconferencing. In particular, there's a provision that allows for out-of-county attendance for these advisory bodies. And definitely want to have accessibility, and Zoom can help with that, but we don't want to throw out the in-person meetings with the bathwater. And good things can happen when people are Zooming in from all over the state and the country, but good things also happen when you do get people in a room and get face-to-face and communicate in that. So I get the broad strokes of this, and I support the broad strokes, but there are some certain line item provisions of this that I think went too far. So I'll be voting no on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Any further comments or questions?
In support of it.
All right, thank you. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Any comments from the public on this? Seeing none, let's bring it back to the board for action.
I'll go ahead and move to consider a letter of support for AB 817, which proposes changes to the Ralph M. Brown Act to enable indefinite use of two-way teleconferencing by members of non-decision-making advisory bodies.
And just to clarify, that would be the approval of the letter?
Right. Approval of the letter of support. Right.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
And motion passes. Thank you very much. And we are just about to click over to 9:45. And so let's go ahead and take up item 6.7. Public hearing continued from December 12th, 2023. Consideration of an ordinance amending the purchasing ordinance, Article 10 of Chapter 2 of the Lake County Code to include increased purchasing limits, additional definitions, modify a requirement for exemptions from competitive bidding, and additional procedures for informal and formal bidding. And we will be moving this to our February meeting. Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we're requesting to continue this to the February 6th meeting, time certain at 11:30.
And so we're looking for a motion in order to continue the public hearing to that date.
And we will renotice it as well.
Okay. Any comments or questions?
Do we need public?
Yeah. Any comments or questions from the public? And seeing none, bringing it back for the action.
I'll move to table this item until February 6th at a time certain of
11:30.
11:30.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries, and we'll take that up in February. All right, what's next? Let's go on and take item 7.3, consideration of appointment of county supervisor as non-voting member of Commercial Cannabis Ordinance Task Force. Supervisor Green.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate all the hard work that the task force has been doing in the past year, and they've been very productive in bringing two ordinances as it now begins to really focus down on its primary mission. Of course, this is a subject that's been of an interest to me both before my time on the board and as a sitting supervisor, but in being respectful of the process as it's emerged, my ability to participate meaningfully in the task force process has been questioned. So I want to resolve any questions about that, and I am requesting appointment of a supervisor. It doesn't have to be me, but a supervisor to sit in as a non-voting member of the task force in an advisory capacity. Elsewhere on this agenda, we're going to be making dozens of appointments to any numbers of commissions and advisory panels and what have you. I know it didn't happen when the task force was originally appointed, but I did go back and roll the tape. And then Community Development Director Mary Darby had a very detailed plan that did at that time include the participation of a supervisor or a planning commissioner. And that was an interesting meeting because her plan went out the window pretty quickly, and what emerged came from the direction of the board. But even that wasn't set in stone because a couple months later we added another seat to allow participation by fire district representatives. And I support all that. But we do get into the weeds in some of this stuff. This is a complicated ordinance. I think having some historical perspective and also some knowledge of how the board processes work is going to be useful as this task force continues its work. So I'm making the pitch that we appoint a non-voting advisory member to the task force. I do notice there has been some opposition posted in the e-comments. Two basic themes on that. One would be a potential conflict of interest. I'm very confident that there is no conflict of interest as we normally interpret that, and if there are any questions about a potential conflict of interest, I would turn to county counsel, but I don't think we need a detailed explanation of that right now. And the other general complaint might be potential bias or perceived bias, or like we shouldn't have a soup sit-in early. We should just sit and stay in our lanes until it comes to the board for action. And of course, I disagree with that assessment as well. So that's basically the item in a nutshell. There are some written comments. There may be some people wishing to comment here today. I don't know. But that's it. That's kind of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Comments? Supervisor Pike.
We had a lot of conversations when we set up the task force, and from what I recall, it was our intent to keep the board separate from that body so as not to interfere and allow that work to happen so that when it came to the board, that's why we didn't put a planning commissioner on there and we didn't put a supervisor on there, so that when it came to those two bodies, they would have the ability to look at the work as a whole for the first time, arm's length. This is the process that we thought would best work for what the board directed. The board gives direction to Director Turner of CDD, and then she gives direction to the task force. They do their work. It goes through other advisory committees, then it goes to the Planning Commission, then it comes to us. So I don't think it's appropriate for a board member to be there. I think we need to allow the work. As far as the fire chiefs, yeah, we're allowed to amend it as we go along, and we did. We selected a seat for a fire chief to be there. We know they're busy. They're always moving around, and the Fire Association is pretty unified. The Fire Chiefs Association is pretty unified with what their direction is. They talk regularly, so I think it's appropriate to have that seat, and it doesn't really need to be assigned to one chief to make sure that we always have someone there.
Thank you for your comments. Vice Chair Crandall?
Yes, I remember the same discussion. We appointed in favor of community members, shareholders, folks that had some input on this. But the other thing is that if this does pass, I don't want to be on this committee. I don't want to be micromanaging some of our ad hoc committee groups. And just, I think too that it would make not only, it would be just inappropriate for us to be kind of hovering over an ad hoc committee, because naturally folks are going to have some sort of dismay or may not say something, or they're going to be argued down because eventually it's going to come to us. Lastly, I remember in the discussion, I always advocated for having an opposing view of cannabis, if you will, because most folks are either interested in some other way, shape, or form, but there are a group of people that wanted to be appointed that, just vehemently oppose cannabis or want to scrutinize because of their beliefs. I think when you have a balanced effort of opinions, you get the best result. And so it would be nice that when we get to that point, if we could appoint someone like that, because then we would have, and then not only that, but all the complaints that we get when it comes to that discussion, it's always that this group isn't necessarily heard. So we can eliminate that by doing so. So if this passes, I don't want to be on the ad hoc committee if chosen. So.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Any further comments?
Yeah, I know we had many, many discussions, and we'll have many, many more as we move through this process, but I think what we've set up with the board there, with no supervisor setting on it, is a way to move forward. Just as Supervisor Crandall said, I think it allows folks to speak freely and feel like they have a process that they're really involved in, and so I'm not going to support this today.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Green.
And just very briefly, here's the irony. So we're going to do dozens of appointments, different committees. I know more about where we're at with the current cannabis ordinance from sitting on Ag Advisory, which has not one but two supervisors sitting, than I do because I have been precluded from participating in the task force meetings themselves. That's just ass backwards. I'm sorry. And to the extent we're trying to accommodate people who may oppose this or that and the other, we didn't talk, or this board didn't talk back in 2022. If you're going to balance the antis, put some pros on there. We have 2 out of 8 committee members who are actually cannabis business operators. We didn't think at the time 2 years ago that we should talk about, hey, it's not even just about the business owners. What about cannabis consumers? What about cannabis taxpayers? I am a cannabis consumer. I pay Measure K taxes when I go to the retailers. I'm going around actually check up on how this industry is evolving in our county and how it's scaling or failing to thrive because we're taking our own sweet time figuring out what the next steps are going to be. So I'm glad you think it's all balanced the way you did it, but it's inconsistent with how we handle other task forces and other advisory commissions. In my memo, I cite to Chair Sabatier's very effective leadership of the ad hoc that brought about our industrial hemp ordinance. And we banged that out in the space of 6 months? So if there was some consistent application of the principles you're espousing here, I'd get it. But we're making it up as we go, and that's exactly how I see it. And as I cite in my memo, if I'm going to have to sit here and wait for it to filter all up and get all the ideas that are there, and then and only then can I raise some objections to that and then hope, cross the fingers that I can get it referred back for further action? Maybe. But by robbing my ability to participate now, by the time it does get up to it, if it gets up to us in the next year, and no guarantee of that at the pace we're going, I don't know that this board will not say, hey, they considered it, it's all good, let's just put a bow on it, and let's not have a meaningful discussion about it. So I'm glad that we're being so inclusive of everyone in the community, but I'm equally ticked that I'm not allowed to contribute my expertise when I actually hold a seat that may allow me to offer that expertise.
Thank you for your comment. Supervisor Pyska.
This is not an advisory committee, this is a policy working group, which is why we need the board and supervisors to be separate to allow the department, the staff, and the stakeholders to participate. And I'm sorry if you're feeling left out, but your views do not represent the board's views. And that is the work that we're here to do.
Vice Chair Crandall?
It obviously hasn't been balanced in some of the people that relay their comments to me. So in turn, you'll have the opportunity, we'll all have the opportunity to, when it comes here, to kick it around and vet it. It never gets passed right off the get. I've never seen anything come straight to us and get passed. You'll have your opportunity to oppose. A lot of times we always give direction back to community development or whoever brings it forward, and so you'll have your opportunity at that time, rather than crafting it beforehand or attempting to craft it beforehand, especially in light of the fact that it's not balanced, and the folks that are in the room more than likely will go with your recommendations, and then also enhancing more of a complaint from the folks that feel left out. So that's another reason why I have an issue with putting someone on ahead of where they should be. It's like having a say beforehand. It's like going down to the minor leagues and playing and having the opportunity to win. I just don't think it's right.
Thank you for your comments. I think that the task force has been working hard, I want to say over a year, close to a year or more.
Over a year.
Yes, it is slow. There is a lot of work to be done to iron out the kinks of what was created originally in 2018 and amended quite often throughout 19, 20, maybe even 21. I think that there's always a place for a county supervisor on these committees, but the way that this was formed was meant to receive other guidance and other feedback from different perspectives than the policy-making perspective that we, or decision-making perspective that we get to have here at this dais. Anytime adding a non-voting member, that to me is just, it doesn't make logical sense. Yes, that means you get to be in the room, you get to sway the conversation with your comments, but you don't get to actually make a decision. That's a weird addition to me. I don't want to add non-voting members, or else again with the quorum situation, that just adds more. And I believe there have been issues with quorum when it comes to the task force, and I don't want to create that. I don't believe that large steps have been taken without coming back to us with an idea of what will be done as far as CEQA and sending it over to the state and the clearinghouse before eventually coming back to us. So I think we get to provide that feedback before any large step is taken. And I know in the past we've had both the Farm Bureau and the Cannabis Alliance. While I name them specifically, they're both members of the task force. They sat here with CDD to provide us kind of a summary of what's been happening at the task force and what they're working on. I would be open to seeing that more often, rather than adding another member, which can really change the chemistry of the group and the work that the group has been working on already. That would be a different way of maybe getting the ability to provide that feedback from a Board of Supervisor level, or at least hear what is being worked on. Obviously, there are the videos that are posted as well of the meetings, so that we know exactly what's going on. But that to me would be, in my opinion, a better way to look at this, is to maybe have it come back I think we're looking at maybe once a year as they're coming to us with a summary, and maybe coming back and making sure that that does occur so we can provide at least, oh, you're completely on the wrong path based on the entire board's perspective, or at least providing that feedback versus adding a non-voting member to the group. That would be my suggestion rather than this. And I see that we have a comment from our director.
Can I make a comment on that
Please.
first? I have concerns about just having arbitrary summaries. I want the committee to do their work, to get through to a place
When they're
where
ready.
when they're ready, before they come before the board, not just at some time where we say that we want to know what's going on. If you want to access the videos, do that. But we have to allow this group to do their work.
Absolutely. And while I have heard of some difficulties and concerns, I feel like those things are being ironed out, and it's only working better and better, not going the opposite direction when it comes to this task force. And Supervisor?
Just wanted to add that Planning Commission has the option to kick it around too before it even gets here, so it might not even pass the first time when they get through it. They may say, oh, let's bring it back, let's talk more about it or whatever.
Definitely many levels of scrutiny. Director Turner, you seem to have something you wanted to say.
Thank you. I have good news for the board. The task force has created a set of recommendations that are coming to you, I think it's the February 6th meeting. And these will be for you to consider in concept different types of cannabis business types, possible zoning districts where they would be allowed, and the level of permit that would be required. That's going to be a great opportunity for this board to sort of see what we've been working on for the last few months, give us valuable feedback on what you'll be willing to consider in the future in a draft agenda. And we're going to take that information back then and start working on specific development standards for the ones, for the different business types that make it through your consideration. So that'll be great because it'll all then come together in a draft ordinance that will then do the rounds, again, of vetting through Ag Advisory Committee, the Planning Commission, and the board.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I know it was mentioned in one of the comments about the potential for a programmatic EIR, and that's where I was going, that I don't think we're going to go for that large of a study without at least getting the concept past the board. That costs money, that takes a lot of time, and it would be horrible for us to go through that and then reject it after the fact. So the idea of already bringing that concept is exactly what I was just discussing, so that's already in the works to bring things to us before taking that big step. Any further comments or questions before we open up for the public? Let's open it up for the public. I see we have a hand up. Oh, please come on up. Let's start with the room.
Good morning, Supervisors. Happy New Year.
New Year.
Congratulations. Chair, couple disclaimers right up front. One, I'm not speaking on behalf of the Chiefs Association, and I'm not even really speaking on behalf of my district. I'm not speaking on behalf of the task force, not representing any of them as well. I'm up here just to add my comments as a fire chief to the Board of Supes that on how I see this position and its and coming to the task force, and whether it's Supervisor Green or one of the other supervisors is irregardless. I work very hard with my organization and with my past organizations that when I have committees that are doing the work of the board, that we have a board member or two board members present, not working as an ad hoc, but working as separate from the board, so that they bring a different perspective to that committee. They bring the perspective of the taxpayer, the taxpayers that they represent. They also can advocate or do just the opposite on behalf of the committee to the board when issues come forward. Because they're in the room, they're in those discussions, they can bring different insight, and it goes both ways. They can bring the insight from the committee or the task force back to the Board of Supes, or they can bring the insight from what their time on the board and their interactions with the public back to those organizations, that sub-organization, if you will. that's all I really wanted to say was I agree with everyone's opinion up here, which is an interesting perspective. You pass this task force, and this task force, it's been difficult. And no, I haven't made all the meetings. I'm not gonna, we're all busy, but it's been a lot of work. There's been debate, discussion. We open a can of worms every time we have a meeting because an issue comes up and we think, okay, we've got it corrected, and only to find out we've got all these other issues attached to it. It's a tangled web. So it's not easy. They have worked very, very hard. They've worked hard to also represent all of the concerns from the public who is opposed to cannabis, as well as the business owners. And they've also worked very hard with the concerns of, I know, our organizations, our fire districts, and the concerns that we have, as well as agriculture, dealing with herbicides and pesticides and the control and those kind of things. And we're all looking at the tax dollars going, we want to see the benefit from this. So I just want to give that perspective that it's not a bad thing to have supervisors on these committees. And I don't feel that they sway the opinion, whether they're for or against, of the work of a particular group. At least in my practice, that's not what I've observed. But they have brought meaningful dialogue to the conversation because they are there to represent how the taxpayers' dollars are spent and where those tax dollars are coming from. That's all. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions of me, I'm happy to address them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Johanna. John, quick question. Do we have a timer?
I just use my
Just because with today's meeting, I want to make sure that we stay on track. Thank you so much. Next, we have Betsy Kahn in the Zoom room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you all. This is a very difficult issue to speak about because some members of the Board of Directors, Board of Supervisors, are clearly in favor of this so-called industry. And I am in contact with people who have been concerned and sometimes unhappy with the process that has been used. There have been many alleged Brown Act violations, difficult to access supporting documentation and so forth. You definitely need to do this. We appreciate that this industry has come full circle from a completely black market hazardous industry into the light and could be a benefit to the county. We have seen lots and lots of financial advantages given to the proponents of the industry that are not available to other taxpayers. But be that as it may, I just want to speak to the issue of having actual fair inclusion of people who are concerned. My concern is the water issue and the lack of a general plan policy, because this is a significant change in the posture of the County of Lake in a very complicated situation. I thank every one of you for taking this seriously and for attempting to make it work for all of us. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. We have Paul Bernaccio. Apologize if that's not the correct pronunciation.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So I've attended quite a few of the task force meetings, and I'm also a stakeholder in the cannabis industry, and I just wanted to voice my support for having a supervisor at the task force meetings. I think that it would help sort of cut down on a lot of the back and forth that's going on and make sure that what we bring to you guys actually kind of helps, have something that's more solid and that we can agree on. Because I've been finding that, although we're trying to tackle some pretty simple things, the waters tend to get muddied up a lot. And just having somebody else there to sort of cruise us through that situation would be very helpful.
Thank you for your comment. I see no further hands up in the Zoom room, and check in the chamber and bringing it back to the board. And it looks like consensus was built to continue as is what I'm hearing from the majority of the board. Okay. If there's no further comments, then we will move on. It is 10:10. What's our next item?
Take a quick
10 a.m. What was that?
quick break.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. We'll come back at 10:15 to take up item 6.8 for our consideration and presentation of Tribal TANF.
Thank you.
Thank you for those 2 extra minutes. Let's go ahead and come back to this meeting and move on to item 6.8, 10 a.m. Consideration of presentation on the California Tribal TANF Partnership. Please come on up to the seats. Would you like to sit in the seats?
Oh, no, thank you. I talk better standing up. So in the seats, it
You do what's
kinda
comfortable for you.
constricts me. So I'm like, I want to stand up and talk because then I talk better. So
Perfect.
anyway, my name is Yolanda Lukey, and I'm the current executive director for California Tribal TANF Partnership. And with me today, I have brought Rosalia Lopez. She's the executive administrative assistant for our organization, and Sonia Horn, who is our, pardon me, our Lake County, our Lake Office site manager, who is our, she's well-versed in our regulations, policies. So if you do have any questions about, eligibility or our processes, she is here to answer those questions for you. I wanted to start off with thanking you for giving us the opportunity to come and do a presentation for you so that we could introduce our program to the Lake County Board of Supervisors. So thank you so much for this opportunity. We are hoping that this presentation will start that open dialogue, not only between us and the Department of Social Services. I really feel that we can work better as for our community if we have that open dialogue with the Lake County Social Services. So again, thank you for this opportunity. So we are a 20-year program. We were established in July of 2003. We just celebrated our 20th anniversary last July. We are a consortium of tribal governments, and we have come together. Currently, we have 15 partners, but we also provide services to members, tribal members, who are not part of our partnership. It is part of our agreements that we can administer, we can service non-affiliated tribal members. So, and I don't think a lot of people know that we do that. Our lead tribal government is Robinson Rancheria, so they govern our program. They help us make decisions on policy, procedure, budgeting, and so forth. CTTP creates diverse programs that are geared toward our tribal partners in their specific areas that they live in. We take into consideration their circumstances, their unique circumstances, their their opportunities, and their cultures. Because every tribe is different, and we want to make sure that we honor their culture and their history. We focus on a broad goal of self-sufficiency for our participants, not just the goal of employment. We look at creating a supportive environment that helps them succeed, not only the parents, but the families, that the whole entire family that comes into our program. Our organization is considered one of the largest organizations, tribal TANF programs in the United States. We we have 18 office sites, next, in 18 separate counties. So we are in multiple counties, and we work with, we need to communicate with all those counties on behalf of our participants. So what makes up our program is our tribal partners. And without them, our program would not exist. We work with 15 partner tribes, but that does not include the unaffiliated, which we have multiple tribes that are not our partners yet, but we're trying to bring them on. We have Pitt River up in Bernie and Ione, and then we are working with 3 new tribes over in Mendocino County. And what that does is that helps our program become stronger so that we can do more support for our participants. This, like I said, we have 14 tribal partners. Our vision, communities of culturally rooted, self-sufficient Native families. So that is our vision, to celebrate Native families and to help them appreciate and celebrate who they are through our program. We empower Native families to self-sufficiency through a path of tribal cultures, education, wellness, and employment. Those are our goals. Not just finding jobs for parents, but to also help them become self-sufficient through the celebration of their Native culture, celebrate their goals to achieve self-sufficiency, and to help them in their own personal wellness. Our 4 TANF purposes: we provide assistance to needy families so that children may be cared for in their own homes. That is our primary goal. We reduce the dependency of needy parents by promoting job prep, work, and marriage. We prevent and reduce out-of-wedlock pregnancies through education and helping our families help them learn how to make good decisions. And encourage the formation and maintenance of 2-parent families. So we really encourage our families to stay together. So the difference between CalWorks and Tribal TANF. So we strengthen families by celebrating their cultural heritage. And that is one of the things that I see the difference between county and Tribal TANF. We celebrate our culture, our heritage, and we encourage the learnings of our traditions, our language, our stories, whatever our partners and our participants need. We encourage that. We have smaller caseloads, so we focus more on our participants. We develop a relationship with them, and we not only look at them as a case number. We don't look at them as a case number. We look at them as part of our family, and that's how we celebrate our Tribal TANF program. We bring them in, and the first thing is our caseworkers develop that relationship with the participants so that they can feel comfortable telling us what they need and how we're going to work together to achieve those goals for them, with them. We do have drug testing and home visiting, and that is part of our program. And so when a participant chooses to come to our program, that is part of the process, that they will have to go through the drug testing. They will have home visits. So what does this mean for our participants? If they do test positive, we don't deny them. We don't discontinue them. We set up a process to help them become clean and sober. We go through by helping them become clean. We set up the supports for them, the referrals. We have our our counselor talk with them to develop a plan. And then we work with them. Now, I'm not saying that we don't discontinue at some point if they still come up testing positive, but we do try to engage with them and try to help them through their substance abuses so that they can become self-sufficient. Home visits, we do safety checks. So we're looking to make sure that they have appropriate the fire detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, bedding for the kids, a bed for the kids. And I know that counties cannot do that, but we can. If a child is sleeping on the floor, guess what? We can buy them a bed so they don't have to sleep on the floor. We make sure that there's baby-proof gates. Whatever the house needs to make sure that they're safe, that's what we provide to them. That's what the home visits are for. It's to help that family feel safe in their own home. So how we work with the counties, we have, our program is cash assistance, and it is countable in the CalFresh program. It also means that the counties have to administer the Medi-Cal programs for us because we don't have that ability. Basically, our cash assistance makes our participants automatically eligible for Medi-Cal because it is a cash link program. As far as CalFresh goes, depending on the family size and the income that we provide and other incomes that the household may have, they may be eligible for CalFresh, they may not. It's all up to the counties to determine that based on the federal poverty levels that the county uses in their eligibility determinations. Native American families have the choice between cash aid, between CalWorks with the county, and tribal TANF, where it's available. That's why it's so important that we are in 18 different counties. So there are 18 counties out there that has a tribal TANF program that tribal members can participate in. And so we really try to get the information out there to the communities so that they can make that informed choice between CalWorks and tribal TANF. So this is the eligibility for needy families, and the next slide is going to be eligibility on non-needy families because we help both. And it comes down to they have to meet income guidelines just like they would for cash aid, for CalWorks. I apologize. They have to be a resident in a CTTP service area, have a child under 18. A child in the home must be native. There has to be that linkage to a tribe. And the adults must not have exceeded their 60-month time limit. So we do have time limits for our needy parents, but not for our non-needy relatives. And again, for non-needies, it's basically the same criteria that they meet income guidelines, care for a related native child, so they must be related to that child. And then a resident of the CTTP service area, child's under 18 and has that native heritage. So the services that we provide, we not only provide cash assistance, we also do supportive services, childcare, transportation, career development, youth services. Some of the additional services that we provide, culturally specific and relevant classes and programs for our participants. We also have members from the tribal partner communities come in also. And it doesn't matter if they're members or not, if they are native and if they're not participating in receiving cash assistance from us, they can still participate in our workshops. It's okay. Because we consider our Native partners, our tribal partners, our family. And so when we have any workshops for whatever, and we're going to go through workshops later in a minute, we allow for those individuals, those natives who are not participants, to participate in our workshops. It just makes it a better community organization. So we not only support our participants, but we support our tribal partners. So some of the programs that we're really proud of is our WEX program. This is our work eligible program, and adults go through this program and we get them, lined up with jobs for internships, or we figure out what they need to improve their employability. We go through career counseling, career assessments, helping them write resumes. We help them with life skills also. The other really important one is our youth employment program. So we actually go out to our communities and see if there's anybody willing to have a youth come in and work for them. And then we pay for those wages. So we help establish that relationship with the communities, and we also help our youth learn how to work at a job. Showing up on time, dressing appropriately, doing the job that they're being paid for. And these are great skills that they are developing through our program. We also provide high school education assistance, vocational, and college for our adults, and we're looking to expand those services. So one of the things I'm most proud of in our organization is how much we help our youth. Our youth services, we have workshops on teen pregnancy, cultural awareness, fire safety, water safety, good hygiene, dentists. These are all great workshops that we celebrate our kids, and we are teaching them some good life skills. We also have the ability to support them in their extracurricular activities. From January, every calendar year, every participant child receives $500 that they can spend on driving school, on sports, on cheerleading, on any extracurricular activity that they want to do. We support that. So they receive that, they're eligible for that $500. Now, I'm not saying they all use all of it, but if they want to go to a camp, we can support that. And that's just one aspect of the services we provide to our children. They also receive school clothing allowances. They receive seasonal clothing allowances, and they receive incentives for good grades. So we are able to provide, if a child is receiving A's, we give them a gift card at the end of the semester with money on it, and they can go out and buy stuff that they want. And not a lot of programs can do that for their children. And when I say that we include the wellness of the family, we truly do mean that. We not only support the parents in their self-sufficiency goals, but we support the children in encouraging better grades, encouraging work ethic, and making good decisions. So I really, truly value the youth services in our program. The cultural activities is a cornerstone. It's a fundamental process that we value in our organization. We are working on bringing back our languages, our culture, our stories. And we do that in our program. We celebrate that in our program. And so when our people are proud of who they are and can see and feel how wonderful they are, they start to be successful and less needy because they're going out into the world to become educated and to bring that back to their tribes. And so part of our values in our organization is to celebrate our native cultures, to bring back those languages that we've lost, to bring back those stories. And so to us, this is one of the key concepts of our organization, a fundamental value that we celebrate in our organization. We hold specialized workshops for parenting, healthy relationships, communication in the families, recovery groups, because it's important if we're going to test that we have those groups available to our participants so that they can recover and become clean and support their family. We do talking circles to ensure that there is that support group for our parents and for our grandparents, for those non-needy relatives that are taking on children and teaching them and taking care of them. They need those talking circles so that they can help, so that they have that support and help, so that they can be good role models to their dependents. We also do a lot of community outreach. In our Del Norte, our Crescent City office, they actually go out to the community, and every year they have food boxes that they apply for a grant. They receive about $1,000, and then they go out into to the different stores and whatnot in the community and put gift food boxes together. I had the opportunity to go up to the Crescent City office and help hand out these boxes. And these boxes were a good 150 pounds. They got a 15-pound turkey, a ham, a gallon of milk, dozen eggs, cheese, cookies, so that they can decorate cookies with their families, and then everything they would need to make that holiday dinner. And this is what I mean by we go out into the communities, because it's not just about our participants, but it's also establishing that relationship to those in those communities that we work in. And this is the product. They help us with our families and provide something that's so special and so nice that, I want to make sure that all of our sites are trying to do this with our participants, because our participants they were really grateful for what we were able to provide to them with the community support. So we go out and we work with the communities. We try to engage with Department of Social Services to help our participants receive CalFresh, or to make sure that their Medi-Cal is running correctly. Whatever they need, we're there to support them. We go and sit with them during school meetings about their kids. That's what we're there to do. Not only just to, tell them what they need to do, but to support them in their goals, in becoming self-sufficient. So we're a partner with them. We're not a dictator to them. When we mean participant, they are participating in the road to becoming self-sufficient, and we're there to partner with them. So these are some of the organizations that we work with. Of course, we have a lot more because we're in 18 different counties. So that's my presentation of California Tribal TANF today. I hope this provides information to all of you about our program and about who we are in what we do, because it's so important that we keep this program going not only for our participants, but for our tribal people, because we're more than just a cash assistance check. We are also a support for them, a safe place for them, someone that's going to take them where, if they need to go to the kids alone, all the support that we provide to them. So, do you have any questions, any comments?
Thank you so much for your presentation today. It looks like we have a comment or question from
I
Supervisor
don't have a
Pyska.
question. I'm just really thankful that you came and did this presentation and reached out to us. I didn't really understand the program. I've heard a lot about it over the years, but this is incredible. And I always want to know where we can cross-support with our tribal nations here in the county. So I have a lot of gratitude for you taking the time today and making this presentation.
Thank you so much. I really felt it was important because I really do, I have pamphlets in here I would love to give to you guys, and then if you could hand it over to social services. So I would like to start putting our information into their lobbies so that there is that communication between our organization and the Department of Social Services, because we really do work hand in hand to for our participants to have a better life. So I really feel strongly that we need to start making those connections in this community.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you also for the presentation. A lot to unpack there, and I have a lot of questions. I have about a dozen questions, so I'm not going to ask them now. I'm going to ask for permission, hopefully, to reach out to you later and
Of course.
answer some of those. Are you up at Robinson?
Oh, no, we have an office at 991 Parallel Drive.
Oh, here in town.
Joanna has my email address, so you are more than welcome to just send me all your questions, and I can go through them and answer them, because I would prefer that, because I want to give you correct information and not information off the top of my head.
Right. And just as a follow-up, I enjoyed the slide deck, but I see it wasn't posted with the agenda, so I'm hoping there'll be board consensus that we could post that slide deck after today's meeting, just so if people do see this and they can refer to the agenda for that background PowerPoint. And also, because I didn't see it on the PowerPoint, if you just wanted to highlight a phone number, a contact, or a website that people wanted to follow up questions, where would they best find that information?
So there is the website that is posted on the very front page of that
Slide deck?
slide deck.
Okay.
And it's, I don't know it off the top of my head, but cttp.net.
Excellent.
And that's our website. And that has like our history, our vision. It has all the workshops that we provide. So it has a career section, because we're always looking for new hires. So, and we, of course, hire across 18 counties. So we have positions all over the place.
Okay, and one question,
course,
and it's a softball I didn't quite get. So maybe you get funding through a state compact and you're kind of equivalent to CalWORKS, but just if you have off the top of your head, what's your annual budget across the 18 counties that you're serving?
Oh, I don't have that information. We do receive federal and state funding. We're part of the state, we're part of the federal block grant that is given for the cash assistance program. So we take a percentage of what the state is given.
Thank you.
Thank you again. Quick questions for you. I feel like you came here with a purpose to enhance the relationship. And just kind of want to ask you, what are you looking for? Do you have an idea of what you would like to see happen that may not be happening, so that as a board, that's something that we can consider and provide guidance to our departments in order to enhance that relationship? Do you have a specific ask?
Well, what I'm looking for is to start some communication between, like, for example, the Welfare to Work program, and working with them to collaborate on better servicing our Native community. That's really what I want to do. I want to work with Department of Social Services so that they can learn about our culture and how we feel when we go into an office. I came from Mendocino County. I worked with Mendocino County for 29 years. So I know what an office setting looks like when you walk into an office for a county or a Department of Social Services county. It's very sterile, not very welcoming. And depending on a good day or a bad day, you might get somebody that is really not helpful. And so what I would like to do is engage with Department of Social Services and Welfare to Work so that they can know how to communicate with our Native communities. Whether it's coming and doing a workshop with them. You know, we can provide more workshops with the county, you know, to help educate staff on how natives how natives will respond to how they treat them. You know, and, you know, if you're going to force somebody to do something, if you're going to force a native to try to do something, they're going to get stubborn on you. And so what we do is we work with them and we encourage them, and then we let them choose their path, and then we support that path. And I think that's the difference. And I want to work with Welfare to Work and Department of Social Services and start making it easier for our participants to engage with the county. You know, I want to make sure that their benefits are running smoothly. You know, if they apply for cash at CalFresh, I want to help facilitate that and expedite those benefits to them. You know, I want to make sure if their Medi-Cal drops, why? You know, what happened there? Our program is automatically cash link Medi-Cal. A worker only needs to update the information, run the system, and have that eligibility updated into the state system. That's all they have to do. So I want to make sure that we're helping with any services that our people are having concerns or issues with. And I think the more that we engage with the county, they're going to be more open to assisting and helping our people, not just our participants, but all of our people that are there receiving benefits through the programs administered by Lake County. So, you know, I've been on both sides. I understand how, I understand the lack of knowledge in a county setting. And so I would like to change that in a positive manner.
Thank you for that. I think that the services you provide and the services that social services provide complement one another. I think there's a lot of like people that we are both serving. One of the thoughts that I am having during this whole conversation is CalAIM, where there's supposed to be that continuity of services, continuity of care. Wondering where TANF fits within the CalAIM. I haven't heard in the conversation of CalAIM where TANF fits in. Wondering if you can provide some information on that.
So CalAIM is mostly state-ran program. So we don't really work within the state parameters. That's why it's tribal TANF. So whatever's happening in CalAIM, I would have to research more to find out what is going on in that program, to get more fluent in that program before I could actually give you that analysis.
And granted, it's just stating my opinion. Even if it's not something that impacts you directly, it feels like it fits within the conversation of being at the same table together to discuss the like people that we are serving together, just so that we don't have people falling through the cracks or in between services. So that's something I'm thinking about. Another thing that I'm thinking about is I don't know what your level of connection is, but I would assume that some of the people you serve may be experiencing homelessness. And we're always looking for bringing in especially tribal perspectives and tribal services to the COC in order to make sure that we connect the full spectrum of the populations in our communities in ensuring that we're serving them to the best of our capabilities through the COC. And so I'll be reaching out to you about that to see what's possible. And I'd love to continue the conversation about CalAIM to make sure, because CalAIM is also people who end up going into incarceration and coming out. We want to make sure that we know who they are, what services we're supposed to continue providing, not all of a sudden having our jail medical taking something over that we're disconnected.
Right.
And so any way that we can connect the dots together for better care, better continuity, I think is always going to be better. So something I'm going to think about and look into, and I'll reach out.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Vice Chair Crandall.
Yolanda covered it very well. Thank you very much. Just wanted to emphasize, I know you mentioned this, but I wanted to just repeat it so people understand that are listening or tuning in that CTTP does serve out-of-state Native Americans that are federally recognized and have, it's not just for the 7 local tribes how, tribal health does. So just wanted to make sure people knew that. There are some tribes that have their own TANF. I know that Supervisor Pyska just asked me about Scotts Valley. They have their own tribal TANF. And so they serve a specific entity or specific tribe that has agreed with them. So tribes can elect to go with any group that they want or their own. So that's why you'll see some of the tribes that aren't a part of us because they decide to either elect to go with another tribal TANF, their own, or they're satisfied with the county services as well. And folks that are in the county don't have to just be served by California Tribal TANF. They could elect to go to county services as well. And so actually that's all I had. So yeah, just wanted to emphasize that. I know you mentioned it, but I wanted to make sure it was
It didn't get lost in all the other information
Yeah.
I threw at everybody.
Thank you for the clarification. Supervisor Simon.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for coming today and giving the report. Obviously, TANF has been in the county since 2003. You've seen Middletown Rancheria's name up there. We coordinate, or we're a participant with you guys, so we greatly appreciate that work being done. It is hard for our native community to go to social services or other things. They do that, but I think that coordination conversation always needs to be enhanced. We're always educating on, we're running these same programs, we should do it together and communicate. I think I see Department of Social Services there, Crystal, behind you's got some comments, but, I think we're always moving in that right direction. Presentations like this, from a board standpoint, I think really brings it to the community light, and we'll continue to do that. I want to just talk about some of the real benefits, the non-needy cash assistance that helps our tribal members. In our tribal communities, our most important thing is keeping our tribal children in the tribe. And that means with the aunt, uncle, a cousin, somewhere there. So sometimes you run into those boundaries where how do you take care of that family member once you bring them into the home? And the non-needy cash assistance that's provided by Robinson when they started the program is very important. I know for the Middletown Rancheria, it's helped with 3 community members, 3 tribal members being able to be kept in families' homes, which is the most important thing, keeping our children in our communities as we grow them up. So very important stuff. But Middletown Rancheria supports Tribal TANF program. It not only serves Lake County, but the other 18, and it's always providing opportunities both for tribal and non-tribal employment. I'm glad that the main base is here in Lake County and started with Robinson, so I can't thank that tribe enough. So appreciate it. And once again, another education process. Every program that's run here at the county, each tribe with less capacity and opportunities has the same departments. We need roads, education, Department of Social Services, everything that you're running, we're running a government, and everything that can be helped from outside tribal agencies and funding really helps to meet those gaps that the tribes themselves, can't support every tribal member's needs. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I want to make sure and give some time to Director Marketan. It looks like she crept up to the front seat to make a statement.
I did. And I just wanted to say that was a great presentation. I very much appreciate it. It's, the way that you're able to provide services is different than the county, which it sounds like It's more of a hybrid of social services and the benefits. And very separate within the county structure. I worked in Del Norte for 20 years, so I'm also familiar with Del Norte and working with the tribes there. And so I have not been approached. I've been approached a couple of times in meetings, but not directly. And we are more than happy to sit down and have conversation about any of the things that you talked about today. We'd be more than happy to do that, and I'll give you my information.
And I'll give you my card.
Perfect. Sounds like a
Set up a
plan.
meeting. That would be great.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Absolutely, please.
I'm Noemi Duhan. I'm the Public Health Officer. Thank you for this wonderful presentation. And I just want to also share with you that the Public Health Department or Division is also a potential partner for you. And to speak about CalAIM, there's also a program called Path Sighted, where it's funding for community health workers. And so I think there is an opportunity here for partnership, absolutely, with the Public Health Department. And I'm going to take one of your flyers, and please, I would love to also be in touch.
Excellent. I'll give you my card.
Thank you.
And this was one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, because this is 2 connections already, and it's just going to be more positive for our program, because with the help of resources in our communities, we will be able to service our people better. And that's what I was really aiming for, to not only bring knowledge to the Board of Supervisors and to Lake County, but also to start making those connections so that we can expand services to our people.
Workforce Alliance of the North Bay and the WEX program, there may be some correlation there as well, so maybe getting Bruce in touch with her or something like that, yeah.
I'll give Joanna my cards that you guys can hand out too.
Please, and thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
I will add one thing. Not going to request that this happens, but obviously you are making contact with both public health and social services based on some of the services you're providing, whether it's recovery or substance abuse. I would say definitely we need to connect you with behavioral health as well. I think all of those services kind of have overlap, and I want to make sure that we don't miss anything on that.
And bringing our counselor to behavioral health, right? It would be a great opportunity to start gearing stuff toward natives, circles, talking circles, support systems, because natives will respond better when they're talking with natives. So.
And I just want to follow up with that. We're getting many large settlement amounts each year going forward for a few years for the opioid settlement. We're working on that plan right now, so it's going to be critical to have tribal input on that plan with behavioral health. And we've also, we gave board direction for all of our departments to connect with our agencies to do a lot of messaging and education on overdosing and fentanyl. And so that would, with your conversations with behavioral health, those 2 pieces also, it'd be critical to have your input there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to open it up for the public for any public comment. I do not see any in the Zoom room, and I do not see anybody getting up in this chamber. And so I will bring it back. Thank you so much for the presentation.
Of course.
I think from all of this, we know the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. You've mentioned youth multiple times. Every service, every program working together and enhancing those relationships is only going to better the outcomes for all our children and all our families. And so I appreciate the work that you are doing and looking forward to the work we will be doing together.
Well, I feel this was a very positive opportunity, and I look forward to connecting with everybody so that we could better serve our community.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item 6.9 or 10:30 a.m. Consideration of resolution requesting extension of Community Development Block Grant Micro Enterprise Program. And we have Mr. Rickelman and Mr. Lucas. Welcome.
6.9.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. I'm joined by Jeff Lucas, Principal at CDS. A few months ago, I came to the board regarding a facade improvement plan, and that was going to be funded through the state's Community Development Block Grant Economic Development Program. In December, we received notification about the middle of December that due to the Department of Housing and Community Development implementing a new grant management system, they are going to delay this. So it was originally anticipated it was going to come out in the spring of 2024, and now they're saying it's pretty general, but the fall or winter of 2024. So that program, we won't receive the funding till probably end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. And that was the funding we were going to use for that. And also with the facade improvement, the continuation of CDS's technical advice micro enterprise program for small businesses, which they're doing right now. So with that, there's potentially a gap of funding due to HCD moving this funding stream. So this resolution is just requesting from HCD that we can continue to employ the existing funding. So there's about $85,000 left in the program. So that was, yeah, that's the program that this, now we don't. Yeah, I know there's a long agenda, so I'm just giving the background. So that's what we're requesting, is just to the state that they can extend the timeline for the existing funding, so there's not a gap in service for our local small businesses. The upside of all of this is, so when HCD told us they're going to punt the new funding stream, they did also mention, they haven't provided the details, it's just kind of top line at the moment, but there's about 3.25 million allocated now for the county for either housing or economic development infrastructure. I don't have the NOFA yet, but we're anticipating getting it later in January. So I'm sure I'll be back in front of the board in the next month or two, explaining kind of what our course of action is. But since we don't have that NOFA yet, I don't have a specific project idea because I don't know the parameters of the funding. So that's the upside.
Thank you for the upside.
Is there anything you want to provide, Jeff?
If you can speak in the microphone, please.
Just a little bit more information. You know, we're typically on an annual cycle. So what's happened is HCD, as Ben has said, has delayed the application cycle, which means that there'll be a gap in funding. And so the one thing we wanted to discuss with the board and request was by resolution approval to extend the existing program contract by 1 year so that the services could continue on. There's enough money in the budget to do that. We can extend it out for the microenterprise program while the state reorganizes with this new software program. And then the other item Ben was referring to is, while they've delayed the total notice of funding availability that we came and presented to you about last time, they're going to continue with part of it, and that's what they call the over-the-counter portion. It's for about $19 million total, and it's just for shovel-ready construction projects that would be in support of a housing project or an economic development project. And a couple of examples would be putting in a road to property that a business wants to locate in and develop. And the county could access funds for a project like that if it was shovel-ready and the environmental work had been done and we have engineering and design plans for it. Same thing for a housing. Let's say that the county had a housing project pretty much ready to go, and there was a gap in financing for the infrastructure, utility lines, roads, curbs, gutter, sidewalk, that kind of thing to the site. So they've limited what we can use the money for in this sort of interim NOFA. And Ben's right, we don't have exact specific clarity on it, but that's it in a nutshell for you. We just want to make sure we're communicating that to you all. So we are looking for projects that might fit that. I don't know if we'll find some, but if we do, then we can pursue them.
Yeah, our plan is, because it's an allocation, it's not competitive, is to find a project. We never want to pass up money allocated for the county. So we'll figure something out.
Well said, well said.
That's 19 million allocated for our county for projects, or is that spread over other counties?
For the state of California.
Or the state, okay.
Small jurisdiction.
Got it.
We don't want to, as Ben says, pass up an opportunity, so we're looking, and if we can find something, we'll go after it. But it's just
If you can
limited what we can do. I'm sorry. I don't want to, I'm trying not to talk.
Guys didn't have to sit next to each other.
Any other questions on the request for the resolution to extend the timeline? A quick question for you, Mr. Lucas. The $85,000 you have left in the program that I believe you said in fall, winter, which is like a 6-month window, it's very vague, that you would be able to recoup to restart the program with new funds. Is the $85,000 still a good amount to continue through this year? Or how much typically do you go through?
For that, what we did on that was forecast.
In the microphone, please.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. So on the forecasted amount that would be still available, the current agreement with the state and the county will terminate on May 26th. So we determined what's the drawdown occurring now, and then anticipated what would be remaining, and that's where we came up with that $85,000 estimate. And that money would then be made available to continue the program probably for as long as we could take it out, maybe a year, and in anticipation of the state then releasing a NOFA, applying for funds, and it would either eliminate or reduce the gap between services being provided, trying to juggle the access to the new funds on their new timeline.
Okay. And just to repeat the question again for a specific answer, I just want to make sure that, are you thinking you're going to run out of funds before you're able to recoup more funds at the rate that you're currently dispersing those funds for business assistance?
Well, the issue is that if the current contract between the state and, yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
What we're trying to do is continue the program.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I see no pens. Let's open it up for the public. Any comments from the public? And seeing none, let's bring it back. Looking for action on a resolution.
I'll offer the resolution.
Resolution's been offered.
Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's move on to item 6:10 or 10:45 a.m. item, public hearing. A, consideration of resolution making findings necessary to authorize an energy services contract for design, installation, and commissioning of energy conservation facilities serving the Lake County Courthouse campus. And B, consideration of agreement with Staten Solar Corporation for design, installation, and commissioning of energy conservation facilities serving the Lake County Courthouse campus. Director Lars, good morning.
Good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I appreciate the time today. So as the board is aware, Public Services has been working under board direction toward a solar project at the courthouse campus. Funding was allocated this year for that, and I believe the prior year. In late 2022, Public Services hired a consultant, Optany. Their vice president is going to be on Zoom here very soon. He'll be available if there's any questions and does not have a presentation. We'll go through this here. But in late 2022, we worked with Optany to work toward a project. And then in June of 2023, we solicited an RFP for a project to design and construct and maintain for a certain period of time a solar project here at the courthouse. It was envisioned at the time, and as you'll see, this came to fruition through the proposals that we would be proposing, or that the best project would be a carport array at the parking lot just west of the DA. It's worth referencing for those that are not aware. Typically, you might consider a roof project. The roof at the courthouse, and for that matter, the DA, are both in use heavily. There's revenue-generating leases that we have with 3 telecommunication companies, not to mention rooftop utilities that affect it. So, the project that was proposed was a carport array. We received 6 proposals. Staten Solar Corporation was ranked as the top proposer by a county selection committee. We've negotiated with them for a draft contract. That's one item for the board's consideration. The other item, which is actually A, and that's the resolution making findings. Government Code Section 4217 is the process that we're following. Board might be aware and most familiar with a standard design bid build type of project where we hire a designer, engineer, architect to design a project. They completely design it through 100%, and then we put that project out to bid for low bid. And that is generally how the public contract code is arranged. But in the last decade or more, there's been advancements in design build where it's a kind of a joint effort. This is not a truly a design build project, but the Government Code Section 4217 allows the board or allows local jurisdictions to go out to to contract for energy services work in a manner that is most beneficial to the entity, so long as certain findings can be made, and that's what this resolution does. The long and the short of it is, so long as the project can be shown to be a financial benefit. There's cost savings that exceed the cost of the contract. That's the long and the short of it. So, some summary on the project, and we do have a site plan that we're happy to show. It essentially just shows where the solar panels would go. But we are proposing a 444 kilowatt solar PV array. It'll create about 670,000 kilowatt hours for a number of buildings here at the campus. It's the district attorney's office, our building. It's this courthouse building, and it also is the courthouse museum. The courthouse museum is served through the same meter as this building here. There are 753 modules. We would also have a 10-year O&M contract with the work, and as well as product warranties and workmanship warranties that come along with that. In addition to the array, to the PV, the photovoltaic array, there are 3 charging stations, electric vehicle charging stations proposed. Each one is a dual charger, so there would be 6 charging ports that are proposed, and so that summarizes the infrastructure that is proposed there. To talk a little bit about the financials, ultimately this project is intended to save us money in the long term. Not only that, but from a green energy perspective, we're generating electricity from the sun, clearly. So the financials, there is included on the agenda packet, there is an analysis that Optany prepared. Again, not the contractor that submitted. They had their own analysis, but doing a third-party analysis was prudent in this case. So some of the financials, the project will offset about 58% of facility use. The payback period would be about 10 years, and total savings over the 25 25-year system life, and the reason I chose 25 is that is the product warranty, is a total savings of a little over $3 million over that system life. Doesn't mean that it ends there. We very well could, and we hope that it would continue beyond. Some assumptions that went into their analysis, and we can certainly talk about these as necessary. One is the PG&E rate escalation, and that's one that I'll go into in a bit, but a 3% assumed PG&E rate escalation, and that in Optany has confirmed with me that that's kind of an industry standard that they use, but we know the ebb and flow of that. Panel degradation rate, meaning how much power those panels will create. Assume that they degrade 0.5% per year. It assumes the county pays for operations and maintenance costs after the 10th year. And it also assumes the county's receipt of a 30% investment tax credit, which we are eligible for through, I believe it's the Recovery Act. I'm losing the thank you. So coming back a bit, well, maybe I'll just wrap this up here. The CEQA is complete. The project falls under the city of Lakeport. They've confirmed that it is ministerially exempt. So we have that confirmation. The schedule, since this is a design build, we'd be starting the design once we get approval through your board. The schedule looks like we would have completion by fall of this year, if not even earlier. So I would like, that's the summary of the project, but I'd like to come back a bit just to talk about the PG&E rates and some of the assumptions that went into that. Supervisor Pyska asked a question the other day that we were able to clarify the PG&E upcoming changes in rate structures. I coordinated with Jonathan at Optany, who confirmed that if we submit an application prior to February 14th of this year, which assuming there's no hiccups here, to be blunt, that it looks like we should be able to do that with no problem. The application is a relatively, in their world, a relatively streamlined process, and with the data that we already have, it's pretty much pull off the shelf. So with that application prior to February 14th, we would fall under the, I guess I can't say old rate structure, but the current rate structure. I believe that it's NEM, net energy metering, as opposed to the other acronym, the future acronym. I don't recall, and that's important because it's a significant cost savings. It's both the cost savings on what we would pay for power, but also what we get reimbursed for the power that we are sending back. So Jonathan has been a huge help with this. He's got a wealth of knowledge, so I would be deferring to him for a lot of the technical and certainly the PG&E questions. But for your board's consideration, two actions that are necessary. The first is the consideration of the resolution. What that does is it authorizes this process where we're hiring both the same company to design and construct, and then the second is the agreement with Staten. So happy to answer any questions, and Jonathan with Optany is available.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Jonathan, for being here to answer some questions. And I see Supervisor Green.
Yeah, just super quick on the CEQA confirmation. So I don't see any documentation of that, and I'll definitely accept the city's assertion that it's a ministerial project and exempt under that. There may also be, I'm trying to remember what happened when we did the solar arrays on the city side. There also may be a categorical exemption. But what form does that confirmation come in? Do you have a written document? Was there a project application with the city and you got a written determination?
I received an email, to be honest, because it's ministerial. They didn't actually do a notice of determination. I assumed that it would be going through a categorical exemption process, but nevertheless, I do have that email from the city. I didn't provide it, but certainly can provide it to you.
I think it is still a project, so we don't need to necessarily add it to the scope of work of the contractor, but from our perspective, we should document that CEQA determination one way or another.
I have it in writing that they've determined that it's ministerially exempt, and I can provide that to you.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? So I do have a question, and I think this is more towards Jonathan. So I thought we were going to see more than 3 connections. Obviously, that's split, so it's 6 connections for plugins in hopes of being prepared for future growth of our fleet or other just community member car usage. Is it easy to add more connections for future plugins if we needed to? And does it draw directly from the solar panels, or is it also drawing directly from PG&E, or both?
Yeah, I'd like to defer to Jonathan. While it's Statton's proposal, it's not Jonathan's, but I think he can likely answer that.
Sure thing, and good morning to everyone. Thank you for having us on here. Great project. The answer to the question, agreed. It's a great idea to think ahead for future EV fleet growth, both for county vehicles and then also just electric vehicle proliferation throughout the state here. You're right. 3 dual port carport chargers would be probably more than you need right now, but it's great to think ahead. What could be done hasn't been included right now in their design, but additional conduit runs. You could always run additional conduit, have them stub up out of the concrete or just below the concrete or asphalt, and ready for additional EV chargers in the future. I think it's a great idea. It's a little bit of additional cost, but they're doing their underground conduit runs anyway during this project. It's a great idea to have them add additional EV chargers. And all the EV chargers will actually be fed back from the building because they'll work on AC power. There are ways to have the EV chargers operate off of the solar itself, or even off of the solar after it's been converted to AC energy. But generally speaking, it just makes more sense to go back through the main switchgear with a dedicated electric vehicle charger breaker that then manages all the charging directly from the building.
Thank you for that. I'm looking at this, and we're provided a 25-year potential of cost savings, and I'm thinking 25 years from now, our parking lot will look drastically different in the vehicles that we have. I would love to see us making sure that we do have it prepared for expansion of charging stations if we choose to apply that in the future. I don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I would like to be better prepared so we don't have to kind of restart and bring conduit at a time where it's more difficult to add conduit, or it doesn't look the same by adding conduit at a future date. I don't know how the rest of the board feels. Getting one yes?
Absolutely.
I had a feeling you'd be on board for that.
What I'm
At least to
just
put the conduit in the ground, to have those opportunities for a simple expansion, even if it's through another grant program or something that's going to be coming down over the next couple of years from the state level. So, yeah, I completely agree with having those conduits put in the ground so we could make an expansion there when the time is needed.
With the board's consensus, then, what I would propose to do is come back at a later date, relatively soon, though, negotiate with Statton about what that would look like, confer with Optony, and then it would be a change order that we would be coming back to you with.
Definitely don't want to slow this down. Want to give you that.
I don't think it would.
Want to give you that go-ahead so you can meet the February 14th deadline. That's important to all of us. But that was my only thing that I saw. I was like, just 3?
Yeah, and just physically where those would be located, they're geographically they're in the southeast corner of the parking lot, basically the corner of the courthouse parking lot that's closest to us right now, or where people would walk from the parking lot. So recognizing that any EV charging, if we're dedicating EV charging parking or stations, and therefore the parking, then we're eliminating some regular or standard parking lot or parking stalls there. So just for consideration, I don't think it's. I think the reward is better than the risk, but nevertheless, that's we'll come back to the board with information on that as a change order.
Perfect. And as far as the 3% industry standard for the increase, we know we've seen some much larger increases. So in my mind, I see this overall savings over the 25 years. I see it as just being a starting point, and we will see even greater savings if we actually allowed us to stay on PG&E and pay the entire cost of all these increases. So I appreciate this being in front of us and looking forward to approving this.
Great.
Any other comment?
One follow-up question. In looking through it, battery backup batteries down the road, would there be an opportunity to incorporate that too when you're talking about change orders for the eventual, those things? Because we know what's happening. PG&E is moving those peak times when the sun may be down, so having those batteries to operate in that 4-hour time period are important. So I guess the question would be, we haven't at least I haven't built a system like this. Are these adaptable where we could add batteries to it? The question is the gentleman on the screen.
Jonathan, if you could answer that.
Sure, happy to address that. Yes, completely. The system was designed originally with battery storage as an alternative. As Mr. Ewing had noted, it just financially it added additional savings, the battery system did, but not enough to cover the additional cost at this point. As you're mentioning, Supervisor, it will change. It'll change here in the coming years. And so the system can be retrofitted with a battery energy storage system. There would just need to be some work basically on the north side of the DA building, have some batteries probably installed there, most likely, could be other locations, and then basically break the electrical run to basically, instead of going directly to the buildings, go over to the battery storage first and then into the building. So that way, some of the solar energy could be stored and then used by the utility or used by the county when rates are higher or when there's higher demand.
And for some clarity there, Jonathan referenced that I had mentioned it. I hadn't said anything about the battery energy storage system. What I was going to mention is that it was included as an option in the RFP that we put out. And so I think every proposal we received included that as some option. But the numbers simply didn't justify including it now. So I just, for some clarity there.
Makes sense to me. Thank you for the question. Let's open it up for the public. Any comments or questions from those in the Zoom room or the chamber?
I have the same question actually related to where the battery backup could be put in. Is it going to be pre-wired for it as well?
Jonathan, do you recall Statton's? Well, I'll just leave that to you because there were a few locations that each proposer had included.
Right. The main idea that we saw from all of the proposers was an equipment pad on the north side of the district attorney's building. I think there's a tree there right now and some bushes, but otherwise kind of not used by a whole lot of other things. And that would likely be the location. There won't be conduit run at this point for that, but it would be a relatively straightforward retrofit to interrupt the conduit run will go right past that area or right through that area. And so if a battery storage system were installed in the future, they'd just be able to, the new installer would be able to intercept that conduit run and then basically hop over to the equipment pad and then back over to the existing conduit run where it is there at the, going into the building.
There was also consideration of a storage system inside the Sally Port at the district attorney's building. There's a mechanical room in there that was evaluated. I don't think any of the proposers actually had that as their recommended location, but that's also an option in the future.
Okay. That answer your question? Okay. Thank you very much for that. And didn't see a hand up in the Zoom room or anyone getting up in the chamber, so bringing it back for 2 actions.
One quick question.
Go for it.
Just a question for County Council. Although I accept the assertion this is ministerial exempt, I'm wondering if the resolution before us could be amended, if it's necessary, to just add a one-liner that the City of Lakeport has determined this project to be ministerial exempt under CEQA. I know it's a reso approving a contract, but to have no reference to CEQA in the approvals we're doing today, just a question whether we might want to add a simple addition to the reso to declare CEQA findings, or the city's, to reference the city's prior determination on CEQA.
Your board may add that as a recital to the resolution, if your board chooses to do so. The only suggestion would be if it's reflected in the contract itself, that it be made consistent with the contract that's also before your board for approval.
The resolution is primarily about the findings, that there's cost savings. Now, granted, it does reference the contract too.
I feel like it's 2 separate compartmentalized processes. One of them was with the City of Lakeport. They have their process. We've obviously received a response. They feel it's the appropriate process in response to the project that was proposed to them. This is more specific to the contract and agreement of what we're going to be doing. I feel it's two separate processes.
And if I might add some clarity, that the government code section specifically says what that resolution has to state. I mean, not word for word, but the finding has to be that there's cost savings. There's no reference to CEQA needing to be in there. So the resolution, as you're aware, typical contracts, we wouldn't also have a resolution approving the contract. That's a standalone action. So the resolution driven by Government Code 4217 is strictly in relation to the findings that the project will pay for itself. But we can certainly change that if the board has that desire.
Thank you for that clarification. Doesn't sound like there's need for that. If there's no further comment, I'm going to offer the resolution making findings necessary to authorize an energy services contract for the design, installation, and commissioning of energy conservation facilities serving the Lake County Courthouse campus.
Resolution has been offered.
Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Green?
Aye.
Supervisor Pyska?
Yes.
And Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
And since I'm on a roll, I'm going to move to approve the agreement with Staten Solar Corporation for the design, installation, and commissioning of energy conservation facilities serving the Lake County Courthouse campus and authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great
Exciting.
work. Thank you, Lars. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
And you said fall.
And everybody.
Fall
Yeah.
is the estimated schedule, yeah.
That's very exciting.
Well, it's a big project we've been planning for a long time. It's really nice to see it being implemented.
Absolutely.
Good job.
We're just going to move along to item 6.11, our 11:15 a.m. item, sitting as the Lake County Watershed Protection District Board of Directors. A, consideration of presentation on proposed project with SCI Consulting Group, and B, consideration of contract agreement with SCI Consulting Group to conduct a water quality outreach study and assessment evaluation in an amount not to exceed $100,000 and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign the agreement. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, board. Thank you, staff, for having me here this morning. My name is Angela DePalma-Dow. I work in Water Resources, and today I wanted to just do a little presentation on a Blue Ribbon Committee-funded project, and we're waiting for the slides to come up. I also have some consultants from SCI on the Zoom. John Bliss and Melanie Guillory-Lee are also on there. If they can be promoted to panelists, they will be talking on one of the slides. That would be great. Thank you, Joanna. And I will say that normally we would just do a contract and it would go through the consent agenda. We have done an RFP for this project. The reason why I'm doing a little presentation, it's only 5 slides, is because I wanted to bring to the director's attention that we are going to be leveraging this project and funds for this project to do a benefit funds assessment for the Watershed Protection District. So what we're looking at is assessing the public's perceptions, attitudes, and knowledge of water quality in Clear Lake. And we're going to be using the information we gain from that to also conduct an evaluation to determine if there's interest and desire to impose a benefit funds assessment for the Watershed Protection District, which would create a sustainable funding source for water quality projects for the whole county. A lot of times we just mention Clear Lake, but just know that a Watershed Protection District benefit funds assessment would be applied to the whole county, so for all water resources within the county boundary. Next slide, please. And this was awarded in 21 to 2022. And the goal for this project is to, again, look at the perceptions, attitudes, knowledge gaps, particularly that the public has towards water quality related issues. For right now, there was a survey that was done in the 90s, particularly looking at tourism-based perceptions and attitudes, but recently we haven't had one specific for water quality recently. And this will be really important for us so we can identify maybe there's potential behavior changes that could improve water quality or stormwater quality. We also want to look at how we can increase citizen engagement. You know, we do a lot of these stream cleanups, and everybody talks about illegal dumping in the streams, and then we do these stream cleanups, and sometimes sometimes we get poor turnout. How can we really improve that citizen engagement? And then this is really important for us as lake managers. So when we're imposing policies or making policy recommendation changes, we have some sort of information about the public's attitude and what they support for those efforts. And this is also important for the Blue Ribbon Committee projects themselves. You guys are aware the Blue Ribbon Committee is funding millions of dollars of research, and sometimes the outreach gets left behind with education on those projects. And so this is really also going to help provide information so those awarding entities can really target and focus their outreach and education based on their awarded projects. And this is for agencies, not just at the county projects, but also tribal nations, UC Davis, USGS, for example. Next slide, please. And the value, of course, for the Blue Ribbon Committee and the district for this project is getting that baseline knowledge level now of what's out there for water quality and water quality issues. And that way we can make sure that we're tailoring information in the correct and most efficient way, and that we can make these recommendations for maybe future water projects that actually align with what the public cares about or what they know about or what they don't know about is really the goal for that. This, again, helps effectiveness when we're looking at policy actions or changing ordinances or changing programs. Also, it really helps when we're explaining these complex scientific issues to the public and to partners. So right now you guys are looking at a very expensive LG Sonic project, and sometimes those are some complex scientific issues looking at cyanobacteria and algae. And so this project will help give information about the best way to communicate some of these complex technical topics to the public. And of course, if something is too technical and scientific, it is not transparent because it's not accessible. So this will help us really improve the transparency of these projects. And then, like I said, we're leveraging this project to look at the desired or identify the type of measures or priority projects that the public would support a fee assessment for. So the question being, what will people want to happen in exchange for assessment or a fee or a tax? What is it that we need to do for water quality improvements? And so that's kind of boils down to that simple question for that evaluation. Next slide, please. And there is a very strong precedent out there for these kinds of surveys and evaluations of the public. So the EPA has this whole little toolbox where they have examples and tools to help put together these sorts of evaluations. Next, just click, yeah. And here's an example of some of those. These are state specific, but there's also some regions or water body specific like the Chesapeake Bay. One more click. Thanks, Joanna. And then there's even ones that are specific to certain watersheds and then counties. And one more click. And here's an example of an output from one of those surveys. So this is from 2011 from Kitsap County in Washington. And the question was, what happens to water that goes down the storm drain? And you can see within this county, the responses of the different regions is very different. So for example, the third one from the top, Breckenridge Island, about 80% of the population knows that stormwater goes down a storm drain into the nearest water body. That's in opposition to Gig Harbor, where about 40% of the population thinks that stormwater goes to a treatment plant. So that's pretty significant. We want to make sure that we're targeting outreach to the right areas and have the right message. And especially here, we have Clear Lake, we have Pewter Creek, we have St. Helena Creek. All the stormwater goes directly to those water bodies. It doesn't go to treatment plants. And that really can help the public understand when they're, what activities am I doing? Where is this trash going? Where is this motor oil going? And so this is a really good way to be able to figure that out and target those messaging. Next slide, please. So this is our general approach. This is going to have a lot of clicks, John. So the contract approval now, today, hopefully, then we'll organize the project team and strategy with SCI and the district. Then we have to draft what the survey looks like. We're going to make sure that that survey is formed in a way that the questions are understandable and the responses are what we want to see. That actually gives us the information that we need, and that'll be used with the focus group and survey validity test. And then any of the final survey, we are going to present to the Blue Ribbon Committee and partners, the technical subcommittee, the social economic committee, subcommittee, just to make sure they're okay with the questions and everything's being considered. And then, of course, we'll distribute the survey, collect responses, analyze the findings, do some summaries, and then we'll present those findings, of course, to the Blue Ribbon Committee, partners. And really importantly, we're going to be able to use those findings way beyond the duration of this grant period to assist in our management of the resource. Also, when we're doing policy updates, recommendations, and specific actions. So when I'm writing grants, I know exactly this is the kind of outreach tools and the type of information and messaging that I need, and I don't need these things because didn't come up as a need in our survey. So it really makes our jobs a lot more efficient and get the right information out there. And then in the green box at the bottom right, this is, again, really important for that valuation. We're going to use those findings to structure potential district fee assessments if it comes out favorable that people, yes, I'll pay a little bit more money if it means we could have, filters for trash on storm drain outlets or messaging, prevent littering or more trash cans, something like that. Those are examples. And then really importantly, that last box is conducting post surveys. So if we go through all this structure and make these surveys properly, in like 10, 15 years, we're going to be able to basically use the same survey again and gauge how well we're doing. Hopefully, we're not getting worse. People learn more, and then we'll be able to then move forward with more effective messaging and outreach after that. And then one more, Joanna, click on there. Okay, so want you to guys know that on this last box, we're going to work very closely with the directors for that benefit fee assessment structure with the consultants at SCI and making sure that we're communicating through that whole step of the process with you guys, and we're fully aware, eyes open of that going forward. So the next slide, I'll hand it over to SCI, and they're going to talk about potential next steps if the survey ends up with an evaluation that's favorable. So if the public says, yeah, we think a funds assessment is reasonable for these specific things. And I'll turn it over to John. I see John there and Melanie. John.
Fantastic. Thank you, Angela. My name is John Bliss. I'm president of SCI Consulting. I'm here with my colleague, Melanie Lee, Board of Supervisors, staff, and members of the public. We're excited with the opportunity of potentially being back in Lake County. Some of the old timers may remember me or our firm about 15 years ago, I think. We helped the county with your balloting for your mosquito and vector control program. We worked with Dr. Jamesina Scott on that, and so we're humble, but we have a little bit of familiarity with Lake County, and we look forward to the opportunity for this. The first step, and what you're looking at today, and what Angela's presenting, is really a survey focus group. What do people know? What do they want? What are their preferences and priorities? However, Angela asked me if it lines up and that we can see that Lake County residents and property owners are interested in investing in a dedicated long-term funding source in support of water quality. And the step we're talking about today will do that. What would it look like to go for it? And where are we headed? Keep our eyes on the prize. And the prize really is to have sustainable funding long-term that can be planned, that can be sufficient to really move the needle in terms of water quality in Lake County. There are three mechanisms that are commonly used in California. All three have pros and cons. I often say they're a Ford, a Chevy, and I guess an AMC or something like that. They're all different, but they all get to the same location. Some are more politically viable. Some are more appropriate legally, administratively. The one that Angela's mentioned the most, which at first glance would probably be the most viable, is what we call a benefit assessment. It's a Prop 218 benefits assessment. It's a property-related balloting. A close cousin is a property-related fee. Both of those are property owners with a 50% threshold. There's also a special tax, which is a registered voter, 2/3. We work a lot. We work up and down the state of California, and we work in a lot of rural areas for services and infrastructure that tends to be water related or heavy or groundwater or storm drainage or flood control. And what we've learned is that Californians have a healthy skepticism towards any new balloted fee, tax, or assessment, but they really like the property owner vote and lots of information and a slow but rigorous outreach and information. And so we think that opportunity exists here in Lake County, and so we appreciate that opportunity. Of course, community outreach, we'll talk about timing, rate, and messaging. I don't want to get the cart before the horse because really we're focusing on the research, but we wanted to give you a little background on where this may head. So thanks, and then Melanie and I are available to answer any questions after Angela's finished.
Thank you, John. Last slide, please, Jonna. With that, I'll take any questions. I just wanted to clarify that we will be meeting the deliverables of the Blue Ribbon Committee award regardless, and the evaluation is just to provide information to the board of directors. When we get the results of that evaluation, we'll come back to the board of directors and ultimately be up to you to decide to go forward with doing a benefit funds assessment. So I'm not trying to steamroll ahead. I'm just trying to let you know that we'll get you the background information, the temperature of the county, what it is that they would support, what they wouldn't, what that structure might look like, and then it'd be ultimately up to you to go forward with that effort if you deem so. So I just wanted to make that clear. And with that, we'll take any questions. On the slide is my contact, Angela DePalma Dow, and then the SEI contacts, John Bliss and Melanie Guillory. And thank you both for being here, and thank you, board, for listening today.
Thank you for your presentation. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I think this is an exciting project. It's funded by the Blue Ribbon Committee. I think gathering data is always critical, outreach, education, accessibility. I just want to signal that we're not supporting a tax measure today. Like, that is not what we're talking about. We are going to collect some data, but I just want to make that crystal clear. That is a conversation for another day down the road. Okay.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Green?
Thank you for that. Also want to signal it's never too early to think ahead. So many needs in our watershed protection district, most of them unfunded. Quick question on the match. So we had $140K awarded through BRC. This contract's for $100K. So I'm wondering why it came in a little bit lower than that, if we're banking some of that grant for post-survey work or what have you. Because if it's awarded and we can get it from the state, I kind of want to get it.
Yeah, so the rest of that funds is going for the staff to work with SCI, to work on the project, to do the reporting for the Blue Ribbon Committee. We're also helping them do some outreach. They're not physically located here in the county, but we are, so there are certain things that we can do. So in every grant, we always put in funds for us to do the work because we don't have a sustainable funding source, and we're basically tap out all of our watershed protection fees every year. So every grant we have to put in that extra for us to do the work to make the grant happen.
So I guess follow-up question, is $40K going to be adequate for staff to meet its obligations under this?
Yes, and I will say that, like when I said this project is being leveraged, we're putting in some from the Watershed Protection District to do some work specific to the benefit funds evaluation for SCI. We also have some internal stormwater-related funds that the board has approved in previous years that we're putting in also. So it's kind of a puzzle piece of funds putting together, because it actually is going to cost more than that $140K awarded for them to do the evaluation, complete the grant deliverables, and for staff to help out on that. So while the Blue Ribbon Committee didn't award funds and approve a project to do a benefit funds assessment specifically, I did present to them in July and said, just so you guys know, I'm utilizing this project and these funds to also get this information. And Representative Supervisor Crandall was at that meeting in July in Lakeport. One thing is, whenever we present to the Blue Ribbon Committee and ask for more money for projects, every single time we get asked, what is the county putting in? What is the district putting in? Why are you guys not funding this yourself? So this is not just a response to that, but it's also so we can identify if there is options for us to have that sustainable funding source. But it wasn't specifically outlined in the award that was given to us from the Blue Ribbon Committee. But they're okay with us leveraging it and then throwing in some of our own money.
Okay.
I hope that answered the question.
Yes, it did. Very
Okay.
well. Thank you. And then one quick follow-up question, and maybe way premature, but it's such a broad palette, the subjects that are covered by your agency there. So I'm just thinking, if I were scoping questions, man, I'd be digging into groundwater. I'd be digging into our shoreline ordinance. I'd be talking about, storm discharges and stuff like that. So it's such a broad potential survey subjects, multiple subjects. Do you already have some idea, or does the contractor have some idea initially how you're going to take that massive scope of inquiry and fine-tune it into an actionable survey?
Yeah, I do not. That's why we have consultants here. And John, maybe you'd better at answering that.
With great embarrassment, I'll give a consultant's response in that we don't know yet. And so I apologize in advance for that. Our firm does a lot of work actually with flood control, storm drainage, and we're doing a lot of groundwater work. And so we think we can thread the needle in having the focus in gathering most of the information about water quality. That's really kind of our mission here. But also, it's so related in this old way of siloing water, which we're all trying to move away from in more of a one water concept. So we will incorporate some questions and some data research in terms of the other aspects, even potable water, all of that, because it is all related. So a little too early. I gave you a consultant's answer. We don't know yet, but we'll work with staff and come up with something that we think has the balance, but is also comprehensive.
Thank you very much. Anything further, Supervisor Green? No? Let's go ahead and open this up to the public. Any comments or questions? Don't see anybody moving in the chamber and no hands up in the Zoom room. And thank you very much for the presentation. I don't think there's any further comments or questions. This is important. Our lake is important to us, and better understanding how the people feel about the status of our lake and how to support our lake, I think is going to be beneficial for all of us. So
Thank you.
looking forward to the results.
There's nothing
Thank you so
further.
much for joining us.
There is an action, so I'm going to move to approve the contract agreement with SCI Consulting Group to conduct a water quality outreach study and assessment evaluation in an amount not to exceed $100,000 and authorize the Water Resources Director to sign the agreement.
Second.
Motion and a second. Almost forgot. Thank you very much. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. The next timed item is not till 1 p.m. So looks like we have some folks in the back that probably want to have a conversation with us. So let's go ahead and start with item 7.10, consideration of request for appointment of members to the Building Board of Appeals in compliance with 2022 California Building Code Appendix B. Still morning.
Good morning. Mireya Turner, Community Development Director. The item before you today is our latest and greatest idea to be able to handle appeals of building division decisions. Now, you may not be familiar with the Building Board of Appeals because I think we had one when I first started with the county in 2006, but I don't think we've had one ever since then. We rarely get appeals, but we did get one maybe a few months ago, and that started a conversation to form a Building Board of Appeals. We advertise for, the admin office advertises for it every year, just like with the rest of our advisory boards, but it just hasn't been filled and it hasn't been needed. So through these conversations, which I'll turn it over to our chief billing official to describe to you, we came up with this idea of different types of membership rather than just putting it out to the entire community. Rather, we would focus on members with the exact types of expertise that we needed, because building code is vast, as well as representation of multiple jurisdictions. And so this would be a Building Board of Appeals that doesn't just serve Lake County, but it would also serve the city of Lakeport and the other jurisdictions that have that membership in county fire, the fire districts. So now that I've pretty much discussed it all, I'm going to turn it over to our chief billing official to sort of walk you through how it was formed.
Hello, Bill Collins, Chief Building Official. So when I got here, I had heard that the Board of Supervisors had ended up being named as the Building Board of Appeals. After doing some research, and the code knowledge that I already have when I got here, it specifically talks about the qualifications that are required for the Building Board of Appeals as being the board shall consist of 5 individuals who are qualified by experience and training to pass on matters pertaining to building construction and are not employees of the jurisdiction. So I took this over to county council, had some discussions with them as well. It seemed, in my opinion, there was a little bit of conflict. I thought that county council read that into it as well as, and also the fact that we were concerned about the experience of the board with these construction type determinations. So we took on trying to find some volunteers. I think it's important when you're looking for Board of Appeals members that we have, one, that they meet the qualifying requirements of the adopted appendix, two, the range of experience that they have. We don't want everybody to have the same experience. That's why we try to look at some people from fire, some people from the construction industry, and some building official type people as well. And the third thing is I think that you want to also have some outside people in there as well, not just people from the county, because it's supposed to be an impartial thing, and you're supposed to be looking at the interpretation of the California Building Code, and it shouldn't be just how Bill's interpreting it, how the folks in Lake County are interpreting it. It should be how it's interpreted by a wide range of people. So that's where I started when I started researching these. I asked around a few people. A few of them you'll recognize are the Lakeport building official, the Clear Lake or the Lakeport fire chief. A couple of the fire district fire marshals, and then a couple of contractors that I got recommendations from.
Okay, thank you very much. Any comments? Supervisor Pyska.
Well, I agree in having a wide array of experience. I do think that to reduce the appearance of potential conflict or direct conflict, that we should have retired business people so that we can eliminate those working relationship conflicts that could come up. So if we've got some retired contractors or retired engineers, I think that might be a potential better fit than people that are still active in the business today.
Any further comments or questions? Oh, sorry, missed the bubblehead.
Yeah, I'll get a better bubblehead for you. Sure. Well, I guess I would disagree with the last comment. I might also disagree to some extent, notwithstanding the hard efforts of staff and what they think might be a good qualified review board. I'm looking at Appendix B, and I don't see any training or experience requirements in there. To the proposal that the building official would sit in as a substitute if somebody was not available, I'm looking at the first page of that appendix, and it specifically says the building official shall be ex officio but shall not vote on any matter. So I appreciate that there was public outreach, and I appreciate that these can be hard to fill like many of our advisory boards can, but also like many of our advisory boards, sometimes it's we throw it open and we get whatever public comes in. Sometimes there is I don't think cherry picking is the right word, but there's a more targeted solicitation of membership that would preclude participation by a member of the general public. They're not necessarily trying to drill down into every weeds here, but it's an appeal board, so their questions may be about process. You know, was this heard? Was there abuse of discretion? So it isn't necessarily down to the actual building standards that are being applied. So the only real hard asterisk I have is I do see something in there that states the building official shouldn't be voting on any of this stuff. So that's it.
But that would be the building official of the jurisdiction where the appeal is occurring, correct?
Yes, I could add a little bit of clarification to that. I think maybe in my staff report, maybe it was misconstrued. The only time I would be on the appeals board to be voting is if it was one of the other jurisdictions or fire districts that had an appeal. So if City of Lakeport had a decision appealed, I can't think of her name. The building official for City of Lakeport would not be eligible to be on the appeals board. So I would take her seat. She would be the ex facto member and not voting. I would take her seat on the board because it would not be in our jurisdiction. I would hear her appeal as her replacement in her jurisdiction. Same thing for the Lakeport Fire Department. Chief Wrights would come off the appeals board if somebody appealed his decision in his jurisdiction. I would go on the appeals board. basically, I would be replacing them in their jurisdiction. I would never make a determination on the appeals board in County of Lakes jurisdiction. It would only be on one of the fire districts or one of the other cities' jurisdictions. Also, just so you know, it talks about in section B 101.2, the application for appeal. The appeals board is only allowed to render judgments on claims that the intent of the code is incorrectly interpreted, the code does not fully apply, or there is an equally or better form of construction is proposed. So there is some digging down into the code to try and figure out these things, and then under qualifications, it talks about the experience and requirements for that.
So, quick question. In the memo, it speaks to, and you alluded to it, that this roster that you gave us with the 5 members and the 2 alternates, that it would be the same roster that the fire district would utilize. Am I correct in restating that, or am I incorrect?
That is correct. It would be except for the fact that I would switch in for.
So you would want to be on the list for alternates then?
Well, yeah, basically whoever switched out for their district, I would replace them. So I wouldn't be the alternate, I would be the, so Chief Wrights would be the one coming off, say if it was in the Lakeport Fire Department. So I would go right on in his place. We would still have the 2 alternates in case myself or one of the 5 main people. And I'm not even married to that. If you guys want me to drop down to the alternate, I have no problem with that either.
No, I think that if we're asking, for example, Bethany from the city of Lakeport to provide assistance on this board, that it's only right to reciprocate and offer your services for their board.
And that's what
But I think your name would need to be listed in the alternates so that it's official that that's how we can flip you into that category.
And the reason I didn't put it in there is because I figured that their own jurisdiction would have to adopt their appeals board.
Gotcha.
And so I didn't think you guys would be adopting for them. That's why I didn't put myself in.
Gotcha. Okay.
So quick
Could
follow-up
add
question.
something in the bylaws, though, that does specify that. That way it would still be covered.
So quick follow for the city of Lakeport, we wouldn't just lose Bethany, we'd lose Chief Wrights as well.
Well, it would depend on what because Chief Wrights could still rule on it unless it was his determination. So if his fire district had a code and called out a code section and they wanted to appeal his decision, then he would not be able to sit on it, but Bethany could. Now, if they go and appeal Bethany's decision, but it's not his decision, then he can still sit on it. Now, if they appeal a decision that both of them have, then yes, they would lose both of them off the appeals board, and it would be me and an alternate to go on. Because the fire district is not necessarily the jurisdiction, so there's two jurisdictions that have a. It's just like now, Chief Wrights could have something in the county area that's part of his jurisdiction where he makes a determination, and they could want to appeal that. And then he would not be able to sit on the appeals board. We would have to use one of the alternates.
And it might be a difference between building code and fire code as to where the appeal goes and things like that. Any further comments? So my comment is the centralized jurisdiction of the 5 members. I see that there are some South County folks as alternates, but I'd like to see a board encompass as much of our county as possible, especially since the decisions that you will be seeing, if appealed, that can happen all the way to Spring Valley, all the way to Middletown, all the way to Lake Pillsbury, for all we know. And so making sure that it's not just centralized on the expertise and experience of those residing in the city of Lakeport and the city of Kelseyville, or the town of Kelseyville, that expertise exists throughout the county. I think it's a matter of ensuring we have that, and I'd love to see greater equity within the group that you have currently. I do know I reached out, no offense to Mr. Henry, I don't know who he is. I do have an issue with somebody making a final determination and decision that doesn't reside in Lake County and that doesn't have to live with the decision itself. I think that I would prefer seeing people who live here and are going to have, are going to see their decisions every day that they make, not go away and someone else can deal with the decisions that they make. So I would prefer 5 members from the county rather than somebody coming from out of the county. I did speak with Lee Lambert, who used to be the chief building inspector, who still has his licenses for doing building, and he did say that he was spoken to not by you, but by someone else in your department, and he had said yes.
Is this the Clear Lake, City of Clear Lake
He's in
Code Enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, so Jack reached out to him.
Yeah.
He was supposed to be getting back to us with his answer and never gave us an answer if he was okay. He was supposed to be checking with his boss over there.
So he told me he said yes. So I don't know if something got lost or if his communication never reached you. I'm not quite certain. But I'd love to see that reciprocated, because I think that not to say this is that we want to force this on them, but in my conversation with the city saying, hey, it seems like the city of Lakeport's moving towards that, there seemed to trigger a conversation from the city of Clear Lake saying, we don't deal with these often, but this might be a better way for us to go, because right now, I don't even know who the appeal board is, since we haven't had to deal with an appeal for building construction. And so maybe that's something that they will utilize too, and having a balance between Lakeport, Clear Lake, and again, all around the community. I could think of, I don't want to change the whole thing, but again, I'm looking for equity and ensuring that we provide a opportunity to those who I don't typically see. These are kind of the usual suspects, in my opinion, without being rude in the usage of that statement. But I'm thinking somebody like Umberto, who does roofing and does other type of work, who is a business owner in the Lower Lake area. I would like to see more equity on the group, rather than the easy list of usual suspects that is easy for us to identify and coordinate. I'd love to see, if it gets complex, see Autumn as being a official member rather than an alternate. Again, trying to expand that geographic equity rather than not. So those are my personal opinions on looking at this, that I would like to see those things happen.
And could I speak to you a little bit about your out-of-county person?
Yes.
My thoughts on that is I just think it's very important that a lot of times I go to the counter and almost daily I'll tell somebody a code requirement and they'll say, well, this is how we've done it here for years. But that's not how the California code reads. So I think sometimes it's very important to, especially on an appeals board, when you're talking about looking at codes that are for all of California, that we have an interpretation of how other people are seeing it outside of our jurisdiction, not just how we've done it up here for 100 years, but how other people are doing things. Not saying that we're doing it wrong, not saying they're doing it better. Maybe they have a better way. Maybe their way is terrible and we have a better way. I'm just saying that it's nice to have some input from different people to see how they're doing it. And when we're just looking at our little areas, sometimes we don't see a lot of other stuff that's out there and possibilities of ways to do things.
And just as a response before I move on to Supervisor Pyska, I get that, and getting their input I think is valuable, but allowing them to make a decision that impacts a county they don't reside in is where I struggle. Supervisor Pyska?
Yeah, I want to come back to the 2 individuals that own businesses, and likely most of the contractors have a relationship with them because we have so few of these businesses in our county. And I think that sets up a conflict with relationships. And I would really like to see different individuals recommended. And if they are in the industry, I think we can look at people in the industry. I would prefer to see retired people again, because I do think that there's a conflict.
Any other comment? Supervisor Simon?
I agree with the comment about the out-of-county individual for sure. I think it should be someone in the county. Whether we've done it 100 years that way or not, I completely agree. I just think it should be an in-county member. I think setting up the board is really important, obviously, because we are listed as the board, and who knows how many of these we get. You said you just got one this last year, and I know they may not come in a long ways, but it'd be great to have this thing set up again. to get it functional when those opportunities are given to to this appeal board when it needs to be heard. Kind of independent body there. So the other thing is too, it's going to be a challenge, I think, to get the retired folks to get on the appeal board. I think it's a good suggestion. I'll go with whichever way the board wants to go. I do know that these, I noticed both the name business owners and those folks, they're well-rounded. They've been here for a long time. But you bring up another good name there in South Lake County. So however the board wants to go on that one, I can go with that. But I really do believe I lean towards having all Lake County residents, whether they're in the business or not working for the county, however we do it, but it's Lake County folks on this board.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, agree. We should probably stay local with the membership, although the point is well taken. Have an outside experience would be helpful. And of course, we could bring in additional testimony from outside, even if they don't sit on this. To the retiree thing, again, thank you for pointing out the qualifications as outlined in the appendix. I don't know that we have any authority to impose additional requirements. My question, because there was some direct outreach, did these people all submit applications? Did they sign the code of conduct that would go with that application, so that if there is a potential for an actual conflict of interest on a case-specific basis, we could address it, because they've already signed up and they know they're bound by a conflict of interest requirement within that code. So were applications accepted for these, and did they sign those applications, including the statement that goes with that?
Both of those are no. I reached out to people that I thought might be able to make a determination, that I thought their experiences might meet up. And we reached out to these people, plus the guy at Clear Lake, the code enforcement officer. Those were our pool that we asked.
All right. Well, whether it's by the de facto operation of this board or whether we actually have them sign a conflict statement like we do for all our other boards and commissions, I think that would handle it, and that would allow us to handle any potential conflicts on a case-by-case basis without excluding working professionals who may actually have the best training and experience that this board needs to review.
Just in the comments today, I don't want to slow it down either as far as getting this implemented. I thought the suggestion of moving Adam in, my thoughts would be you could move Autumn up to the number 3 spot there where Mr. Henry's name was. And then it sounds like Lee Lambert is interested from the city of Clear Lake. I mean, that could fill that out. We'd come back and do the alternates later, just keeping things moving to get it established.
Sounds. Any other comments of moving forward with those changes or looking at obtaining other applications?
I think we should be looking at others. I think there's a lot of comments here. We all have thoughts, and this is not something that is urgent, and I think we can relook at this list and bring it back.
So I do have a quick question specific to Mark Borghesani. Definitely know of who he is and his ownership of his business, but outside of the business, his expertise in construction and building, what is that? Without an application, it's hard for me to know the exact knowledge that he would bring to the table.
It's a valid question. I was going to wait until after public input when it comes back to the board, but I think from what I'm reading the room is we would continue this item. We're going to broaden our search, probably work with the Board of Supervisors office to send out a press release requesting memberships for the industry category, but then keep the ones that we have here and return to you at a future meeting where the board will see the signed applications and will be able to decide at that time who is the core group and who are the alternates.
Okay. And I think that we'll work and make sure that we get you some of the names that we commented about today, so that without an application, they can't be on that roster.
Yeah, we'll reach out to Lee, definitely. That's great.
Okay. If nothing further, then let's open it up for the public. Anybody in the Zoom room or the chamber have a comment or a question? Seeing nobody getting up and seeing no hands up, it looks like you've received your direction, and that is all you needed at this moment in time.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you.
So we have what was our lunch break that we were looking? 12:30, so we have about 15 minutes. Okay, let's go ahead and move forward with consideration of letter of support for Public Health Officer Noemi Duen, MD, PhD, MPH, as an applicant for the 2024 American Academy of Family Medicine's AAFP Public Health Award. And I'm not sure who to pass this on because Dr. Duen is in the public at this moment.
Yeah, technically it is me as Susan channeling interim health director. So we respectfully request that your board consider endorsing the nomination of Public Health Officer Noemi Duen, MD, PhD, MPH, for the 2024 American Academy of Family Medicine's Public Health Award. Dr. Duen has been encouraged by that association to apply for the 2024 award. She qualifies as a nominee because she is a board-certified family physician and a member of the California Academy of, well, that keeps saying a lot of the same things over and over again, so I would just leave it at that, the memo.
Yep. Go through the memo. Any comments or questions regarding this item from the board? Okay. Any comments from the public? Dr. Duen, would you like to say anything?
Thank you, Chair Sabatier and Board of Supervisors. I'm a board-certified family physician, and the American Academy is my professional body. And this is an opportunity to not only, bring an honor to myself, but also to the county. This is a national award. One is given every year. And it's really been my honor to serve as the health officer in Lake. I think there's so many positive things on the horizon, and this would just be another positive item to add. So that would be pretty much my comments.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? I see none in the chamber and none in the Zoom room, and bringing it back to the board for action.
Move to approve enthusiastically the letter of support for Public Health Officer Noemi Duen, MD, PhD, MPH, as an applicant for the 2024 American Academy of Family Medicine's Public Health Award.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Best of luck. And did you say 7-6? All right, let's take on 7-6. Discussion of structural considerations surrounding the Water Resources and Public Works Departments and consideration of direction to staff to initiate recruitment for relevant leadership roles. And before we start on that conversation, we will take a lunch break after this item, and we will return at approximately 1 o'clock. Okay, so just in case anybody was waiting for another item, so they're aware that we will not continue until after 1 o'clock. I think I'm going to pass it to Mr. Carter to start this off, since it's got administrative office as the sponsor.
I will go ahead and do so. I was told this was going to be board-led, but, so on December 5th, 2023, your board received a notice from Public Works Director and Water Resources Director, Scott De Leon, that he will retire effective June 30th. This notice requires additional planning to the best manage the subsequent time of transition. Some restructuring of water resources and public works needs to be looked at, whether your board goes with Scott's recommendation or not. Staff needs guidance on how to structure water resources as a separate department, keeping fiscal as part of DPW or fully separating. And I think it would be best for Scott to actually, since he's here, to explain a little bit about what his plan was.
Director De Leon.
Thank you. So The current configuration had a deputy director of water resources, and as you all know, she has moved on. And so combine that with my plan, you have the opportunity to decide which way we're going to go here. Recruiting a public works director is going to be challenging just in and of itself, but hiring someone who also has experience in managing water resources is going to be an even more daunting task, in my opinion. You have an opportunity right now with the vacancy in the deputy director role. You have an opportunity to change that to a director, and your board would make that recruitment and make that decision for a director of water resources. You'd be separating that responsibility away from the public works director position, which, by the way, according to HR, the current public works director job description doesn't really have anything related to water resources. So you'd have to modify that if you're going to keep the departments together. I'm recommending that you separate them. You have a job description for a public works director, and you have a job description for water resources director, and I'm recommending that you solicit applications for each director with one caveat, and that is to keep the current DPW administrative division, which is Budget Unit 1903, in place and providing the clerical and fiscal management and oversight of both departments, which is exactly what it's doing right now. Budget Unit 1903 takes contributions from the various budget units that it provides services for. And we do a calculation every year to determine an equitable balance of those contributions. There would be no change in that. The only difference is going to be you're going to have a director of public works and you're going to have a director of water resources. And as I stated in my letter to you all, your expectation is that those two directors work together and collaboratively in sharing DPW admin as the oversight of the administrative side of both departments. As I stated in my letter, DPW admin right now, the division that you have is the strongest division I have ever seen in my 25 years as a public works employee. They are a well-oiled machine. You have succession plan in place. You have backup, and when someone is sick, you have somebody to take over. You have a really, really well operating division there. And to split it, just because you're going to split it and create two separate departments, is really going to be detrimental to the operation of that division. And so I'm strongly encouraging you to keep them together, let them continue the oversight of both departments. Again, it's simply a contribution at budget time. It's something we've been doing for several years, and it's working very, very well. And there's no structural change at all to the operation of the two departments. You're just going to have two different department heads. And really, what's going to happen, the Deputy Director Marina handled the day-to-day operations of water resources. And basically all you're doing is you're going to be upgrading that position to a director position, and it's still going to oversee the day-to-day operations. So very little change, and that's my recommendation.
Quick question. Was this the way it occurred, the dual usage of your finance team when David Cowan was also the Water Resources Director?
No.
He had his own finance team and you had your own in Public Works? Okay.
Yes.
Just wanted to see if it had already been in existence like that before.
It had not. And one of the things that I did when after David left and I got Water Resources back as a director, I intentionally created DPW admin to oversee those all of the budget units of water resources.
Right, and that makes sense. Any comments? Supervisor Pyska?
I agree with the recommendation. I think we're not going to be able to recruit someone to do both roles. That's going to slow us down. You've built a fantastic admin support in your departments, and I think we just proceed as recommended.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just a quick question. So on Budget Unit 1903, how many positions in that are FTEs right now?
Well, it includes the director, assistant director. I don't know the exact number. I think it's around 12.
For the fiscal admin part of it? 12, oh,
I'll tell you in just a second.
okay. But we can always come back to that later. So, yeah, I also agree with the recommendation for dual.
1903 has 13 FTEs.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Simon?
I agree with moving forward in that direction with the recommendation also. I don't know, Stephen, if you had any comments or anything. I saw you said, all right, just want to make sure.
No, I just was going to bring up that when Water Resources was absorbed by DPW, the accountant went into that unit, and it has worked well. So I don't see a problem there. And if the recommendation is accepted at mid-year, we would bring back a position allocation change for the deputy to switch over to a director of water resources so that everything can start the process.
One of the things that I'm curious about, especially as of late, there's a little bit more emphasis on water resources, whether it be Middle Creek or it be the Hitch emergency that we have. I'd like to ask admin to come back and see, is it possible to have a deputy and a director in water resources?
It's all about whether it's financially feasible.
That's my question.
Well, as a follow-up, didn't we just in the last budget cycle add 2 positions in response to the Hitch emergency? I don't know that they've been filled yet, but if we needed Rob Peter to pay a Paul, I agree, looking at both a director hire and a deputy director, and then if we need to take away one of the allocations we just made for line staff, then that might be something to look at. But if I understand, those allocations have not been filled, right?
They're currently being
Recruited?
advertised and
Okay.
recruited, yes.
Because the reason I ask is for succession planning for future resignations or retirements from water resources. I know we have a deputy director, which we're hoping to eventually fill over at Public Works, but that succession plan may not exist in the same formal way in water resources, and future boards will have to figure out more difficult pathway on how to move forward. So I don't want to stand firm on that's what I want. I'd love to see what that looks like and if that's within our capacity to do. I'd love to hear from the board if that's.
Yeah, I think we just add that to our direction today because all of our departments have either a deputy or an assistant so that we have that planning and it's got to be part of the.
But it sounded today like we were just going to switch it from the deputy director to director, and I'm asking that we at least take a look, but I need your guys' consensus.
I agree with that,
Yep.
that conversation being brought back to the board.
Okay.
And see, that means it can't really actually come at part of mid-year budget then, because I need something in mid-year budget to decide, have the board decide. So if it is, in admin's opinion, feasibly, financially feasible, add a director and a deputy. If we don't see it as being truly fiscally feasible, we'll bring it without that option and present why during mid-year.
Well, and also, what about one of the positions that's already there could be reallocated?
And with them flying right now, that's the kind of conversation I'll have with Director De Leon, et cetera.
Knowing your board's interest in the deputy and I've managed both of these departments, both singularly and combined, and managing the staff on a day-to-day basis and being the director is extremely difficult. There are a lot of things happening. There's a lot of projects. There's a lot of stuff going on, and it's difficult. And though the department is relatively small, they have a lot of irons in the fire. They have a lot of projects, and so it's really a fiscal question, and it's something that we could look at. And one of the reasons why I set my date as June, end of June, was to help prepare the budgets for the departments. Your direction today will help us in that, and we can certainly evaluate that, and it'll be part of our budget presentation.
Okay. Looks like you have consensus to look into that and come back and let us know what you find. And consensus to splitting them back up into individual departments. Okay.
Great.
One timing question, because it is going to be hard to recruit. Will we start recruiting as of today's direction, or do we wait until the June 3rd? Just a question.
Neither one, actually. It would, sorry. As soon as the positions are created, like the Director of Water Resources, that will go live technically to FTE 2/6, the same time as mid-year. That one can start flying right away, and then I'd have to talk to HR, but because we have a specific letter signed, et cetera, we can start for the DPW position at least a month to 2 months ahead.
We just know how long it's going to be. It's going to be hard to recruit.
I know we can start early because of his letter.
Not trying to get you out of here, but look at it. We
No,
have somebody. It'd be great to have you looking at it.
I'd like to see you start recruiting for a Director of Public Works today.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was my question.
I think that we should do that. And when that position allocation for the Director of Water Resources gets adjusted during your mid-year meeting, then you'll be, I think you're eligible to start recruiting for that. So.
So I'm not clear, Stephen, what was it by a current HR policy that we would have to wait a couple months to fly his position? Or if we're locked and loaded and have a firm termination
That's just
date?
it. I need HR to answer that question more than, I know we can go early because of his letter of explicit date of when he is retiring. We can start early. I don't know how early without HR.
Okay.
Giving
So
the
can we by consensus signal as soon as possible, our preference and pending and further information that you do get from HR?
I was hoping Pam would come in.
Oh, look.
Keywords were said.
Yes, I heard my name. Good morning, Pam Samek, Director of HR. And with the notice, we can start ASAP as soon as we have salary guidelines, because if we're withdrawing water resources, it may change the salary.
So I believe that there was, when we combined them, there was a specific percentage increase. So I think that we still have that salary for the individual, I would suspect, for a singular department.
We do, but really the salary changed so much with the 2018 compensation. I did try to bench it, but it's not the same because of all of the lake bed management. And I went out to all water departments in our counties, and they're different. So I made some recommendations, which I'll work with Stephen with, and then I think we could develop the salary from there. So it really depends on if we're pulling them apart or keeping them together.
Well, I agree with the mood of the board, the earlier the better to get this moving, but yeah, it sounds like we need to kind of dissect this and get more specific on what the salaries would be, but if we can get that in February so that we can start, because I don't like the 1 to 2 months just in case that we're not catching anyone in our net, and I want to make sure that we have the time to be able to catch.
And the water resource is more difficult, as is the Director of Public Works. One has a engineering certification, which is going to be very difficult and has been difficult in the past when we looked at engineering just separately to bring in some resource. It was very difficult to get somebody with that certification. On the water resource side, it's a master's degree, and the old job description said they wanted a PhD, which I think is a little,
That's why we contract.
yes. So I think we have to really dive into this a little bit more, but the sooner we start recruiting for it, the better.
Yeah. Okay.
And if we have to rebench this, does it have to go to class and comp? I just want to be respectful of the process, but I also want to skip it if I can.
Not necessarily. I mean, we just have to create a salary that's going to draw the right kind of candidates in. I think we have some guidelines. And once we kind of agree based on whatever the job is going to be, then I think we can bring it back to the board to review.
With the information provided today from your board, we have enough information to have almost everything ready for you early February.
Okay.
And that all needs to be behind the scenes for now while we work out certain pieces.
Okay. Works for me. Let's, any final comments?
Well, I'm just going to strongly suggest that you not reduce the salary of the Public Works Director as it is currently. There was some adjustment prior to the class and comp and the salary increases as a result of that study. There were some adjustments when I took back water resources back in 2017. That was prior to all of the adjustments. And the adjustments incorporated and took the benchmark of the Public Works, a Public Works Director. So I would encourage you not to do that, but not to reduce it. You're gonna have a hard enough time recruiting, and the salary is what it is. We have it in our budgets, and I would encourage you not to decrease it, but we can work on that.
Yep, no, we'll figure it out, but thank you, noted. Let's go ahead and open it up for the public. We do have a hand up in Zoom, Elizabeth Larson from Lake County News.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So Director De Leon had mentioned a few things as he was speaking about an internal succession plan and as well as a lot of projects. And so I'm curious about, in the midst of all of this consideration, how handoff of these major projects like the Hill Road East, Hillside and Road stabilization, the levees, the road projects, Middle Creek, how all of that's going to be handled in the midst of this recruiting and, the succession planning, and how his internal succession planning accounts for that.
And I will respond that it's going to be a very delicate process to ensure that we do have a warm handoff. And we are responsible for ensuring that there's continuity here in the county. I'm not sure if Director De Leon wants to respond to that as well. But I think that we as a board are responsible for ensuring that we continue on those projects and don't let anything slip through the cracks.
Yeah, I guess I would just add that, I recently entered into a contract with Coastland Engineering to provide staff augmentation specifically for our engineering and inspection division, but they have project oversight, engineers, construction people, so the department could rely on outside consultants for that. And I also don't have any intentions of just walking away and leaving things without anyone, to handle them and just leaving everyone with a bunch of unfinished projects. I plan to assist in any way I can with that transition.
And that was also one of the reasons for asking about the deputy director, because that could potentially help out with that whole process of transition as well, rather than relying on one individual who would be potentially new to the community and the agency. And so I think that there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle, and we need to make sure that we move as quickly as possible, and it looks like we are going to see this coming back to us. Did you have any further questions? I see that your hand is still up.
Sorry about that. I forgot to lower it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no further hands in Zoom and nobody getting up in our chamber. And looks like direction has been provided to staff, and we'll have this come back to us as soon as possible. So we are going to take a lunch break. Looks like it is now 12:40, so we will be back at 1:10, and we will continue on our agenda.
What do you think we'll do 7.4?
All right, looks like we're back on. Welcome back. It is 1:13 p.m. We are going to continue with our today's agenda. Item 6.12, our 1 p.m. presentation and consideration of the housing work plan and proposed Lake County Housing Trust Fund. Ms. Judd.
Good afternoon, board and staff. Thank you so much for hearing my work plan today. I look forward to any input that you may have. First, there are basically 4 components of my work plan. No problem.
Your work plan disappeared.
There we go. Next slide. The creation of the housing action plan and implementation steps is the first component, and then the local housing trust fund and board of trustees. And then additionally, the pro-housing designation for Lake County. And then essentially the partnering with the local organizations and tribal communities, nonprofit organizations, to have those conversations that are so important to have a meaningful housing plan. Next slide. The Housing Action and Implementation Plan is one of the key components that I would like to begin work on as soon as possible, given the board's approval. This would include these tasks that are outlined up here: stakeholder and community engagement, analysis of current conditions, gaps analysis, final determination of housing goals, identification of sites for housing, and very importantly, the action steps for a comprehensive manual that give all of the steps and outline and the resources to make that happen. The community stakeholder and organization is so essential for us to be able to get feedback and insight from the community and stakeholders so that we can share ideas and experiences and generate real solutions. Next slide. As part of this plan, we will also be looking at analysis of current conditions. Before we can move forward, we have to see where we're at and look at all the different facets regarding housing. Next in this process, we'll be looking at analysis of gaps and trends. It's so important to us to see where we're at, where those gaps are, and where we would like to be. Next is, of course, after we have this, is to take those housing goals and look at things like how are we going to increase our supply of housing in this community. Rehabilitation, preservation of its existing housing supply. Another aspect of this is something I have heard termed as pre-recovery. Essentially, in this area, we've had so many natural disasters. Let's get ahead of that curve, be proactive, and think of how we can do better for housing. And next, no, that's okay. The other things down there were increasing housing equity and accessibility and supporting opportunities to obtain substantial home ownership. Next in this housing action plan and implementation is the identification of sites for housing development and all of the aspects that we would need in order to move forward. Okay, now next we'll move into the Housing Trust Fund. This is another aspect that we would like to implement. The role of the Housing Trust Fund is primarily, go ahead and the next slide, thank you. To look at gap financing. It will make many of the projects that have that gap between being feasible and coming to fruition. It has been touted as something that is very flexible as a source of funding, and it is a way that we can look for a way to preserve existing affordable housing, workforce housing, including hospitality, medical, and educational employers. One of the other things I wanted to add is the Housing Trust Fund has all of these wonderful things to it, but one of the important things that it says to developers is we're open for business. Benefits of the Housing Trust Fund, some of this is restated: consistency, dedicated revenue streams, leverage so that we can attract additional affordable housing projects and all full spectrum of the housing. Allows for flexibility for agencies to focus their housing trust fund to meet the highest priority for whatever the board may deem. Economic multiplier, so if we're able to provide more housing, hopefully we can also generate a positive impact on the local economy. Financing of the trust fund is also another aspect. There are many ways that we can look into having this be a continuous revenue stream for the Housing Trust Fund, as shown here. For next steps, the first thing would be to create a 7 to 9 member board of trustees with representatives from the county, board of supervisors, city council, tribes, and other interested parties. Then, of course, to identify dedicated sources of revenue that are not dependent solely on appropriations. Implement a prioritization system to ensure that key program goals are met. And then lastly, to determine funding requirements for competitive evaluation and preferences and set-asides. Thank you. Next in the presentation is the pro-housing designation. This is something that we would like to pursue, and I think that it will be more and more important over time, but it does allow us to have a competitive edge, and this is something that myself and Maria Turner would like to collaboratively work together between our departments. Pro-housing designation, in order to obtain it, you must obtain 30 points across the 4 categories. Favorable zoning and land use, acceleration of housing production timeframes, reduction of construction and development costs, and providing financial subsidies. The Pro-Housing Designation Program provides incentives to cities and counties in the form of additional points and other preference in the scoring of competitive housing, community development, and infrastructure. And so these will be very beneficial for our county in order to pursue our housing goals. And lastly, and certainly not least, it's so important for us to build partnerships in our community. I think that those conversations, so that we're not in separate silos, and being able to connect and make those goals so that we can work together to improve our housing in Lake County is so important. And here I have a work plan timeline. Some of this, as you might notice, I do not have the pro-housing designation on here. However, kind of more focusing on the housing action plan and implementation initially. And that concludes the work plan presentation. And I'm open to any comments or feedbacks that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation and all the attached material. Looks like we have a comment or a question from Supervisor Pyska.
Thank you for this presentation. We've been waiting a long time for this, and so I'm really glad you're here. I'm really glad we're getting started on this. We've done some investments in the budgeting over the past couple of years to prepare for this, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you this before. We did allocate $2 million for the Housing Trust Fund, and I'm just wondering if that's enough. Is that enough to get us started? I feel like there's a pretty dramatic answer over here, but that's what I thought.
Thank you for asking that. I think one of the things that we're going to look for is doing that with HCD is doing a housing trust fund match. And so obviously the more funding that we have, I mean, being able to essentially double that up to $5 million is pretty key, and we can make that much more of an impact on what we're trying to do and our housing goals. So obviously, the more funding that we have available, the more we can bring things to fruition.
Great, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Supervisor Simon?
No, I think the only one, I thought a great list of nonprofit agencies, community partners. So you have Hammers for Hope on there, done a lot of great work, but also is Habitat for Humanity. We've got to throw that on the list.
Okay.
They're here in Lake County too, doing great work.
Absolutely, thank you.
You know, just to add them on there also. But I thought everything else was touched on very well. And yeah, excited to have this trust fund or the housing, having someone that we can speak to directly as we're moving forward with those goals. And I'm going to have an offline conversation because I know there's a lot of laws going into effect this year, 2024, to expedite housing. Just want to understand a little bit more of those and how it can affect us here in Lake County in a positive manner to help us move forward with it. Because I know, at least in my district, Valley Oaks, there's a big housing project that is potentially, you know, has an opportunity to go in down there, but you know, we really got to get it lined out and see how we can do things. So I think there's real opportunity all the way around the county. It's great to see that Collier project happening over on the North Shore, and we just want to see a bunch more of that as we're moving through the process. That's it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I am very excited to be here, and I look forward to making a difference with the housing. And in reviewing some of those laws, I was happy to see that there are, it seems like, a focus on trying to make things more streamlined and housing friendly so that we can actually make some progress.
Definitely struggles throughout the state with some of that. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple questions. So I see the cities are involved here, but are you aware whether either city is currently drafting a analogous work plan on their levels? And the related question, I see a potential board of trustees that kind of infers that some sort of JPA would be formed. So are we staying in our various city and county lanes at this point in this iteration of the housing plan, or are you already seeing that we're going to be moving toward more of a JPA?
For the Board of Trustees, I did not see that as a JPA. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be, but I can research that and look into that further. As far as the work plans, I definitely want to take into consideration the city's work plans. And I have reached out to both of the Clear Lake and Lakeport to try to get conversations going there. I met with Alan Flora and kind of heard what he has going on over there in Clear Lake.
Okay, so if your original goal, then what if it wasn't a JPA? What is that vision for a board of trustees? Like a separate management function for the trust fund, or would not the county itself retain primary authority over?
The Board of Trustees, I think, would be comprised of the different entities as we can get feedback on that. But I think it's important because it helps with the prioritization. I was looking at some examples in different places like the city of Ukiah and other places that have a housing trust fund. So again, this is something that is in the preliminary stages, and we can look at that.
Okay. I guess I distinguish because I'm kind of seeing this as a governance. That's how I normally use that term. You may be pitching an advisory board or commission or something like that would guide the funding but wouldn't govern it. So
Gotcha. Okay.
I look forward to hearing that progress. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? So I appreciate this, and one of the things that I am going to state that I really appreciate is the open perspective of housing in general, no matter what jurisdiction we're speaking of. We have to work together with our cities and our tribes to say, housing can be here. What can we do to help you with getting housing there? Housing can be in Lake County. Housing can be in the cities. Housing in general is going to help us. We need to deal with the fact that Most of our homes are probably averaging 1980, maybe 1990, depending on the location around the county. Finding a newly built home is a rare case in Lake County unless you happen to be a rebuild from a fire. I know that I just submitted some stuff. I hope it's reached you. I know I gave it to Susan Parker. I was concerned about our fees, and I'm glad that the pro-housing status would review at looking how to decrease construction costs and developer fees, because it's hard for me to stomach what percentage of the entire construction goes to fees versus what the actual value of the house is. And so that's, I think, our number one difficulty is you can build the same house here that you would build in Sonoma County, but because of the difference in geography, there's a difference of 150 to 200,000, if not more, for the exact same house, which leads developers to not take great interest in wanting to work here. So we have to figure out something, and it's going to be all of us figuring out what's our 10, 20-year long-term goal and benefit of doing this versus continuing to have blinders on the side of our faces to see this is working for my budget and this is working for me, versus everyone has so many fees that are impacting the potential for new housing to be developed. So I'm excited about the work that you're doing. I'm looking forward to finding out what avenues we're going to be taking, what opportunities we have. I think it's such an important part of our governor's policy right now is focus on homelessness, but focusing on housing, because both of them are absolutely correlated. We have to figure out something, and so I think you're here at the right time with the right opportunity, and appreciate what you're looking at and the conversations you're already having.
Thank you so much. I agree with you on your sentiments there, and I think for all of us to come together as a community, we're going to generate better ideas and work together in a way we haven't done before. Hopefully think outside the box, be creative, and really have those meaningful action steps.
Absolutely.
Well, and piggybacking on what you just said, traditionally in a lot of the areas in our county, homes have been built one at a time. And so we've been missing out on that economies of scale because we have not been able to attract the developers. And so having those incentives for low workforce housing, moderate income housing, and then having more options for our seniors so that we have the availability of housing for people to get their starter home and then upgrade, and then when they're empty nesters, downgrade. So we've got a full housing supply for everybody.
Absolutely.
There's nothing further from the board. Let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anybody in the chamber or Zoom room, please raise your hand. In the Zoom room. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board, but I believe this was just a presentation.
Yeah, that's correct. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
And right on time, 1:30 p.m., we're moving on to 6.13, consideration and discussion of quotation with High Level Enterprises, Inc. for the design and build medical mobile vaccination clinic for an amount not to exceed $407,200, and authorize department head to sign. And Ms. Tangerman, if you want to sit in one of these seats, you're more than welcome to come to the front.
I will come and sit. I don't have a fancy presentation.
Still more comfortable.
I'm just here to answer questions if there are any.
Would you like to at least provide a brief summary of what this entails?
This medical mobile unit was actually a vision of Nurse Lynn's when she was here with us when COVID first made its entrance into our lives. And what this vehicle would do is put us out to the community regularly. It has exam rooms, it has freezers and refrigerators for the vaccinations. And as you know, hauling the vaccines is always this cumbersome thing. It wouldn't take the place of big clinics, but we might be past that mostly anyway. This would give us an opportunity to do outreach to schools. We could be following maybe the behavioral health van and going to homeless encampments, that kind of thing, senior centers, and then Also, there's the opportunity to provide wound care or other small, lower key things that address things, look at things earlier on if they're not able to get into the provider, and then refer them to a place if they needed further care. So that's kind of the vision of this. It's beautiful. I look forward to coming back actually and presenting once I have more visuals, because right now it's all on paper. So yeah, so that's kind of this, and it will be coming out of COVID funding that we received. We talked to other communities and counties, and that's what they've done, is they've used some of this funding for this kind of outreach. And so we're really super fortunate. I'm really glad we're to this stage. We were able to choose high-level enterprise. All of the references came back stellar. Under budget, as far as what we had to spend. And so I'm really excited. I'm very excited about this project.
Thank you for bringing this to us. Any comments or questions regarding mobile vaccination van?
Yeah,
Not a van.
super excited to see this. I was hoping the speaker could just identify herself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kim Tangerman, Deputy Director of Public Health,
Thank you for that. And one reason I'm excited about this is, of course, the North Lake Port Shelter is a work in progress, and I had been talking briefly about what type of support services might be needed out there, and this is by far the better mousetrap probably than attempting to stand up standalone clinics from time to time using the existing footprint of that building. But you just mentioned some other very exciting applications, including outreach to encampments and stuff like that. So super supportive of this, and also I share your excitement. It's going to be cool.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? So one of the things that I thought about when I was reading through this is for our emergency evacuation centers during emergencies, that this could be very useful as a point of contact. I was really happy to hear you speaking of wound care, not because wound care is exciting, but something other than just vaccinations are going to be capable using this mobile unit. And I was also thinking about how our schools, especially I think 7th grade is one of those key age groups where certain vaccinations are required or you cannot continue in public school. That could be a use of that mobile unit to go from different schools in order to try and make sure that they have those access to vaccinations. I see this as a potential first point of contact for healthcare. You mentioned going to homeless encampments or going to the shelter. So I think this is an absolutely great opportunity. Rather than waiting for people to come to us, we can come see them where they are. So this is great. And
It's a great extension
it's not
of
costing
public
us
health.
anything.
I know. It's a great extension of public health. We've opened up for clinic in public health recently, doing more vaccines inside the clinic, which was super exciting because now all of a sudden we've got babies crying down at the end of the hall, and it's like old school, like what we used to do. And so this just takes it that one step further when they're not able to come to us, but we can, like you say, hit them at the school when they're there and they're like a little bit of a captive audience, and we roll up in our snazzy looking van and get them caught up. So yep.
Kelseyville's the only one that'll have an easy time with that because every other school starts at the same time, and try to figure out where to go when everyone's starting at the same time is rough, but We'll figure it out. Anything else?
Just a real quick follow-up. Is there going to be any analog of staffing that we need to ramp up to accommodate the operation of this? And has that already been anticipated?
Yeah, we've been looking at that. We have the staffing that does the vaccinations now. So I think to start, I think we would be pretty good. I don't know it's sustainable that way. I think we would need to look because it would leave public health on the light side of nursing. So we would want to take a look at that, but I don't believe that we would need to designate a specific person just for that. I think we'd probably rotate them through and give everybody a chance, just like it is now working clinics. They kind of rotate through. It's not one person's job.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up for the public. Anybody wish to speak on this item? Seeing none in the chamber and none in the Zoom room, bringing it back, and we are looking to approve the quote that we have received.
There's not further. I move to approve the quotation with High Level Enterprises, Inc. for the design and build medical mobile vaccination clinic for an amount not to exceed $407,200 and authorize the department head to sign.
Second. If I may,
Please.
there's about to Just to make further clarification, that would be the language of the motion, and as part of the authorization for the department head to sign the quotation and any other documents necessary to effectuate this quotation, as there may be other subsequent documents that may need to be signed as part of the motion.
I amend my motion to state whatever you just said. Sounds good.
I second it still.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, motion passes.
Perfect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, our next timed item is at 2, so let's see if we can go through some of these untimed. What's left on here? We said 2:30, so we won't touch that yet. Let's go ahead and do item 7.7. That one should be quick. Sitting as the Lake County Air Quality Management District Board of Directors, reappoint Cameron Reeves to the Lake County Air Quality Management District Hearing Board pursuant to Health and Safety Code. And so I know I did speak with Doug Gearhart, because typically we would see an application, but for the history of this board for reappointments, no applications are provided. So we have all the information on the memo in order to reappoint Cameron Reeves. Are there any comments or questions from board members?
I guess my question would be, why don't we have an application process historically? And again, it comes down to, again, it's just boilerplate language, but having people sign the conflict of interest statement, I think, is good for all of our advisory bodies. The answer may be this district is not technically the county, but are we sitting as the board of directors, it looks like. So I guess if we haven't enforced our standard application and appointment process as we do for all our other advisory bodies, would now be a good time to start, or is everyone just comfortable with just having people show up and get appointed?
So if it was a new appointment, there would be an application to get it started. Reappointments already have an application on file, and I believe this is a state-mandated board with specifics as to the requirements. For example, this gentleman represents the legal services, I believe is what the memo stated, that are required from a specific board member's seat for this board. So I'm comfortable with moving forward as is.
I am too.
And if there's no further comments or questions, I will go ahead and open it up for the public. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? None in the Zoom room, and no one is rushing to the microphone, so we'll bring it back for action. Looking for approval of Mr. Reeves.
Move to reappoint Cameron Reeves to the Lake County Air Quality Management District Hearing Board pursuant to the Health and Safety Code.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Johanna can choose who that was. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? And motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on down, 7.8, consideration of 2024 committee assignments for members of the Board of Supervisors. And I will leave that for us to discuss. Has anybody seen any changes that they would like to offer or suggest?
I do.
Please.
So for the Risk Reduction Authority, we've been asked to, all the directors have been asked to have an alternate, and I think it would be appropriate to have staff be the alternates for these two seats, so we kind of eliminate some comings and goings with different board members, and the staff typically attends the meetings anyway, so would already know what to do. So I recommend that the alternate for the board be CAO Parker or her designee, and for Watershed Protection District, the Director of Water Resources or their designee.
I'm in agreement with that.
Except we don't have a water resources director, so.
Well, at this moment,
do.
we do. It's Public Works / Water Resources. We only had a conversation. We did not make the actual split quite yet. I understand that that is the request of the risk reduction in the way that every member has an alternate, and the way that we're set up, it's two separate agencies that you represent. One is the county, one is the watershed protection. I think at this moment, I'm going to say I'm okay with it. I'm just slightly awkward about understanding or not understanding the amount of staff time that that could require. But I think that you guys typically show up for those meetings. And so I think just keep continuing to move along like that, because there's a difference between being a voting member and being prepared in that way versus showing up and responding and being a part of a meeting. And so to me, if staff starts spending more time as a voting member, then they would have to spend a little bit more time in preparation.
I don't think you have to worry about that. It's pretty minor, but we're asking all the directors to have an alternate so that we don't run into quorum issues.
Well, I'm concerned about staff time is my concern. And
Yeah,
so,
and if they're already attending the meetings and they have an idea what's going on, they're going to be there anyway. So I don't think it's an issue, but it is a request by the RRA, so we need to designate them.
just a quick conversation, a quick question. Have you had a conversation with both Susan Parker and Scott DeLeon about them being
Well, I did
appointed?
email CIO Parker yesterday. I did not have a chance to connect with Scott last night about it. He's probably on Zoom.
I don't want to put him on the spot and ask him if he's okay for him to say no. That would, I don't think that he would do that. I'm okay with moving forward. Again, always looking to limit the potential staff time dedicated to another JPA if possible. But I think at this moment in time, I'm okay with moving forward.
And if I can just dovetail with that, I appreciate the concerns about staff time. I look forward to a time, I think maybe we could bring a separate agenda item because we may be moving in different directions. Your concern about staff time, I kind of complement with my concern about lack of staff involvement with many of these advisory boards that probably could benefit from that. So being able to quantify the various levels of staff contributions for these bodies, continuum of care being a standout in there. So I'd look forward to, if there was board consensus, bringing back a separate item at a future date, but I don't want to hang it up on these appointments. My only clerical suggestion for continuum of care would be to add the phrase executive committee, because that is the appointment being made to that. That's the governing body, that's the Brown Act body, and there are other county department heads and officials and city people that belong to the COC general membership. So I think that clarification would be helpful.
And I'm okay with that change. Yes.
And CAO Parker just texted me that she's fine with it.
Any other changes or additions, deletions?
Just a question. Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council. So again, I think that's the county-led one, but I know the Superior Court has its own council. So although I sat on that for the last year, I've never attended a meeting necessarily. So I'll definitely take a reappointment, but I just want to point out between whatever the county council is and whatever the Superior Court's effort is, and I know they're meeting in February, and I know Supervisor Scott did sit on that court juvenile justice body. I hope to take a meeting with staff sometime to figure out which is which here, because if I'm going to be appointed on it, I want to serve on it, but it hasn't worked out that way in the past year.
Okay, keep us posted.
Thank you.
Supervisor Crandall, or Vice Chair Crandall, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I was going to see if you wanted to be the primary on the clean water program. I know that I've been for the past 2 years. You've been the alternate. Just wanted to see if you wanted. If not, if you like it the way it is, I'll stay. It's just, I know that sometimes you're there and you know what I'm saying?
I have great interest in the subject. The lake's important to me, and so I don't mind taking on that primary role if you want to take on the alternate.
Yeah, I'll stay on. I just noticed that you've been there, and so I want to give you the opportunity.
Oh, there's also the law library. The chair or their designee is required by their bylaws.
Oh,
That's right.
would you like to be the designee?
No. No, thank you. I was not able to attend many of the meetings last year. I don't have it.
Yeah, I'll volunteer for that. That's local, so.
They're gonna want the chair or a staff or designee. They're pretty particular about that. Right? You?
Is it designee, though, who he decides, or it has to be staff?
I don't know. I don't know.
Because I know that when they wanted me to do it, I was the chair, and so Tina was the chair before that. And so, for whatever reason, it was very contentious, I guess you could say, because she wasn't the chair and wanted to stay on. And yeah, I don't,
If we can get the details to that at this moment, let's go ahead and put my name in there. I'm not sure that I can, yeah, I think Thursday at noon is an okay time slot.
the judges are on it, so they do like a noon, yeah.
It's only 45 minutes. They have a
Yeah.
free Zoom account. It's just, it did not work with my schedule.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and replace that with my name. I say that cautiously, but I hope that I can make it. Thank you for bringing that up. Anything else?
So I did think about the recreation, but then I don't want to contradict myself because of my beliefs. When it comes to that, I think it's important that I am there, unless, Smoke, you wanted to be a part of it. I know that you're the alternate, but I was thinking about not being on it, but I made a comment earlier today that it's important to have both views in the room regardless. So I will stay on.
I'm fine with that.
So I do have a question about that one, not to change the primary, but I guess it's on the JPA, and the JPA's been created, so having an alternate at this point, I think I just talked myself out of that conversation. Because if it's a JPA, it makes sense to have an alternate, but if it's not a JPA, then I feel like having an alternate would be a Brown Act issue. But I think we finalized that, so we're good. Okay. Anything else?
And if anyone desires office space, but I'll stay on it if not.
All yours. All right, are you guys ready for me to open it up for the public?
Yeah.
Any public comment on our committee assignments? This is very controversial. All right, bringing it back for approval, as amended.
Could we get a restatement of all the changes we just threw at everybody? If we're going to do it as amended, I want to make sure those that are keeping track of the amendments have them all.
Well, the law library will be the chair. Risk Reduction Authority will have alternates from staff.
Clean water.
CAO and Water Resources. And
Clean water, storm clean water is reversed with myself and Supervisor Sabatier is now the primary, I'm the alternate.
And we're going to change the name of the Continuum of Care to Executive Committee.
Continuum of Care Executive Committee.
Yes.
Altogether.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that summarizes all the changes that we've made.
And with that, if there's no further comment, I move to approve the 2024 committee assignments for members of the Board of Supervisors as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. And still waiting for 2 o'clock. We're going to move on to 7.9. We have a whole bunch of reappointments to make. I guess since we're doing each one individually, let's just start. Any comments or statements about Central Region Town Hall?
Go ahead.
None? I'm going to open it up for the public. We have John Carlson and Atlas Pearson. And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I motion to appoint Atlas Pearson, or reappoint Atlas Pearson, and appoint John Carlson to the Central Region Town Hall.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee, we have Luis Santana, Nellie Dorn, Daniela Cazares, and Michelle Scully. Any comments or questions regarding that committee?
Just want to note there is a familial relationship between two of the applicants. The applicant states there's not a conflict there. I tend to agree with that, but I just want to highlight it in case any of the other board members have any questions on that.
And I don't think that's a criteria that would throw out the application. Okay. And let's open it up for the public.
Yes.
Any comments, questions? Seeing none, bringing it back for action.
I move that we approve Luis Santana, Nellie Dorn, Daniela Cazares, and Michelle Scully to the Fish and Wildlife Advisory Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And just to add, when we don't say the specific categories that they fulfill, we're going with what was already in the memo to keep it as simple as possible. So moving on to Lake County Ag Advisory Committee, we have 4 crop growers, Bruce Merrilees, David Weiss, Pat Scully, and Sharon Zoller. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, open it up for public. Any comments or questions? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve Bruce Merrilees, David Weiss, Pat Scully, and Sharon Zoller to the Agriculture Advisory Committee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Lower Lake Cemetery District, we have 2 for general membership, Cheryl Craddock and Michael Dean. Any comments or questions?
No.
Seeing none, open it up for public comment or questions. And seeing none, bringing it right back.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Michael Dean and Cheryl Craddock to the Lower Lake Cemetery District.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Next, Lower Lake Water Works District 1 Board of Directors. We have 3 public members, Jean Yannick, Robin Evans, and Charles Farrell. Any questions or comments? Seeing
No.
none, open it up for public. And seeing none, bringing it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Robin Evans, Charles Farrell, and Jan Yenitz to the Lower Lake Water Works District 1 Board of Directors.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Scotts Valley Community Advisory Board, 2 members at large, Greg Scott and Joel Coble. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, open it up for public comment or questions. And seeing none, bringing it back for action.
All right, I move to reappoint Greg Scott and to appoint Joel Coble to the Scotts Valley Advisory Committee, Council.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Western Region Town Hall, we have a member at large, Kate Parenkema, thank you for correcting me. And any questions or comments?
Oh, there's also Tim Chiara.
Oh, sorry, I didn't go to the next page. I apologize. Tim Chiara as well for the Nice member position. And still no comments, no questions. Open it up for the public. And seeing none, bringing it back.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint or reappoint Kate Parenkema as a member at large and Tim Chiara as the was one of the Nice representatives.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. I believe that okay, so we're going to do two things here. We're going to pause on 7-Eleven. I apologize to the board, but we're going to need to reopen the consent agenda. We need to pull item 5.10, I believe, is what I just heard. Yes, 5.10, and we also moved 5.11, 5.18, and 5.9. So when we reopen, we have to approve everything except for those four. So if I can get a motion to reopen the consent agenda, please.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, moving forward. And if we can then approve all of the consent agenda minus those four items, please. Again, 5.9, 5.10, I'm confusing myself, 5.11 and 5.18. Thank you for the help.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion carries. We already dealt with the other two. One is moved to the following week, and so we have Community Development Director Turner in front of us to speak on item 5.10, which is approve request to hire extra help office administrator, office assistant 3, Denise Danae Bowen at advanced step 4.
Thank you. I'm sorry to add to the craziness of your very full day. I have worked with Danae and knew her as Danae Bowen for the last 17 years, but as she pointed out to me today, when I let her know that, yay, you guys approved the item, she let me know that a few years ago she did change her name legally back to her maiden name. So since I knew her, I thought I knew exactly what I was doing when I wrote the memo, but apparently I was mistaken.
And the name.
And yes, she did sign an application, and it is spelled correctly there. So if I could just request that it be amended to approve hiring at step 4 for Denise Danae LaDolce. That's LaDolce.
LaDolce. Thank you very much for spelling that out for us. Any comments or questions? And I apologize, I did not ask for public comment on reopening and reapproving the consent. I'm looking at you, Mr. Guintavano.
Typically, yes, there would be public comment. I do recognize that in the past, there has, as far as reopening the consent, I've seen instances where there was no public comment.
Okay.
Typically, there would be public comment.
Okay. I'm going to take this hand that's up in the Zoom room for this item, and then we'll discuss that part later. Let's go ahead and open up for public comment. Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Maria Turner. You could not do better than to have Danae LaDolce in your staff. Thank you so much.
Great comment. Thank you. Any other public comment? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve request to hire extra help office assistant 3, Denise Danae LaDolce at advanced step 4 due to extraordinary qualifications.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
For the last two items of reopening and approving the consent agenda, just please raise your hand and come to the microphone if you had a public comment. And seeing none on either the chamber or the Zoom room, I feel cleared. Okay. And then, Director Turner, you went too swiftly back to your seat. We are on to 7.11. Consideration of board direction regarding size and member categories for the General Plan Advisory Committee.
2 o'clock item?
Oh, well,
It's 2:01.
I apologize for calling you back. Thank you, team, for keeping me on time. 6.14 is what I meant to say, 2 p.m. Consideration and discussion of an agreement with Black Dog Designs and Camoin Associates for Economic Development Design Services for an amount not to exceed $44,289.97, and authorize the chair to sign. Would you like to come to the front, please? We're seeing a lot of you today.
Good afternoon, Board. Ben Rickelman, Deputy County Administrative Officer. So as part of my economic development work plan I presented to the Board last year, mentioned economic development design services, primarily a web page, and then also static pieces. It's helpful with economic development usually to have some sort of marketing and design expertise brought from either individuals or consultants that have worked on it with a lot of different organizations. So an RFP was issued last fall. We had 6 respondents throughout the country. There was a unanimous choice for Black Dog Design. The review panel was impressed with their qualifications, their plan, what they envisioned, how they stepped it out. Seemed really well thought through. The price was also, the panel was receptive to their offering, and with other marketing design projects people in the panel have worked on, they said it was very competitive. So that was also encouraging. And then my discussions with Black Dog, I was really impressed for the vision they have and kind of project management and stepping through execution. So through those conversations and the panel's input, it was a unanimous decision to go forward with this contractor. It'd be about a 2 to 3 month project for the website and to get the materials ready. The tentative plan is for them to come here the second week in February to get a lot of input from the community. They'd be reaching out to supervisors, different industries, different community associations, tribal nations, and building a product that's reflective of Lake County. It's through my experience with economic development for the last decade, they're definitely one of the more responsive and thoughtful organizations I've worked with.
Thank you.
And just to break down the contract a little bit, it's $35,000 for kind of the core services, and then there's about a little less than $3,000 per year for 3 years for hosting, SOE, optimization, social media work, cybersecurity. So this website would not be hosted on the county's website. I did that for maintaining a unique brand, and also with public sector IT, I know there's certain specifications and kind of processes. So to keep those 2 channels kind of separate, I think would be easier for everyone. Any questions?
Are there any questions or comments? Supervisor Green.
Yeah, just note that it's a single contract, a single entity, but I see 2 names on there, Black Dog and then Camoin Associates. So the signature line I see on the proposed contract is with Black Dog. Is there a subcontract in here I don't know about, or why is this branded as 2 companies, but we're signing a contract with 1?
Sure, that's a great question. So the RFP was envisioned is for design services, but as being an RFP and going through the RFP process, you kind of are casting a wider net than a bid. And so they responded. So Black Dog is primarily a design firm, and Camion is more kind of site selection, economic development. So primarily I'll be working with Black Dog, but Camion would, if there's kind of appropriate resources to bring to bear and it wouldn't cost anything additionally, they can provide some of these site selection services.
And then if they fail to perform that function, what recourse would we have? Absent an actual subcontract that Black Dog provided to us.
Yeah, I mean, so kind of how I presented to the board is design services, how the RFP was crafted was design services. Kind of what I was considering was in the design services channel. So I've worked with several different site selection firms and consultants. For kind of where Lake County is, I think it's more appropriate to be focusing on supporting existing businesses, thinking through different infrastructure investments and kind of different funding opportunities and building up entrepreneurial support services. So I think kind of more the traditional large-scale site selection work. I'm going to work with them, but it's not going to be the priority of the contract.
Any other comments or questions? Quick question, and this one's for Mr. Quintivano. And this one, I feel like there needs to be a date specific. I know it says from 2024 through 2026, but it's for web hosting. I want to make sure it doesn't stop sometime in 2026, and I'd like to delineate whether that's fiscal end of 2026 or end of calendar date 2026. And since it's our website hosting part of the contract, should we put a date certain on this? I mean, I feel signing this today and saying support from 2024, that would start today, but that doesn't hurt to have a January date. But I feel December 31st, 2026 is important.
Yes, your board may state that or incorporate that in the agreement itself. And then the approval process would be as amended, because currently it doesn't have those specific dates.
And as you read it through 2026, would that be interpreted as the end of the year, or can it be interpreted as anything else?
The default would be end of the calendar year. Okay. So if there is anything that you could either be more specific with that by putting in a specific date, or revise it all together if your board wishes to, for example, change it into end of fiscal year as opposed to end of calendar year, 2026.
Okay, well, I probably should have asked that first. If you say the interpretation means through the end of the calendar year, then I'm okay with the way it's written. I just wanted to make sure that we got what we were expecting to get.
Follow-up question.
Yes.
And then follow-up question for County Council. The way I'm reading it, Camo and Associates would, if involved at all, would be on a value-added basis. So on the recommended action, although it says approve the agreement with Black Dog Designs and Camo and Associates, I only see the one signature from Black Dog. So my understanding would we should change that recommended action to omit reference to Camo and Associates.
And that would be a point of, possibly a point of clarification from staff, from Deputy County Administrative Officer Rickleman. If Black Dog Designs and Camoin Associates are essentially one company, then one possible way around it is to just include a reference to Camoin Associates to the signature field, either by way of revising what was already signed on that signature field, if they are one company. Because as it's currently stated right now, it only makes reference to Black Dog Designs. The other way around it is your board could approve the agreement on the condition that if Black Dog Design is separate from Camoin Associates, then we could just add a signature field. Staff could just add a signature field for Camoin Associates, and then for them to sign. And your board would be your board's approval today would be conditioned on that signature. So it all stems from the clarification of whether or not Black Dog Designs and Camoin Associates, that's the starting point, whether or not they're one and the same company, or whether they are two separate entities entering into a contract.
I think it makes sense. I can get a signature from Kamei and Associates also.
Yeah, there's two separate company profiles in the proposal, so definitely two separate entities. Okay, thank you for that question. Any other comments or questions from the board? Let's open it up for the public. Any comment on this item? Seeing none, I agree with changing the signature page to make sure that both agencies that we are contracting with are there. Don't know how the rest of the board feels, but I'd like to see that as an amendment.
In agreement.
Looking for action.
If Lloyd can restate what he said, I'll go so moved. It sounds like a twofer. Either it is one entity and it's fine as it is, and we'll just add Camino Associates to the existing signature line and re-execute it, or we'll add a second signature line with the company principal for Camino Associates.
Yes, so it would be a motion to approve the agreement with Black Dog Designs and Camino Associates for an amount not to exceed $44,289.97, as amended, with the amendments consisting of adding that signature field for Camino Associates execution and signature, and authorize the chair to sign.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Almost skipped you, Ben, sorry.
You're right on time. That's the agenda.
7.11, consideration of board direction regarding size and member categories for the General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC. Community Development Director Turner, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be back. So work has already started since the board approved our agreement with PlaceWorks for our planning project consultant. We have met with them regularly to work out a community engagement plan, as well as the beginning documents such as the notice of preparation for our EIR that you should be receiving shortly in your email boxes. For those folks just finding out about the general plan and area plan update project, these are community vision-driven documents. The general plan is the community vision for the next 20 years for the county, the unincorporated areas of the county. The local area plans, of which there are 8, are the community's vision for the next few years of that particular community. So it kind of zooms in on the characteristics that make that particular community unique, as well as planning for their future. Because community vision and transparency are so important during this process, we're going to have a general plan advisory committee. This is very typical. It's very standard for all of these similar projects. What you have before you is a list of possible categories, membership expertise. The purpose of the General Plan Advisory Committee is to meet 5 times during the next 3 years of the term of the project to decide or to add input on various areas. It'll start with the kickoff, where they'll learn kind of about what their role is going to be, and then at strategic times during that process, let me see, I listed them out for you. They correspond with the review of the local area plan updates, the review of the environmental impact report, and then the final general plan draft review. Those will all correspond with GPAC meetings so that they can add additional input for the board to consider. So the GPAC, both its size and the categories of membership, are entirely up to the discretion of the board. So I would prefer no more than 15, just because, as y'all know, when the meetings get really huge, it's hard to sort of herd all those cats. But So 15 seems to be pretty workable. And also the list that is at the bottom of page 1 and then extends on to page 2, I have highlighted the recommended categories. This is my own recommendation. Feel free to just use it as a launching point. If you've got other categories that you think would be more appropriate, that's the purpose of bringing this to you today, is to gain direction on both the overall size of the GPAC as well as the membership categories that the board would prefer to see reflected in representation on that committee. And I'm happy to answer any question. Oh, if I could just take a real quick bird walk. Going back to that notice of preparation for the EIR, that will be a public meeting. It is scheduled for Wednesday, January 24th from 10 to noon here in the board chambers. And we will be seeking input regarding the EIR scope of project, I think. I don't have any more details because I've never actually gone to one yet, but I will be very well informed before January 24th should the public have any questions. Feel free to communicate with our department. We have a new email set up that will be the best way that we're going to be able to collect all of our public input. It's going to be Lake County 2050. So that's Lake County 2050, all smashed together with no dots, at lakecountyca.gov. So I wanted to just take that moment, thank you for letting me birdwalk for a second, so that we can use every single opportunity to reach out to the public and engage everybody where they are. And now I'm happy to take any questions you might have on the GPAC.
And that was January 24th at 12, you said?
January 24th from 10 to noon.
10 to noon.
We will have additional meetings in the future that will be in the evening. We're just kind of jumping around so we can catch people at all times that might be convenient for them.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Pyska.
I think I like the list that you've got bolded. I think you're probably right to not want to go over 15. When you look through some of the old area plans, they had committees assigned similar to this for each area plan. And we're not doing that this time. So, right? We're not doing that for each area plan.
No, we're going to have 3 public meetings for each area plan. We're going to start with kickoffs at the municipal town halls.
Right. So I think with the different elements and the area plans, you could bring in those experts from those fields like geothermal and mining. So I think maybe just bringing them in for those specific elements for that work. But in general, I agree with the highlighted ones and the others as needed for input, specific input.
Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. There's like 3 basic comments here, so I'm not going to demand immediate answers as we go unless that's easier for you, but I just want to note this is presented as kind of an advisory committee. We talked briefly, it may be more of an ad hoc, but at 3 years and change, it's going to be one of the longest running ad hocs I've ever seen. One reason I mentioned that on a prior agenda item, we kind of didn't want to give supervisor input on an ad hoc committee, but for something like this, and given the current proposal for the membership of the advisory committee with no supervisors proposed, a couple issues there. One, when we do drill down into the area plans, the question could be, could a sitting supervisor contribute to those discussions? Would that require a separate direction from the board, et cetera? So I just want to distinguish between what is presented as an advisory committee in name, at least, and an advisory committee. At least many of the committees we just approved appointments to may have a supervisor or even 2 supervisors on them, but there's no supervisorial input expressly provided for here. So that's one question. The other question I have on the timeline is, I think when you first discussed this, you were excited because we were going to tackle the area plans first and then come to the broader general plan. The way I see this timeline, I see them kind of running concurrently. So as the area plans progress, at what point do we take a pause, look at the completed area plans, or at least the completed draft area plans, and make sure that the broader general plan amendments reflect those cumulative impacts of those area plans? That's the second question. And the third one's just to drill down one. I see under number 7, other countywide elements, but they're not specified. So I'm just curious if the agricultural element and/or the aggregate resource element might be tackled in those other elements. And in no particular order of that, but definitely I want to clarify, given the prior item, if we are going to limit supervisor input to certain times, or basically wait until the end of 2026 until this board gets a first whack at it. I would like some input from you on that, and I'd like some input from the board on that when we get to that. Thank you.
I wrote down question 1, totally forgot what question 2 was, but I do have question 3. So as far as board participation, if the board does not assign supervisors to the GPAC membership, I would still expect that each supervisor would be very interested in attending the local area plans or any of those community meetings. I can't see how that would be an issue. Our goal here is to maximize input. And so that's what I would think, but I'll leave it up to to your board. Typically, that's how it has gone in the past. Supervisors for that district are usually very involved with the community meetings, and in fact, it's extremely beneficial because you're getting a lot of public input that we may not see, and so it's helpful for you to stay apprised, which is one while you're on the why you are all on our stakeholder notification list, as well as why. It'll be really helpful for us if you are actively participating at the community meetings for the local area plan updates. One thing I just wanted to point out is because our local area plans are so outdated, we flipped the normal routine of making a robust general plan, which includes the 6 elements required by law, as well as the 4 elements that are unique and customized for Lake County, which is the agriculture element, the aggregate resource management plan, the geothermal resource management, and the one that's about resource conservation specific to Clear Lake. So those will all definitely be included in that general plan overall. That might have been question 2. No, darn, that was 3. So anyway, looking forward to robust supervisor involvement, whether or not there are supervisors appointed to the GPAC. What was number 3? I'm still not getting it back. Or 2.
It was wonky. So the way I saw the timeline here, and again, you may have not even prepared this timeline, maybe the consultant did, but the way I read it, the local area plan updates were tracking early and often, but the general plan overview document comes up early, but then it doesn't come back for a refresher. Wouldn't you expect the general plan, the master overview, to be influenced heavily by the ultimate outcome of the area plans?
Absolutely, and we designed it with just that in mind. Because those area plans are so outdated, we couldn't very well design a relevant general plan without updating our community visions. And so that's what we're doing. That's why the area plans are listed higher on that timeline list, because we're going to do the depth of that work, and we're making them actually the robust documents, the ones that will contain a lot more of the information. And then the general plan will include the things that are required that maybe had not been addressed in the local area plans, including those 4 standalone elements. So absolutely, the whole purpose of jumping right into those local area plans is to use that data to inform the general plan itself.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? So my question that I have is, on the list, there are, and I'm just going to name a few, fire districts, water districts, I would assume tribal government, unless you meant something other than that when saying tribal. They all receive this information through RFR, when eventually it has to go through the RFR. Is that a duplication of work by having them as part of the process as a committee and also being able to provide their own personal feedback through the RFR process? I'm just looking to maximize community input and knowing that agency input will be submitted at one point in the process because we can't skip that part. Just kind of curious about that.
I don't know that it necessarily would be duplicative, because as we go through the environmental process, we do have the SB 18 and all of the tribal consultation processes embedded within that. And so the separate tribal governments will all have an opportunity to review and comment on the environmental as well as the overall plans as they're moving forward. If the board would prefer then to not have that one, but put in another one, because we know that the tribal governments, and you're right, I did mean governments, that we've still got them in our plan to be included. It's up to your board.
And again, I think water districts, fire districts, I know I saw the cities were in there, at least not highlighted, but in there, those are all the same in the sense that they will receive the RFR for any feedback whatsoever. I'm just looking to maximize community input, knowing that agency input is already a part of the process from all of those. I think I like some of the highlighted. I do like the airport. Somebody that understand, maybe that would be from our county department or maybe not, but somebody that understands the needs of airports and surrounding land areas and its impacts. I also feel like maybe the TID or somebody from hospitality, like we have cannabis and ag, but we have nobody from tourism in the sense of like restaurants or hoteliers or things like that I can see on here that I think would be, I mean, it does say business association, but I feel like the impacts to our TID, to our tourism, should be in our thoughts as we improve or revise our general plan. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to take this opportunity to point out, as the board knows, a couple of the items that are embedded within our safety element, which is the climate vulnerability analysis as well as the countywide evacuation report or plan, those are going to be regional. They're going to include data from the cities. And so we do have a sort of a separate team already set up with the city managers and Placeworks and our staff working on gaining the city information as we move forward with those studies too. So our goal is to keep everybody involved as much as I can get them to participate. I'm just asking people to hang with me for 3 years.
Definitely.
Not leave me alone. Yeah.
Looking to get any feedback from the statements I made from my colleagues. I see Supervisor.
I don't have feedback for yours, I just have feedback.
Okay. Or other feedback.
So are these basically, so like when you say fire district, is it specific to the area plan that they'll be in? Or is this just all encompassing?
This would be one member of a fire district representing on the General Plan Advisory Board. As we do move forward with the local area plans, those individual districts will all remain involved, just not assigned to the overall General Plan Advisory Committee.
And so when you say homeowners association, there's quite a bit, so you're looking to find one from those and have them a part of it?
We prefer to have, if the board does want an HOA representative on there, we'd prefer to have one from one of our larger communities, so like Hidden Valley Lake or the Riv, somebody like that.
And the water district's the same, something like that? Okay. And then I know that there's quite a few business associations. Don't know which one we're going to choose on that, but quite a few.
If it helps, after the board gives us the direction moving forward on the GPAC, we're going to work with Johanna and the administrative office in order to put out a press release. And so the goal then is to get applications, our standard advisory board application, in from the people. So I think that at that point, then we'll bring it back to the board so you can consider appointments.
Okay. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, just coming back to the number and the composition, I do take your point to heart. You know, how do we get these community groups? It's kind of assumed some of these agencies and organizations will be able to contribute. I think the larger point is we're all going to be able to contribute, supervisors included this time, but you don't need a seat on the GPAC to express those opinions. So this is, again, stretching the boundaries of an ad hoc into 3 years, and I have a couple concerns about the size of it. One, it is hard to get quorum on a good day, and on a 3-year process, when there's 6 or 7 months between meetings, people can lose interest, even if they were initially interested in stuff like that. Again, if we shrink the size of the committee to a more manageable size, we're not robbing anybody or any community or any interest group of the ability to provide input. They just won't be sitting on the committee, going through the slog meetings and stuff like that, and they won't get those ultimate final votes to forward whatever those recommendations are. But we're not excluding anybody by having a smaller, more manageable committee. I think I've seen this pattern before. The more bigger the subject is, the bigger the committee is, because we're bending over backwards to be so inclusive, but we're really robbing ourselves of some manageability, especially for a 3-year complicated process with multiple area plans. And it really does, again, is it an advisory committee or an ad hoc? I would say it's stretching the boundaries of an ad hoc, but I'll kind of defer to county council on that. But I think it is, I like the idea. I like everything you've said about the inclusiveness. I just think the size and the membership of this committee gives me concern.
And the supervisors aren't. It says supervisorial district at large. So we may be in the back or something, but I go to the town halls. That's where they're
I
going to be
think the
doing
area
this.
plan is where the supervisor can be involved. Here, we'll be involved at the latter part of it.
But I think it is a large size, but I think this is what you believe is manageable, and it's complex. We have a lot of elements here to look at, so I think it does require this size. It's only slightly larger than the old area plan groups, which were 12, I believe. And if there's other areas that we want represented, then we can look for those qualities in our district candidates for the group. So, for example, I could select somebody that once worked at the Geysers and now works at a hotel or something along those lines. So there's ways to build in that experience without making this a lot larger.
An additional benefit of the final membership of the GPAC is that these are people who are involved in their communities, and they'll also help to spread the word and to gain input from our residents.
My last comment will be, and it doesn't sound like the board is taking the idea of those that are agencies receiving the RFRs, the request for comments, whatever the last R stands for, that we still have them on there. My request is geographical equity and racial equity so that we can make sure to hear from different folks and different perspectives, and that'll be on our part to get those applications into you. But just kind of like the last comment for the last board appeals that I was talking about.
So you mean that when this will be sent out to some of the leaders is what you're saying?
Tribes are going to receive a full
Cities,
review. Cities
right.
are going to get, water districts and fire districts are all, and to me, it's tough to, what one tribal represents all tribes.
Well, yeah.
What one fire district represents all fire districts, and what one water district
But when does that take place? You see what I'm saying? Does it take place right away, or does it take place right before it's approved?
It takes place before it gets submitted for an EIR review, correct? RFR?
Yeah, the draft EIR will be open for review. Consultations with tribes will proceed according to the state law. So these different areas will have opportunities to review these final documents.
And give comment and implement.
And so that's why I gave you the list of non-bolded too, is to sort of spark this kind of dialogue. So I am completely open to whatever membership categories the board feels should be there. And whatever size.
I think 15 should be your maximum. I already feel that might be a very wieldy membership to make sure you have quorum and are able to navigate through the conversation in an efficient way. So that would be the highest number that I would agree with. And as far as the RFR process, it's a matter of, is it too late, or maybe those comments should have been made earlier before all the work was made, before it got to the point of asking for comments? So early could be beneficial versus later. Everybody will have the chance to comment, but maybe earlier is better to have that, those groups being involved in the conversation. I'm open to anything, just trying to make sure that, again, geographical equity and racial equity as much as we can so we can hear from everybody.
So typically, we do reach out to the other agencies very early in the draft process. We'll have like a department draft or an admin draft before we get to the public review draft. And so these other agencies, and we will reach out to them specifically if we think that there's at all a link, as well as some others. But we reach out to them during that internal draft review because we're dependent on a lot of their data in order to inform that plan.
I agree with the 15 number, just what that 15 number is with these
It's hard.
names is the challenge.
It's hard. I mean, on a personal level, from reading through the unbolded list, thinking of Vice Chair Crandall, I love the idea of the town halls because one person to represent a supervisorial district as large as District 3, it's nice to have the ability to have 3 separate representations for such a broad scope of communities. Not an easy situation to decide on.
We will also hold our kickoff meetings for the local area plans at those town halls, and will remain in correspondence with those town halls with updates as we go forward. Even though it's only for the kickoff that we're focused on the town halls, we need to go larger as far as our community engagement goes. The town halls do remain a very helpful hub for getting communication to the community.
Right. And I appreciate you saying that. I definitely need to divide and separate between the area plan, which is very specific to a local area, versus the general plan, which is a little bit more global. Supervisor Simon.
So then we'd be holding to the 15 too, like the area plan, because I know we had some initial conversations where, whether it was the Cobb Area Council, like very interested folks for each area plan. Lower Lake Action Committee, very active in Lower Lake area for their Lower Lake Action, the plan, and then, the Middletown area plan, Middletown area town hall, but just sticking to those numbers, probably about 15 folks to look specifically at that. I don't think getting bigger than that should be something we're doing anyway, and that's different than this list, but
Yeah, the
it's nice we
GPAC
keep it consistent.
The GPAC will do review of local area plans, but it's more of a global level because their viewpoint is regional rather than just specific to any one local area. We should better have done our jobs and gotten robust community response in order to really present something that represents the vision of that local area planning area.
And just going back to the town halls, choose your poison. So yeah, we could add a seat for each of the town halls, but again, if you're already coming out into the field to do field work and probably coming to all of our town halls in that, you're going to get input not just from one town hall member, but all 5, right? And all the communities that come to that town hall. So again, if the goal of soliciting robust input doesn't necessarily require having a seat for all 3 years of this committee, right?
It's kind of one reason why I didn't bold the town halls as a recommendation, because it would be helpful to keep it to 15. And also the town halls are definitely not going to be neglected during the process.
Now I get it. All right.
Yeah, so the bold is 15. I'm okay with that recommendation. Sounds like some other people may want to sub in and out of that, but I like that proposal as it's presented.
Awesome. I'm hearing consensus on 15. What kind of 15?
I think it's good.
Okay.
It's good. I think there's a lot of other ways to get the other unbolded groups in there. and we're gonna have the town hall, the area plan, regional area. I think this is a good place to start. We have to start somewhere, and this is what you've recommended. You're the expert. This is your process. This is what I like.
So we have, I believe, 2 who have nodded their heads to the 15 that are currently
Yes.
bolded. We have 3, and I say that makes consent. I just wanted, before public comment, to say at least what we're looking at. So we have 3, so that would mean we are looking at the 15 that are bolded. So let's go ahead and open up public comment. I see none in the room. And let's open up with Elizabeth Larson from Lake County News.
My computer decided to update right in the middle of it, so I'm on here. Is this still there?
Are you a co-host again?
You what?
Are you a co-host again?
No, I need to go over to Wendy and make myself co-host, because I put her as host so the meeting wouldn't go down. Hold on.
We are going to get to you as soon as possible.
3 seconds.
If you'd like me to fill the dead air, I can talk more about the general plan project. We're very excited. We do have a draft of our community engagement plan that I will make sure that you get a copy of, and that kind of lists out the many ways that we are going to be encouraging input from as broad a spectrum of our county residents as possible. It'll include things like a QR code that'll take them to the website for the update. There will be various surveys on there throughout the process. It'll be a way that we can hand somebody a business code with a QR code as they're just walking down the street minding their own business, and then in their own convenience or at their convenience, they can link in and give their input. That's just one example. Thank you.
All right, we have Elizabeth Larson, I believe, ready to go.
Yes, thank you. So I realize that you have a long list of topics, of groups, but 3 groups I didn't see: school districts, faith-based organizations, and historic preservation and protection organizations. So considering that you already have a lot of other groups, do you have any plan for specific and targeted outreach to these groups? Because for some of them, especially if you consider faith-based organizations, their missions are changing so much in the footprints of their current buildings and zoning that what you do with the general plan is going to have a lot of impact on a lot of them, and they may not realize that. And so I'm curious if you are thinking about maybe breaking out, doing a specialized county website that's specifically about the general plan, making sure you've done, again, targeted outreach to these groups. And I believe for the purposes of, I think earlier today you were approving a change or support for a change to the Brown Act that would allow certain committees to continue to meet virtually. So are you thinking about anything like that?
Just real quick, as a clarification, education is on the list, which I think would cover school districts, as well as LCOE and potentially our community colleges. But if you can respond to...
Sure. Originally, I had LCOE on there just because it is involved with all school districts. However, I thought it would be better if we broadened it to education rather than just limit it. And I think maybe the third one was an environmental group.
Which is on there.
Which is included, yes.
Faith-based.
And the last one was
The first one was faith-based.
It was just historic preservation. It was not environmental.
Oh, sorry. Okay, historic preservation. That was not on the list, but this is up to the board. However you would like to amend it would be fine. And I thank Ms. Larson for her input.
Thank you for that. I do want to respond that I think it's difficult with 15 already on the list, and I don't think that any on the list are unnecessary. But I do know that we also have the Heritage Commission. We just need to get more people on that commission, and that maybe they can have a review of this update to the general plan and providing their guidance on their thoughts. That might be a way, kind of like the RFR process, for them to provide feedback from a specialized group looking at that. We do need to fill the group in order for them to be able to meet. Right now, we're still at 3 out of 7 people on that, but that would be one way. With the complications we're already having at the board in the discussion of who are the 15 or who's on there, adding more opens the door for potentially others, but I think there's an avenue for them to provide that input as long as we commit to getting that committee filled. And I believe Supervisor Pyska has something.
Yeah, and I think the area plans is a great place for the faith-based groups to be active in their specific communities that they serve. And the historic preservation issues can be brought up also in the area plans. And then the communities can decide if they want to adopt design standards that go along with historic buildings. So there's a lot that can happen, I think, in the area plan.
Additionally, a lot of our churches have pretty good conference rooms, so it may be a good spot as a possible community outreach meeting during our local area plan process.
Thank you for that. And I see Betsy Kahn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Board, and thank you, Maria. I'd like to just comment. I was involved in the 2008 general plan. I have read all of the county general plans. I'm quite familiar with the way these things work. In my experience, the general plan sets goals and policies, which then end up being the tools for implementing the needs in the area plans. And because our area plans are so old, they are so irrelevant to our actual current conditions, getting the new needs identified in the draft area plans that would then feed into the goals and policies of the general plans would be the way I would perceive this to flow. I don't know if that's agreeable to Mrs. Turner. Then the subsequent action after you approve a general plan and area plans is when you update the zoning ordinances. And that is a step that hasn't been mentioned, but that has a tremendous impact on the implementation, again, of those area plan specifics. Thanks for allowing me to comment.
Thank you very much. Ms. Turner?
I completely agree with Betsy. The reason why we're doing these local area plans first is so that the vision of these planning areas will be synthesized with the overall regional county general plan. Darn, I already forgot the second.
Well, and I think the zoning issues will be brought up during those discussions. For example, in Cobb, I've got all these historic resorts that have all burned down and people can't build housing. And so we do need to look at zone changes within the area. And I think those conversations will start in the area plan.
And to me, that's kind of the culmination of the whole general plan is you end up with a zoning ordinance that you pass at the end.
Yes, through the local area plan process, the community decides things like, we want commercial here, or we want to expand high-density housing in this direction, or we want our community growth boundaries where we're focusing on the future of extending our infrastructure to now include this area. And so all of that gets done at the vision level through the area plans, the local area plans and the general plan. After that, is when the zoning ordinance gets caught up, because the general plan and the zoning ordinance must synthesize, they must agree. And so that's when we start doing map rezones, any sort of updating to the zoning ordinance that we might need. That's later. I haven't really focused on that just because it's a big project. But after the general plan and the area plan updates is exactly when we want to start that.
Thank you very much. And I don't believe there are any other public comments. And seeing none, bringing it back to the board, it looked like we had consensus for The membership categories being the 15, which include the at-large, one seat for each supervisorial district. So 10 plus those 5, and anything else other than that direction.
Yeah, one last clarification. I just want to clarify, it sounds, I'm very glad there's consensus to allow broad participation by SUPs, in particular at the area plan level, but if there's anything we need to throttle, because at the end of the day, this will come to Planning Commission review and it will come to this board. So if there's anything in this 3-year process that would give any discomfort to this board, now would be a good time to do it, because it isn't spelled out in your proposal. And I want whatever supervisor involvement or lack thereof to be clarified as much as possible now, so there isn't any misunderstanding down the road. So if it's all SUPs, all input all the time, I'm totally good with that. If there are certain parts of this process where we think we should defer to the Planning Commission or the GPAC itself to make recommendations and we back off at that point, I'd like you to consider that, if only because of, again, a prior item where maybe that direction was not consistent with what we're proposing here.
So what I'd like to offer is I think the area plan is definitely a process where the local supervisors can be involved just as much as they're involved with their town halls type of situation. When it comes to this, as far as the general plan, I think being a fly on the wall at the most should be the participation of the Board of Supervisor until it goes through the process, so that we do not stain or sway the process before the Planning Commission and before it comes back to us. That is my personal opinion on our participation.
Then I'd ask how you clarify that in writing, because I disagree with the assertion that we can sway at a certain part of the process, but we can't sway later in the process. So if you're going to draw that line in the sand, I'd ask that we somehow document it. And we don't have to do it today, but maybe we bring it back at a future item. But
Would that be like an internal policy sort of document? Or, because there's not really any normal part of a general plan process that makes that sort of a statement?
I think we need to recognize the power that we have when we walk into a room. People are looking to us for guidance. This is about community input. This is about the community providing their feedback on what they would like to see the next 30 years look like when it comes to development or when it comes to just the living situations here. Being there to listen and hear from your community, I think, is really important. So I don't want to take that away. But as soon as we start speaking, it changes the chemistry of the room for how people feel to express themselves, especially if it's an expression that goes against what the Board of Supervisors may have stated. And so that's why I'd like to make this as open and secure for any community member to be able to express themselves when it comes to this part. We will get our ability to make statements and changes when it comes to us. But not until then is what I think I got nods from at least that side of the dais.
Well, that sounds different from what you said before, where it was going to be all in during the area plans and everyone gets to contribute. And based on that earlier conversation, I guess what I would do is use the little timeline here. Is it area plans here and we all get to speak whatever we want at our town halls, but when it gets to a draft general plan and it goes to the Planning Commission, all of a sudden we're flies on the wall at that point?
I think you're complicating it, and when I say, I mean, you're using words like all in. I don't think you should lead the conversation of this is what we're going to do for the area plan. I think, again, it's all about getting that public input, but there's a certain level of involvement when it comes to town halls that Board of Supervisors are used to and accustomed to having. And I don't want to take that away from you guys. I don't have a town hall. But this is about getting the public comment. This is about engaging the community. This will come to us to eventually provide our input and our feedback, and I want to make sure that it's a safe and open of a ability for people to provide their input and their feedback. Again, love to hear from what others are saying. I feel like I'm repeating myself.
I agree with that. Yep.
I agree. Because the local area plan is where we you've all been
Involved.
approached from day one, you know, on little things that we've ran into even in our supervisory districts, you know, electronic signs, whatever, anything we've gone through a bunch of different iterations. So yeah, I think the local level with the advisory committees, the way to do it with the area plan. And just for my own clarification, it says at large, one seat for each supervisory district. Does it have to be a supervisor, or could a supervisor pick somebody to sit in that seat?
It's meant to be an at-large public
Right,
member.
okay, perfect, that's what I thought. So that separates us already, so I
No
just want to
added
clarify
meetings for
that.
you.
Yeah. Well, I just want to make sure. Well, I'm just thinking long-term wise, who that's going to be already, so starting to.
Awesome. Feel free to contact them.
So looks like you have direction from staff. Do you need anything else from us to clarify anything, or are you good?
I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Difficult project to take on. Thank you for taking it on.
It's an amazing opportunity, and we are very excited.
And absolutely needed. Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break. Let's take 8 minutes. We'll come back at 3:05. All right. It is 3:05. Let's go ahead and move on to item 7.4, consideration of presentation and overview of the Cannabis Equity Program. Ms. Moreno.
Thank you. So I'm going to start my presentation.
It's the little guy.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Casey Moreno, Deputy County Administrative Officer for Finance and Budgets. So I am here to present the overview of the Cannabis Equity Grant. There are two types of funding. So there's Type 1 funding, which is assistance for cannabis equity assessment and program development, and then Type 2 funding, which is assistance for cannabis equity program applicants and licenses. The first year that we applied for Type 1 funding, which was in the 1920 year. We did receive $150,000, which we spent all of. That grant period covered May 15th of 2020 to August 31st of 2021. We did get a 1-year extension to August 31st of 2022. After that, we applied for Type 2 funding for the subsequent years. So for the first year of 2020-21, that covered April 15th of 2021 to October 31st of 2022. We did get a 6-month extension to April 30th of 2023. We got a little over $888,000. We spent most of that, returning $1,359 back to the state. The following year, 2021-22, that grant period covered March 15th of 2022 through October 31st of 2023. Unfortunately, we did not spend even half of that. We received a little over $1.9 million, spent a little less than $600,000, and returned $1.3 million to the state. I'll go into that a little more on the next slide. And then the current funding period that we are working in is the 2022-23 year, covering April 1st of 2023 to October 31st of 2024. We have not spent any of that money yet, so we do have a little over $836,000. So the reason for the unspent funds in 2021-22, there are quite a few of them. So we did apply for a much larger amount with anticipation that we were going to have more applicants and higher taxes that were going to be collected. Resolution 2022-15, which is in effect until December 31st of 2024, extended the suspension of the tax rate increase pursuant to CPI, so the tax rates are not increasing. Resolution 2022-45 limits the cultivation tax to the canopy area, and additionally a 50% reduction to the cannabis taxes, which is also in effect until December 31st of 2024. Cultivators can contact CDD to change their canopy size, and that makes it very hard to estimate how much we're going to actually need. So to apply for an amount and then have it change is another reason that we decreased. And then in 2020 to 21, that funding was extended to April 30th of 23. So really, and we returned a little over $1,000. And so that left about 6 months to spend $1.9 million. So currently, the funding we have available is the 2022-23 Type 2 funding. We have $836,678.29 available. None of that has been spent yet. And we do have until October 31st of 2024 to spend the funds. Whatever is not spent is returned to the state. And the current 2022-23 grant follows the current Lake County Cannabis Local Equity Program Manual.
Quick question on that. January is the first payment and May is the second payment. Is that still how we have it currently?
I believe so.
Okay. And so the 836 should be utilized or partly utilized or entirely utilized to help those within the equity program to help with those two payments or other purposes?
Yes. So we did work with the tax collector to do prelim tax bills last year before the funding was going to expire for that $1.9 million. So we were able to pay most of the taxes that would be due now in January and May. There are some that were missed, and so those will be paid. But we did get about $300,000, I believe it was a little over that, paid for this year's tax bills.
So there was a advanced payment? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we were trying to spend down as much as possible.
So we didn't
at
give
1.9.
back.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So the Cannabis Equity Grant can be used for county fees or taxes which are paid out of pocket by cultivators, which includes the cannabis cultivation taxes on canopy due to the tax collector and cannabis cultivation fees due to Community Development Department. Fees and taxes already paid prior to the Cannabis Equity Grant funding being awarded are not eligible for a refund. If an applicant is eligible for a Cannabis Equity Grant, has applied and been awarded, they need to make sure the administration office receives a copy of their bill or bills payable to the County of Lake to request payment by the Cannabis Equity Grant. Funds are not issued directly to the cultivators, but are transferred to the payable county department. So now let's look at the future of the Cannabis Equity Grant. The period that just ended, or solicitation period that ended in December for 2023-24 Type 2 funding, we did not apply for because we did not qualify. We would have had to have spent at least 50% of the grant funds over the past 12 months and 80% over the past 18 months. Also, due to Proposition 209, which I'll go into on the next slide, we would need to completely change our local equity program manual. And then also, funding over $500,000 would now require a 1-to-1 county match. An example of that is if we applied for $900,000, we would need to match $400,000 and expend the county match prior to using the $400,000 state match. So Proposition 209 is effective the 2023-24 grant solicitation. Local equity programs may not include eligibility criteria that violates the equal protection clauses of the U.S. and California Constitutions and Article 1, Section 31 of the California Constitution, Prop 209, such as race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, and others. Local jurisdictions that include such eligibility criteria in their local equity programs will not be awarded grant funds. Also, they are changing who is eligible as far as cultivators go for the 2023-24 grant cycle and going forward. So now the business eligibility will need to meet both of the following criteria: equity ownership, which is individuals who either individually or in combination with other owners who meet the equity criteria must own 50% or more of the business, and gross revenue. The businesses had gross revenue of $5 million or less per year. If a new applicant's business expects gross revenue of $5 million or less for the first year, gross revenue can be documented with California Department of Tax and Fee Administration documents, IRS documents, or profit and loss statements. The individual criteria is changing. So the cannabis conviction has to be convicted to a cannabis-related offense prior to November 8th of 2016. Cannabis arrest, cannabis-related prior to November 8th of 2016. Household income must be less than or equal to 60% of the area median income for the local jurisdiction. The neighborhood criteria: live at least 5 years between 1980 and 2016 in a county disproportionately impacted by past criminal justice policies implementing cannabis prohibition, and the owner meets one of the following criteria: resides in a qualifying census tract, or has an immediate family member who was arrested or convicted of a cannabis-related offense prior to November 8, 2016. So at this time, staff are not planning on continuing the Cannabis Equity Grant Program, as it would require significant staff time to rework the local equity program. Current beneficiaries would need to reapply to verify their qualifications. Also, our understanding from the state is that it would no longer be able to be used for cannabis cultivation taxes and fees. We were essentially grandfathered in to use the payments that way, but it does not specify that on the grant solicitation. But we do currently have the funding through October 31st of 2024, so it's not ending immediately.
And at this moment in time, the rule of not being able to use it for cultivation taxes applies to the leftover 800,000.
We are able to use it for that.
Oh, we are able to?
We are this
Okay.
time, yes. They said everything for this current, because it was awarded in 2022-23 for this purpose, we're still able to use it,
Gotcha.
but going forward. And that is the end of my presentation.
Okay. Any comments or questions? I do have a quick question for you. Do you know what the breakdown was as far as how much of the money that we did provide through the equity program, how much of it was used for fees and other purposes rather than just taxes?
I don't have that in front of me, but there was quite a few under $1,000 transfers to CDD. There was a few above that, but majorly it's been for taxes.
That's what I thought. Supervisor Green?
Follow-up question. You may not have the breakdown, but clearly there's a distinction between applicants and licensees. And if I were to guess, the amount of aid given to applicants is dwarfed by that given to licensees that are paying their cannabis taxes. Is that a fair assessment?
If they qualified for the Campus Equity Grant and had taxes due, then we paid them. But we didn't separate them out by licensees or applicants.
Okay. I guess of the monies allocated, I guess I'm trying to figure out how many of, because the original goal of the equity program, at least when Prop 64 was written, was to help these applicants for any number of reasons. We haven't had a large number of applicants per se, unless those that were already in the pipeline, but we weren't able to retroactively fund some of those permitting costs. So my understanding is, to the extent this has been distributed, it's been primarily for cannabis tax relief to those who have been through the application process and been awarded their county permit and state license. Do you have a breakdown on that?
I don't have that in front of me, but I can definitely get that for you.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Let's open it up for the public. Any public comment on this item?
Hello, Chair, Board, Vice Chair. Erin McCarrick, Clear Lake Cannabis Distribution Owner, Vice President of the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. Hello, thank you so much for that presentation. I definitely first want to start off with saying thank you to Patrick Sullivan, the CDD, Casey Moreno, everybody who has contributed to creating the board, contributing to the equity program in general. It was a big ask. It was not easy. I believe the tax department had to change their structure of collecting taxes and able to meet this. So thank you. It helped out a lot of people. Had a couple questions, and well, first I would like to encourage the CDD to look at whoever is in charge of this, not the CDD, sorry, force of habit, whoever's in charge of the cannabis equity program, if there is anybody in charge, to reapply in 2024, and I'll kind of go through that as quickly as I can. But the first question I had is, the money, the 800,000 that can be spent this next year, is that only cultivation taxes? Is it only for current applicants? Could there be an expanded pool of applicants? Can it be used for not just cultivators, but distribution, manufacturing, retail, et cetera? And in that same vein, could it be applied to their county taxes or their applications for, building permits or what have you? Does it have to be spent on that? Could it be given out in miniature grants, such as $2,000 to get ADA or $5,000 to get 4290? And were the restrictions that were initially put on, such as not either restrictions or focused money to be spent, was that the cultivation taxes, was that based on the way the county wrote the grant? Was it based on how the DCC awarded it, or the state of California, the GoBiz, not DCC, how GoBiz awarded it, or was that, where was the confinement? Could that 1.3 or whatever, could that 1.3 have been spent outside of the cultivation taxes? So a lot of questions. I can also put them into writing. And in moving into the future, I know the LCCA, we worked hand in hand with Patrick, Mr. Sullivan in the beginning, and then, life and business kind of got crazy, and so happy to double down and try to help out where we can. What are the rules for outside organizations helping to kind of build a program for the next round? Because yes, it is more confining, but there still are possibilities to either increase into people who might still be in the other market. For example, let's say somebody has a cultivation, a big old piece of land, and they say, I know a veteran who has been convicted of a drug-related offense. I want to empower them to get a small cottage license. They would own it. They would apply for the equity grant. They could put it to use. Hopefully not making it too complicated, but there are ways to embrace the cannabis community, current and out there, in this. So what are the rules on an outside organization helping with this next project? Thank you so much.
Could you send me an email or put it in writing?
Yep,
That's a
will do.
lot. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Skyla Lewa with Pillsbury Family Farms, and we were a cannabis equity grant person. We ended up receiving 50 grand from the state, and Lake County accepted it, but we were not notified that this payment was made to the county. Not until we really started pressing questions did things started actually happening. But one of the main things is that as I was reading through the equity manual that was adopted, that the different directors of the different departments of the community development director had the right to go to the deputy administrator and start working with them into getting our fees paid, and we ended up paying out of pocket. So going forward with this new equity grant, we really encourage the communication between all of these different departments about businesses that are like us, because we are a business that is not a part of the Lake County Community Growers Alliance, because we do not believe in their business ethics when it comes to speaking up about things. They prefer to have a consensus and not really so much as individual businesses coming out and speaking up about it. So going forward, we really encourage you guys working with other individuals like ourselves with the clarity, the community, and the transparency that you guys need to hold with us. And we really are excited to see that the cannabis equity grant money can now be utilized for other things that we have been dying to use the money for, like getting our pesticides, paying for our annual compliance fees, and getting all of these things in order to come up to county regulations and our codes of conditions of approval that we're supposed to have. But without this equity money, we are not eligible to get to our end goal, which is being a successful farm and bringing income to this county. So we wanted to take you guys and hope you guys take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Justin Quayle. I can't be a part of the LCCA. They've told me that my disability conflicts with whatever. There's discrimination there, and that's something that they're not willing to talk about or recognize. But I have plenty of court documents from a labor board case that proves that, whatever. But Also, the communication thing is bad. Like, it is really, really bad. We are failing. I paid my last $2,100 last year towards something that was already paid, and I'm still trying to pay last year's property taxes so we can keep at least a year behind. I know that you lost the project. I understand that there was another board of supervisor or COA that thought my disability was fake. These issues need to be investigated all the way down to the illegal recordings that were done unpermissionally. You can watch the videos that are available. The retaliation here is really bad. We're trying our best. I went to prison for many, many, many years for this weed. And I really want to see it successful. I want to be in the industry. We've done everything correctly to every single aspect of what you ask. But we are financially not making it. And I'm worried that you're going to say, hey, you didn't get this road done, but I haven't been able to open, but I haven't got this road done, so now you're going to take it out of my grant, all these fees that are going to recur because I can't afford $2,000 worth of gravel just to be compliant with you guys. You know, I've done everything. I've fixed my road up enough so that it was smoother than the county road with no money to make it easier so it didn't feel like Murder Mountain. So like Satura Ham was so scared to come up there. It's very frustrating. And I would love to help everybody successfully make it, especially people with disabilities, especially people like me. You know, I can't read or write, so I have to trust you to make the right decisions. Let's make some of these money go to people that are been arrested. John's been arraigned so many times up there. You guys took everything from that man. And we're trying to do it the right way. But it just feels like every time we just hit this wall of no talking. We don't want lawyers. We don't want to sue you and take you to the state. Even with this conflict of the recording of, if you have a restraining order against somebody, it's for that somebody. So if a person's going in to file a complaint with the code enforcement, it needs to be for that individual, not a group of people.
Let's make sure to stay on the topic of the grant.
Okay, but the grant, that is part of the grant because we need that video to come to life to show that we are trying. That video needs to be watched, that's all I'm asking.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments from the public in the chamber? I see we have hands up in the Zoom room. Lewis Lincoln.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hi, welcome. Thank you for taking my comments right now. I'm the co-owner of Redbud Apothecary. We are the only Native American-owned, minority-owned dispensary. We have been an equities applicant since 2022. And we have asked for assistance with equities money, and we have been currently denied since 2022 for the funding because we are retail. And if you apply, you're looking at those types of funding, type 2 is not associated to cultivation. We feel like we're being left out of this equities grant by being repeatedly told no. So, we're wondering why wasn't the money given out? And I know you say it's for taxes and stuff, but the type of funding that you applied for, the type 2, that was for all aspects of the cannabis industry, which if you don't fund the farms, if you don't fund certain aspects of the chain, it affects everything all the way down, and it affects the customer cost at the end at the retail. We submitted a budget on what we were going to use the money for, and it was livable wages, anything that you can make a business get going. And so we've been denied when we went through the process of being approved in 2022 from the state and the county. So my question is, why were we denied when the type of funding you applied for clearly included retail in that funding? And you sent back 1.3 million when you could have just easily cut checks to people who were qualified, or asked, we could supply a budget or whatever. But moving forward into 2024 and the other equities application, this industry, this county is becoming well known. We support women growers. We support, everything local here as much as we can, but it's hard. I have growers coming into the retail shop asking, how do we get flour in here, into the store, like local farmers. So, the county has allowed a retail chain of dispensary to come in that has more than one store that's not a local to undercut all the local businesses. You know what I mean? So taking a look at who you're allowing to come in, if they have multiple chains, or are they locally owned like we are? We're local. We live here. We've been here for over a decade. We're trying to make our mark here in the cannabis industry as long as everyone else. And we like to support everyone that hasn't had the opportunity to get into this game.
And your
the
time is
cannabis
up,
industry.
your 3 minutes, if you can finish your comment.
Yes, my comment is the request that you pay out retail and every applicant that is qualified for this funding. And why do you send back 1.3 million when you could have just cut them a check? My comment and suggestion, pay everybody out.
Thank you for your comment. And it's hard to speak specifics of your application without having the details of the application. Definitely would suggest contacting staff or potentially your district supervisor for that conversation in order to get into those details. But appreciate your comments. And Sarah Bodner.
Hi, good afternoon, Board. This is Sarah Bodner, Policy Director for the Lake County Cannabis Alliance. And this is probably the topic that we get the most frequently asked questions around, is what's going on with the equity program, what happened. And I think this presentation was very helpful in giving the historical layout of the different pots of money and what is still currently available. And I want to thank staff for that. And I would like to make a request that the slideshow that was given today be posted to the cannabis website for the County of Lake so that we can point people to it and that it can be an ongoing resource. I think that would help operators with clarity about what has happened and what's going to happen this year. And it will also help probably staff in dealing with a lot of those inquiries so that we can work to better educate our members and industry folks who come to us with questions about this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't know if that would be the appropriate place to put it, but at the very least, if we can put the slides on our, with our agenda as an attachment at the very least, and we can figure out if there's a better place for it. Mr. Lincoln, I see that you have your hand up. Please put it down if it's from the same comment, or else I'll get back to you again. But next I have Nara Dalbaka.
Hi there, good afternoon, and thanks for hearing this item today. This is one of the more disappointing things that's happened, I think, with this county. Is the inability to pay this out to folks as they needed it, and which precluded you from applying for this round 2 money. And I see this a lot in all of the various aspects of the community service that I do here, where we miss out on money and grant opportunities because stuff is just getting missed, and it's hard. It's hard on the farmers here who are struggling to survive, and I think there are some real opportunities that we could have done. Sorry, I'm home with a strep throat kid who just tripped on my computer cord. We're dealing with with trying to bring money into the county. This was free money from the state. Not right now, Lulu. And it doesn't matter if you whisper, honey, I'm trying to talk. There were opportunities to create workforce development programs for folks who are negatively impacted here by the war on drugs with the Tier 2, or the the round two money. And I would really encourage us to spend this out, to apply again in the future when we have it, and to not say that we don't have the capacity to do these applications, because these are opportunities that we miss here in Lake, and we fail our fellow citizens and our local businesses when we don't give them every opportunity that we can. So I think there is also an opportunity to work with the state on this, on that definition, and ensuring that we're adequately representing our indigenous communities here, because I don't know that we're that the state has fully grasped or acknowledged the need there, and that the money should also be going to impacted indigenous communities. And I think that that's a failure of theirs. I've worked with them on this definition. So I think there's opportunities to work with the state. There's opportunities that we can apply for in the future, and let's get this money to the people who need it. All right, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do want to at least make a comment on, yes, there's always potential for doing more with what was done, but I also don't want us to forget the amount of money that was provided to our farmers to help them. We heard loud and clear that taxes were a problem, and we made that a priority, and we definitely provided to many of our farmers, and you had to meet a threshold or a criteria in order to be able to access those funds for that. So again, we maybe could have done more, but we can't forget what we've done. We definitely helped out. Next is Jennifer K. Smith.
Good afternoon, Board. Chair, Supervisor, you just stole the words out of my mouth. I think it's really important for us as an industry and as a county to recognize what we have been able to get from the state and what we have been able to utilize of the funds. If I understand the agenda item today, it's to consider a presentation. There aren't any decisions going to be made today on this program, but I would therefore encourage the board and the county to continue to look into this, to accept the help and information of any government agencies, private agencies, people that can perhaps take some of the heavy load off. Heaven forbid I suggest another ad hoc committee, but these are funds that are out there that they're not free, because we recognize that county staff time is utilized to get these funds, but it is incremental funds to the county that could come from the state rather than the farmers themselves. And so if there is an opportunity to have a further study session on this, or to have a presentation where decisions are being made, I highly encourage that the county go down that path and find a way to access the funds that we have and access future funds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Elizabeth's phone.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Lincoln. I am the other owner of Red Bud Apothecary. We are a 100% owned Native American owned dispensary in Kelseyville. I am 50% owner, which makes it also woman owned. I am a grant writer for over 20 years. And so applying for this grant, specifically have experience with over $100 million in the last 7 years of funding, government contracts, loans, grants, you name it. I was disappointed that you left retail out of this application. I got the runaround for over a year and a half. I finally put a request into Casey, which she's been wonderful, and into every single one of you, Board of Supervisors, to request that you fund retail. That was denied. And I know as a grant writer, and I've also done work under GoBiz, so I know where this funding comes from. I've been told that you had an opportunity to outsource this grant to a contractor to manage. We didn't ask for anything to line our pockets. We wanted to pay our bud tenders livable wages. We wanted you to help us pay for program costs, increased costs, video surveillance. It would have been nice to have paid for the ramp that we were required to put in, which cost us $17,000. And you also have an obligation to your members of the county. I am a member of this county. My children go to Kelseyville School. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a landowner. And because I also own the land that my dispensary sits on. You are, as a grant writer, I know that I understand that you have a waiver from the state, but you were lining your own pockets with grant money that's meant for, cultivators, retailers. So, I would encourage you to go for the second round, examine what else is going on, because the full chain of it's not just retail, it's manufacturing, it's cultivation, it is also it's everything, right? So we have a wall in our dispensary that specifically highlights Lake County cannabis, and it's hard to fill because of all of the moving parts of all this. So I just hope that you would be able to put more effort into this and help a Native American woman-owned business that is really trying to make it, because we're not. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I do want to respond. There was not a lining of the county's pockets. We actually saved farmers from being shut down. We helped people pay their taxes, and based on their conditions of approval, without paying taxes, you do not get to continue to cultivate. So I think we offered an opportunity, and I'm glad that people took advantage of that opportunity, but I would not use the words. Of course, you get to use your words, but I just want to clarify that I feel we really helped out the industry to make sure they continued through a struggling time where the markets were crashing. I don't see any further hands up. I know we just did Elizabeth's phone, so I see that her hand is still up. But no one else in the board chambers, and so want to bring it back to the board for further conversation or conclusion. So I do have a question. Director Turner, since you're here, wondering if you can let us know how many applications you still have meandering through your department for cannabis? Approximately. I don't need an exact number. Are we talking about 5? Are we talking about 100?
If my understanding, or if my memory is correct, we have between 20 and 40.
20 and 40.
A number of those are getting off of our books because they've been inactive for so long, and in an incomplete status.
And I know there were some statements that I'm not sure I agree with that were made on how the grant could be utilized. Is it fairly, I know that you said there's a new revamped criteria, which we would not be able to utilize for taxes any longer. But some of the comments were made about salaries for their staff. Would that be eligible for use through this equity grant?
I'll have to look into it. They have a paragraph where it says these are the uses for it, and taxes were not included, so I'll look at the uses.
And then my last question, I guess, is you said if it was above 500,000 that we would have to match 1-to-1. What if we asked for $499,999?
We should go for 5. So we can go up to the 500,000 and have no county match.
Because I'm just curious between whatever the criteria is and does it actually help, and however many applications could utilize the reduction in fees. I doubt it would cost us $500,000 to revamp the manual. And so the little bit of money that it does cost and staff time, is it worth the potential $480,000 that we would benefit from, or $450,000 we would benefit from if we asked for the full 5, is where my question kind of falls into play.
Well, don't we already have to spend down what we haven't spent down?
Yeah,
And
the
didn't
next.
we miss the deadline also?
We did for the 23-24, but we can apply for the 24-25. Yeah.
I would appreciate clarification as well if that means refunding people their fees, because when we take in an application, they pay their fees at that time.
And that would all depend on if that's an eligible criteria or not.
Okay.
As of right now, that it's not. We do not refund anything. They would have to apply for the campus equity grant and then give us a copy of their bill so we can pay it and transfer the money to the department.
And I'm just weighing the pros and cons of looking to see if we can help, continue to help, or if it's really only going to be a burden on the county where we're at a loss while trying to help someone else that we can't lose from that scenario. Supervisor Green?
Yeah, thank you. Of course, I wasn't on the board when this went through, so none of these comments are intended to second guess any prior actions by this board. But yeah, there's a lot going on here, and some of it's troubling, and particularly the return of $1.3 million from that last cycle. But I think part of the angst here is, for better or worse, there was a decision made that we will provide relief for cannabis tax payments, and that's certainly important. However, when I'm looking at the original equity program manual and when I go back to Proposition 64 and how this whole thing was baked to work, it was really to help our startups. And there's two major throttles that are in place here. One is because of an existing provision in our commercial cannabis ordinance, although we do have some applicants that are still in the pipeline or at least eligible to apply based on their possession of a water board permit by a certain cutoff date, as far as recruiting new applicants to our applicant pool, to borrow a theme from the Clear Lake Hitch, we haven't done any recruitment of new applicants. So we've been dealing with an existing pool of applicants. Some of them have moved through the pipeline, some of them are still kind of stuck, so now we have 20 or 40. But the original goal of the equity program was to support applicants as they plow through this, what in Lake County is at least a very costly and complicated process. So that's one thing. We don't have recruitment into an applicant pool. Thus, we don't have applicants that we can support as we outlined in our own equity program manual. Number two, virtually all the services that are mentioned in our equity program manual are not being provided. And I don't know if that's a lack of education to the potential applicants for that, but I think the more applicable thing is the current model that's being used, that although it says here Lake County intends to provide a majority of services via direct funding assistance to equity applicants, direct funding is not happening. Rather, it's this convoluted reimbursement thing where they have to either prevent an invoice or go out of pocket and get reimbursed. And so, and I don't know for a fact that if there was some hesitation to do direct funding, and I would understand that based on experiences in other counties, what was the impediment to that? And although there's no action item here today, I think there is an implied preference of staff that, at this point, we're just going to sunset it and hope for the best with the $836K we still have in the bank. And I just have discomfort with all of that. So if we have to come back in a future item and talk about should we go for future grant funding and what would it take to do that, including reworking this equity program manual, then let's get on it. And it's no harm, no foul, because apparently we haven't hit most of the marks that are laid out in this equity program manual. We basically pivoted and punted to cannabis tax relief and cannabis tax relief only. So I don't think today is necessarily the time to do it, but I do think this hesitation or de facto policy that would prohibit direct funding to applicants and licensees deserves examination. Definitely, we would have to rework the program manual because race and gender-based provisions can't be accommodated in there. Probably shouldn't have been accommodated in the first go-round. It makes perfect sense to me. if we don't have a adequate applicant pool so that we can actually benefit applicants who are the main beneficiaries of the equity program as it was proposed and enacted, then maybe we need to take a look at opening up that applicant pool while we continue to work on the longer-term changes that are needed to the cannabis ordinance. So thank you for the presentation. It leaves me with far more questions than answers at this point. But I just want to be very clear. I have gotten a lot of feedback, a lot of it very recently, over the plight of this equity program and the desire of those applicants that are lucky enough to, licensees that are lucky enough to actually have a shot at these funds. Let's get the message out and see what we can do to support them. But I think there's an even wider pool of potential equity applicants who are still kind of forestalled from even getting in line. And I really think that's a big part of this puzzle. And so those are my comments right now.
Thank you for your comments. I do want to mention that our decision was very public, with conversation with many of the stakeholders as far as changing our strategy to help out with the taxes. And again, in the midst of a roller coaster ride for the industry to stay alive, that's where the decision came through. But again, very public in the way that that was done. So at this moment, thank you very much for all the information. I would be curious to know what kind of time frame, what kind of capacity would be needed to update the manual to see if it's worth looking at. But at this moment in time, it sounds like we're not getting any further money, and we still have money to spend. And so let's make sure to focus to not give any of that money back.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
everybody's good with that? Thank you very much. Appreciate your time. Okay, I think we're down to 2. Item 7.12, consideration to A, waive the competitive bidding procedures pursuant to Lake County Code, Section 2-39.2 and Section 1C2 of the county's consultant selection policy, and B, approve Amendment 1 to retention agreement between Friedman and Springwater LLP and the County of Lake, increasing the contract amount by $15,000, not to exceed $40,000, and authorize the chair to sign. Mr. Guentavano.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sabatier. This is pursuant to your board's previous direction as it relates to that August 30, 2023 retention agreement / contract between the County of Lake and Friedman and Springwater LLP for legal representation by that firm on behalf for the county in proceeding P-77, the FERC proceeding before the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. So your board has requested specific items, work to be done by that firm. The previous cap under that initial agreement the firm anticipates exceeding that cap of $25,000, and therefore that's why this request is before your board today, to increase that cap by $15,000, and it's reflected in the attached amendment.
Thank you very much for bringing this to us. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, opening it up for the public. Any comment on this item? And seeing none, bringing it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, I motion to waive competitive bidding procedures pursuant to Lake County Code Section 2-39.2 and Section 1.C.2 of the county's consultant selection policy.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve Amendment 1 to retention agreement between Friedman and Springwater LLP and the County of Lake, increasing the contract amount by $15,000, not to exceed $40,000, and authorize chair to sign.
Second. Oh.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
And last but not least, consideration of long-distance travel to Chief Probation Officer Wendy Montfrance to attend the American Probation and Parole Association Executive Summit in Seattle, Washington in February 2024. And we have Director Montfrance, or Chief Probation Officer Montfrance.
Good afternoon. Sorry, can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Great, thank you. I apologize that this did not end up on your consent items. I inadvertently left the attachments off my agenda item, and thus here I am at the end of your day. I am requesting to attend this executive summit in Seattle with probation and parole chiefs from around the country. In Seattle, it's the February 23rd and 24th, and I anticipate it'll cost no more than $3,000.
Thank you very much for that brief summary. Any questions or comments? Looks like we have no questions or comments. Let's open it up for the public. And no one is running to the microphone or clicking on their hand to get up on Zoom. And let's bring it back for action.
Mr. Chair, I'll motion to approve long-distance travel for Chief Probation Officer Wendy Montfrance to attend the American Probation and Parole Association Executive Summit in Seattle, Washington, February 2024.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That was quick and easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our very last open session item. Let's go ahead and do calendars. Who's ready?
I'll go.
Go for it.
Tomorrow, I'll be going to Sacramento to testify for AB 817, basically the letter that we talked about today that we're supporting. And so Friday, I'll be meeting with admin here at the county office. Monday is obviously Martin Luther King Day. Next Tuesday, I have the Farm, Ranch, and Rural Ad Hoc Committee. Wednesday, RCRC Board meeting. Middle Creek Project Delivery Team meeting. Western Region Town Hall will be that day, as well, but I'll be at the RCRC installation of officers that we have annually. I don't have anything Thursday or Friday. Monday, CAO meeting, back here on the next Tuesday on the 23rd for our next meeting.
Okay. You ready?
Yeah. I have a question tomorrow, the point-in-time training.
Yes.
It's hybrid, and is it that whole time? And I'm
Yes.
planning on going too, and I don't know if both of my Supervisor Green, are you planning on going to that too? Do you have it on your calendar? Nope. Then I'm going to do that. I'm going to have to miss the TID meeting, which is in Upper Lake. CAO Parker is the primary on that, but I'm guessing maybe she'll send someone else if I can't make that.
Add that to your calendar.
Okay. In the evening, I'll be at the candidates forum in Kelseyville, and then Thursday, I have the Fire Safe Council meeting in the morning. I think I missed a follow-up call from the grand jury. They wanted me to come in that afternoon. I don't know if that's going to get scheduled or not. I have a meeting with Chief Huggins at Kelseyville Fire Protection District, and then I'll be at the Sunrise Rotary at 5:30 p.m. in Kelseyville. Friday morning, I am on the radio show, KPFZ. And got some other things happening over the weekend. Monday is, it sounds like 2 supervisors are already going to the Day of Unity in Clear Lake, so I think I may be at the Middletown Art Center event. I think they're having one as well.
They usually do.
They usually do, yeah. Then we have no meeting next week. So Wednesday, the 17th, I have my EELU NACO committee meeting, which is happening during the home hardening meeting, so I'm gonna have to miss that. Lake County Fire Safe Council discussion, a meeting with Riviera West HOA. The 18th, Soda Bay Corridor Evacuation Planning Grant. I do not have to go to the law library, but I am gonna do the point-in-time training. There's also Disaster Council. My daughter's dancing in the Ballet Folklorico. I'm going to try and get over there. And then I don't think the Copyright Council meeting is happening. We don't have a quorum. Is that correct, Johanna? Copyright Council, do they still have a quorum? Okay. Then the 19th, community interview training. I think that's with NCO. And then Care Court meeting with Senator McGuire. And then I am going to attend the Clear Lake Catch Community Outreach presentation at the Supervisors.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you for mentioning that.
I will be at Riviera West that evening. Cobb Lions Club's having winter campfire Saturday night, the 20th. And then the 22nd, I will have my meeting with CAO Parker and the Risk Reduction Authority, and then here for our governance meeting on the 23rd.
Thank you very much. Either one of you?
Yeah, thank you. Looks like I'm not going to make it tonight, but I do want to mention tonight before the regular meeting of the Lakeport Fire Protection District, there will be a reception for Director John Whitehead to honor him for 29 years of service to that body, including leadership during the passage of ballot measure M, which really helped to stabilize the finances of the district. So although it looks like I won't be able to get there, I do want to highlight it for those that watching in. If you get a chance to go down there and thank John for his service either tonight or at a later time, I think that's hugely appropriate. Also, depending on when we get out of here, I do hope to go, I don't know if it's a debate or a candidate forum, but I hope to get down to City Hall where they relocated that debate because we're running long today. And I guarantee the only swaying I'll be doing is to say, don't vote for me next year, but vote for your choice of District 4 supervisor and go down there and kick the tires on them tonight if you can do that. Wednesday, just accidentally, I stumbled into Lakeport Senior Center and got sucked into this massive bingo game, and I loved it. And but I got in a little bit late, and you don't want to mess with bingo people in the middle of a game. So I'm going to go back armed with daubers and a fresh appreciation of how to properly operate a bingo game, and invite anyone down there who wants to help support the Senior Center and actually have a good time. Looks like Friday I'll be having a breakfast with City Manager Ingram to talk about any number of issues. I will be going to MLK Unity Day in Clear Lake on Monday, and enjoyed that very much last year and looking forward to this year's as well. And I think that's about all I got right now.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Simon?
Finishing up the day today, I think the Lower Lake Action Committee has moved their meetings to Tuesday. Not going to make that probably this evening. But tomorrow, we did have, LTA got canceled, looked like. We got that sent out to us.
Yeah.
Have math on Thursday, where there are going to be, I think that's a candidate forum, I think, for the math in Middletown. So we'll be attending that. Friday, CAO Parker, have already a couple of meetings scheduled in my district with constituents, one for sure at a property that they have down there, so we'll move through that. Basketball on the weekend, little guys are all playing.
Nice.
All over the county, which is pretty neat. RA meeting moved because of Martin Luther King, and yeah, I think there is something going on. Every year they have something at the MAC, so I know Lisa and the MAC does a good job representing there. And then my LAFCO calendar, we got LAFCO next week?
Haven't
I was
received
looking
an
for it,
email.
and me neither, so I
Maybe I
was
need to
just
call
looking at
John
the
and see if
dates.
he's all right.
See where we are, so I think we meet in January. And then Disaster Council on Thursday, CO meeting on Friday. We've moved the RA meeting to the 22nd, just because of the holiday, a couple of months that we had to do that. And then back here on the 23rd.
I'd say if we did have a meeting, we'd probably get our agenda later this week.
Yeah, I think so.
All right, so tomorrow, and just to check in with County Council, the Continuum of Care is having a training for the point in time. I don't think there's a Brown Act violation to take part in a training if there's more than 2 of us that show up.
If it is treated more along the lines of a workshop, of sorts.
Yeah.
Then yeah, it would fall under that category.
No decision-making is occurring or a conversation about those types of things. So I would assume that if more than two of us show up, that it's an okay thing. Because I'll be doing that since I don't have an LTA. I also will be planning to be working with PEG TV to make sure and finalize everything for the evening's candidates forum that's happening at Kelseyville High School. And also meeting that afternoon with Doug Harris, the trustee of the Woodland Community College representative for the Lake County area. Thursday, I have a pick count committee meeting. I have a CHIP action team committee meeting with Hope Rising. And then the Yuba Community College District will be having their meeting. I'll be joining virtually since it will not be in Lake County. On Friday, the new President Navarrete, I believe is her name. Yes, Navarrete, for Woodland Community College, who has just been appointed to that position within the last month. She will be coming to do a meet and greet over at Woodland Community College in Clear Lake, so I'll be there for that event. And then the Food Policy Council will be meeting on that Friday evening. Definitely going to be heading over to the United Methodist Church over in Clear Lake for Martin Luther King Day. I've been going there for the last few years. Always a good time out there. Love the presentations and the speeches and the all of the showcases that happens over there, whether it's poetry reading or music as well. I will be on Tuesday meeting with PEG TV, or to discuss PEG TV at the council chambers, see what our future MOU looks like with the city of Clear Lake. I have a 90-day DASH meeting for Hope Rising. What the team that I'm on is working on video stories or photo stories of people who have overcome drug addiction or the likes, so that we can try and inspire folks to reach out to the services available to lead them down the path of success and change. Agree that there is supposed to be a LAFCO meeting coming up on the 17th, as well as an AVA meeting. And there also will be that evening a town hall meeting that the city of Lakeport is putting together for opioid crisis. And they do have a well-known guest speaker, nationally renowned guest speaker that will be there. The name is slipping from my mind. And you said the law library is the 18th? I want to make sure that I have that on my calendar correctly.
Yeah.
From 12 to 12:45 is what I remembered.
Yep.
Okay, so that's on there. Looks like there might be a jail medical meeting that day as well. And then a Clear Lake City Council that evening. And I am just gonna wrap it up because time is slipping by and we still have a whole lot more to go. So that's pretty much my calendar. at this
Agenda
moment.
review next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, but the Wednesday after.
I think we will figure it out because I know we have our governance meeting the 23rd, so I don't know that we need to review anything. But definitely,
Still requiring the vice chair, I'm just.
I would love for the vice chair to continue to show up and be at those meetings. Always like a second voice. And with that, we are going to go into closed session to finish up our full agenda, very packed. We did a good job today, though. 8.1, conference with legal counsel, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to government code, section 54956.9D2.E1, one potential case. 8.2, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code, section 54956.9D1 for the FERC project number 77, Potter Valley Hydroelectric Project. 8.3, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to government code, section 54956.9D1, Earth Waste Foundation, Inc. versus County of Lake et al. And 8.4, conference with labor negotiator, A, county negotiators Susan Parker, Stephen Carter, Susan Parker, Stephen Carter, Pam Samick, and Crystal Marketan, and B, Employee Organization LCEA and Management Employees. And with that, we are done with our open session. We'll be heading into closed session. Thank you.